just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar. And you may be looking at me going, Dan, you look snug as a rug. You probably weren't thinking that, but now that you're looking at me, you think, you know what? That does make sense. That's because we are wearing sweaters. Would you call them sweaters? Jumpers? Is that what Americans call them? Sweaters?
Sweaters.
Yeah.
Sweatshirts.
Sweatshirts? No, well, they're knitted jumpers, guys. There are maroon and blue. We've got the hats as well. They are dropping the 19th of June. That is right. So just before, a week before Game 2, they're dropping. So they're going to arrive before Game 2. So we've got maroon, as you can see.
9th of June? Would it be dropping then? Yeah,
Sorry.
Game 2's on the 18th.
Apologies.
Queensland in disarray early. You love to see it.
The 9th of June. But no, Queensland are not disarray because Hammy has just helped his brother out. That's
we got
an
each
inside
other's
trade.
back.
Yeah, exactly.
Spirit.
I missed the tackle. Hammy came in, cleaned up for me. Something. See, they don't get it.
Exactly.
That's clear
Taking
example of
shots.
not. Yeah, they don't get it. Not being there for their mate.
Right, your four heads and your four brain cells together to get there. Good to see.
They would have all started pointing fingers.
Yep.
All of a sudden, the headlines, lost the dressing room. We get it. We get it, mate. So these are dropping the 9th of June, guys. And yeah, make sure a very, very limited amount. We've never done something like this. We're very, very premium cut, guys. Premium cut. Premium material as well with the hats. So make sure to be there the 9th of June. Roo, mate, how was the weekend?
It was good, mate. Obviously a very exciting last 24 hours or so. It's been chaotic. Can't wait to get into it.
Hammy, how you been, mate?
Great weekend. Not a great end to the weekend yesterday with the Tigers' narrow loss out at the 9th one of the world. Our 14th loss in our last 16 attempts there. But look, aside from that, it wasn't bad. And I'm looking fantastic today. So
9th wonder of where the win is of the world.
Well, exactly. Plenty of wondering out there. Yep.
The Wanderers.
Yeah. Western Sydney Wanderers. That name's already taken, but sure. If the shoe fits, eh?
Well, you know what? You've the Tigers, like the merger. Maybe you just call yourself the Wanderers.
No, I don't know. No.
Okay, fair enough.
Too much change.
Too much change.
Yeah.
All right, let's face a bit of music brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet. Give us a follow on the feed, guys. The feed is growing rapidly, so you're getting around us. And yeah, get around us on the feed. Give Hammy a follow on the feed. Any big ones on the weekend?
Well,
mate?
I'm going to say give Jake Jam 02 a follow
Jake
on the
Jam,
feed.
I like that.
This is our feeder of
Alliteration.
the week. So Jake Jam had a multi on Women's Origin Game 2. And this is outstanding same game multi for Origin technique by Jake Jam. Kernick anytime try scorer, under 34.5 match points. Kernick player of the match. Now remember, you can multi player of the match into your same game as for Origin and Grand Finals.
What's she
That's
paying?
exactly what he's done here. 82 bucks.
No.
That's what I was paying. One person followed that, but I reckon Jake Jam's going to see a surge of followers off the
But
back
also
of that
one person secretly obsessed with Jake Jam now.
Well, why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they be?
Picture up on the mirror going, thank you, Jake Jam.
Exactly. And rightly so, because that's just outstanding technique. Remember, you can do it obviously for game 1 as well. Player of the match, whack it in your same game multi, 81 bucks. There you go.
Alrighty.
There you go.
Let's face the music. And as always, a massive thank you to our partners, our friends over at Sportsbet. Been quite a few years now. Are we friends yet?
Here's to many more.
Are we friends yet, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I don't know if you follow me on the feed yet, but
I do. You're the only person I follow. You're the only person I follow.
Okay, that's nice.
That's very friendly.
I suppose we are friends then. Yeah.
Too far, you think? Maybe I'm being a bit creepy.
Bit keen, but that's okay. All right, let's get into it. So, first game, Knights 6 defeated by Eels 28. So, this one, what have I got here? I've got on the board early. I had Knights head-to-head for $2.23. Denon and Matty both had the Eels 13 plus.
Sorry, the Knights got pounded into the core of the earth,
mate. So you didn't get on the board. You said you had the Knights head-to-head.
Oh, sorry, I had the Eels.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah, sorry. I had the Eels, $2.23. The other boys had the Eels 13 plus for $5.30.
Oh, you followed
Did
me
I
in
have the
there
Eels
too.
13 plus?
No, you had them 1 to 12.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
So who had him 13 plus followed me in there?
Me.
Oh, okay.
No, Matty and you had the Eels 13 plus.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. So did I just open with $5.50?
$5.30.
$5.30?
Yep.
This is getting too easy. I can just fall asleep for the rest of the round. I already got oh my God. Wow.
Yep.
Feel
You are
free to fall asleep,
developing a bit of a habit of this. And I think there's more to come actually later.
Yeah, listen, when I got the game, when I understood how you play the game, got my eye in, I just get rugby league football.
Yep. Well, hard to argue off the back of one game. All right, then Dogs 24 defeat the Chooks 20. Well done to Timmy and Matty who had the Dogs 1 to 12 at $2.80. Bad beat for me who had the Dogs minus 8.5. Missed out there. Ruined Den and you had the Chooks 1 to 12. So no points for you guys there.
That would have been a good one because I was very, very close game. Tough calls as well.
Yeah.
Our boy Toya robbed us.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Shit. We backed him in as well.
More on him
By
later.
the way. I've let him go.
Oh, wow. He's turned on his
Cut
CBA.
him.
Wow, that's no loyalty.
Terrible. All right, next game on to Saturday. Dolphins 12 defeated by the Wars 16. Points for Denon, myself, and Matty, who had the Wars head-to-head at $1.84. And in fact, Denon, you had them 1 to 12, $3 for you. So there you go. Finn's 1 to 12 for Roo
so easy, bro.
and for Timmy.
Hammy, can I ask one thing?
Yep.
Did we forget about the women's Origin match?
Oh yes, sorry, I've got those. I'll come to them at the end of the round.
Oh,
Great.
so he's had
That's
one
alarming.
big win. Yeah,
That's heaps
he's
alarming.
carrying on. He had but one big win. Who
That's
gives
okay.
a
I'm
shit?
saving the best for last. I'll get
Thanks,
to
Oh,
that.
actually, no. I know why you brought this up. Yeah, okay. This guy wearing blue right now, embarrassing.
Yeah. Yes, that's a good point. And again, save the best for last. All right, next game on Saturday though. Cowboys 6 defeated by Manly 24. Denon and Timmy go bang in this one. You had Manly 13 plus $5.25.
Too good. What is that? Like, I knew rugby league, but I might be an oracle right now. Can I get some support,
was
or is
that
this
at?
just all hatred? Is this all tall poppy syndrome? This fucking panel.
$5.25.
Like this is just pure tall poppy. No support, no love. This is unbelievable.
you've done well,
it's
mate.
all
You've done-
hate around here.
We live in Australia, mate. It's tall poppy syndrome.
Shit. That's ridiculous.
So for a solid start for you there, Kempy. The rest
Solid start. This is a
13
dream
pluses
run.
in the first 4 rounds. Tough to argue. All the rest of us back the Cowboys in some way, shape, or form.
So wait, hang a sec. So everyone backed the Cowboys. But
Roo had them 13 plus.
Big balls Kemp just put them on the table and said, no, I'm going Manly and 13 plus.
Yeah.
And there's no love on the panel for that shit.
Get Kempy's face on the Stan Marsh meme with the big wheelbarrow with his balls in it. After his behaviour in the first couple of games.
Big balls big. Just put that at the top.
BBB. Yep, the rest of us all missed out there. Look, this one brings us all back together because we all missed out on Sharkies 31 defeating the Storm 26. None of us gave the Sharkies a chance. Not one of us backed them or took them at the line. No points. In fact, you had Storm 13 plus again, Kempy.
Don't try and bring me down,
pattern
mate.
for you?
Don't try and, you're negging me now.
So you missed it by 18 points, which is a bit embarrassing.
That's my best result of the week so far.
So there we go. Yeah, you had the Storm minus 3.5. So you were a little bit closer, Roo, but there we go. No points for anyone in that game. The following day, the Broncos 26 defeated by the Dragons 30. In terms of bets, we had a bit of everything here. But the only person to come away with anything was Roo.
Fuck yes.
Who had the Dragons 1 to 12 at $4.60.
Yeah, I can eyeball a shit football team.
Yeah,
Thank you for giving me
that's
the
all
red
right.
V.
I don't need to say anything because the punishment is coming. Don't worry, guys. And
right.
he did it to himself.
Hence why I had to get in early.
He did it to himself.
He's throwing a few haymakers knowing that there's trouble coming. All right, next game on Sunday. The Raiders 40 defeat the Titans 24. Denon and Roo, you like the Titans. Wrong. Myself and Matty had the Raiders minus 9.5. Timmy had the Raiders 13 plus. For once, he backed his team in.
Yeah.
And he's not here to enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly. So doesn't
$2.18 for Timmy.
So he backed his team in that we're paying $2.18 for a 13 plus win. That's embarrassing stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Embarrassing.
Hang your head in shame wherever you are. Last game of the round, Tigers 12 defeated by Souths 22. The only person who came away with anything here was Matty, who had Souths head-to-head, $1.92.
Oh, look out.
Yeah.
Maybe not $1.92. Oh, my God.
So there we go. So now we get to the Women's Origin. There was a couple of people who came away with stuff here. You had Tamika Upton any time, Kempy, so you got $1.90 for her scoring at any stage.
you.
Maddie had a win. Blues into Chapman any time at $2.75. I had Chapman any time for $2, and that's it as far as the points are concerned. Hang your head in shame, Roo, who had Queensland head-to-head into Aitken any time. Neither of those.
Oh, my God. Okay, can you just... I feel like you didn't give that the grandeur it deserved.
I buried the headline a little
You
bit.
buried the headline there.
So-
Did you just say Roo picked Queensland in Origin?
Yeah, Roo had Queensland for Origin.
Yeah, no, John Strange rang me up last week and said, I need to give the girls a rev up.
Oh, he's going
So
down
I
the
went,
rev
yeah,
up
sweet.
chat.
I'll give him a rev up.
Oh
I'm not
my-
going to kiss ass like bunnies, fucking Raiders, Broncos. I'll do what's best for my state.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't need a rev up after winning by 30 at Suncorp 2 weeks
they
ago.
needed a rev up. Also,
got the shield again?
girls reach out. Was that really what happened, or did you just get betrayed by the great guru? Let me know.
Please don't reach out.
So there we go. That is how we kind of settled this week. So the scores for round 11. Matty, still, even though Denon had a couple of big wins, Matty came out on top, $16.51. Denon, $14.45. Timmy, $12.23. Myself, $7.97. And Roo, just a one win, $4.60. So overall, Denon raising the bat. The first one to raise the bat, $105.69. Matty, $96.95. Roo, $81.32. Myself, a flat 80. And Timmy, still 14 bucks behind on 66 and 2
I
cents.
can't believe Matty won the week.
Yeah, that was surprising to me.
Yeah.
That was
I
surprising.
got the first 4 in a row and got 2 on Sunday. I had a good week.
Oh, so as in, did you go a lot of like $2 to $3
Yeah.
and just
Yeah.
all started adding
Yeah.
up?
Yeah.
Okay.
We
fair
had the
enough.
Eels 13 plus, but yeah, just chipped away.
Oh, but he followed me in there. That's why. He copied my bet.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense because he copied my bet. I get that. And then he went all real conservative stuff after that. That's smart footy from you there, Matty.
Well done,
It's cheating
Matty.
now as well, but who cares? I won't talk about that.
Yeah.
There we have Face the Music,
Beautiful.
brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet. Stay tuned for our tips later in the week, obviously. Sorry, later in the show. And give Jake Jam.
Jake Jam 02. Now's the time to follow Jake Jam 02. Got his eye in ahead of the Origin series, or the men's Origin series kicking off next week.
Alrighty, it is time for Origin Chat, brought to you by Grumpy Coffee, because some of these selections would have made you grumpy, but some of these selections also would have turned your frown upside down. Go to grumpycoffee.com.au, grab your coffee. We got pods, we got whole bean, we got ground, beautiful, beautiful blends. And on top of all that, DJ Grumpy had his first set at the Rusty Rabbit Darlinghurst on the weekend. It was outstanding, so cool to see. People loved it, people enjoyed it. So if you are, any event, a gym, a cafe that wants a DJ down there for free, playing tunes, you want DJ Grumpy down there, reach out to DJ Grumpy at grumpycoffee.com.au or message us on Grumpy Drinks on Instagram. And make sure to give at Grumpy Drinks a follow on Instagram. We also have a rugby league event that we're going to this weekend. We'll be playing at Box Hill Junior Rugby League Club. It's their first season in the Parramatta Junior Rugby League competition. The address is the Brindle Parkway Reserve, the corner of Terry and Cart Road in Box Hill. So get down. We'll be playing DJ Grumpy at Junior Rugby League Club at Box Hill. That'll be this Saturday. Make sure to grab your Grumpy coffee. Okay, team news. Alrighty, New South Wales selections: Edwards, To'o, Crichton, Mitchell, Lomax, Moses, Cleary, Barnett, Robson, Haas, Martin, Crichton, Yo. And then the bench is Watson, Lenu, Young, and Max King. At 18, Campbell Grahams. 19, Stefano Uto Ikamanu. At 20, Hamolo Alokawatu. Huge news in regards to some of these selections. We'll start initially in the outside backs. We've already spoken about Dylan Edwards and Teddy a million times. We've spoken about Mitchell Moses and all that kind of stuff. But I think one of the big key talking points heading into selection, it was Zach Lomax versus Tom Trbojevic. Now, all of us, I think you had Lomax in your side.
Yeah, I did.
We came to the end in this selection table with Turbo. I also had Turbo in my side. However, I will say it was the one position that I messaged Matty after, and I was like, I think I might have made the wrong call. Then the weekend happened, and for me, I personally, and I'd love to, and obviously get your thoughts, boys, after the weekend, I would have changed my selection table team, and Lomax would have been in my team. He was just way too good to ignore. I actually thought Turbo looked relatively injury-free and played solidly, but I just thought Lomax just put it beyond doubt for me to put him into that side. So I got it wrong. Roo, love to hear your thoughts, mate.
I genuinely thought after we recorded that, reading through the people's comments, I thought they were fucking insane.
Yeah.
And I got to the end, even before Turbo played, I got to the end of the Parramatta game and went, I got to follow my sword here.
Yeah.
Lomax is the pick.
And I'm with you, mate. I didn't think they were insane, but I was as surprised as you for sure. I thought that it'd be more 50-50.
I'm okay if you were 50-50. The people that were saying, like, how could you even consider Turbo?
Yeah,
I
don't know
couldn't
about
get
that.
around that. I thought that was crazy.
Yep.
But Lomax, he was brilliant the other day, and I didn't think Turbo looked anywhere near good enough to go, in my opinion.
Yeah, okay.
I'd actually, even watch that Parramatta game on reflection, I go, geez, you would actually consider Josh Addo-Carr maybe. He looked that good.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's fair. I felt Turbo was running a bit more freely, but it was at like 80-minute mark. The 45, 50-minute mark, and I think he'd only run for like 71 metres at the time. Eventually, I think he ended up having a line break or a try or something like that. But I'm with you, mate. Like, compared to the energy that Lomax had,
Yeah.
it was night and day. And it's not to suggest we know Tommy Turbo. He can get back there. He was their best player for Australia. But I I got it wrong. I absolutely got it wrong. And to be honest, even before I started reading those comments, I messaged Matty straight away, and I was just like, I don't know if I've got this call right. Matty can back that up.
I reckon I have got the worst strike rate of all time with Tom Trbojevic. Whenever I think he's bung and he's gone, the next week he comes out and he absolutely brains it. And I think I was just burnt by that so many times that I went, no, my eyes wrong. He'll be sweet.
What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, well, I think, when we had the selection table the other day, you guys almost talked me around. You're like, you know what, if he says he's good to go, he's going to be good to go. And to Rue's point, whenever that is the case, he tends to go out there and kill it. But my gut said, and that's why when I picked Lomax in my side when we did it last week, I just thought, look, I don't know. He just the fact that you want to pick him on the wing, if that's the spot as well, you've just got to get through so much more work there in terms of running the ball back, all that sort of stuff that might be an issue for a guy who's a bit underdone.
It's a good point.
If he was a walk-up start in the centres, he's probably got to do a little bit less of, bringing the ball back and all that sort of stuff and rely on a little bit more class and just little moments like that. But, I think Lomax is the right call. He was one of the Blues' best last year as well. And, he put it to bed with his performance on the weekend. 2 tries, 270 metres. He was outstanding.
Yeah, so. I said this quite a few times after that selection thing, because the more I thought about it, I was like, who are we more sure is going to come out and absolutely rip and look 100% in this weekend of footy? And every single person I asked, they said Zach Lomax. And when I got that answer, I was like, why are we even considering Turbo? The fact that we're all like, oh, is he going to be good to go or not? Now, granted, I know why we're like that is because Turbo's done what he's done in Origin. So, yeah, I absolutely got that wrong. I got that wrong.
Even like on Thursday, Arvo, when I sat down with Sowie and I sort of went, Turbo, if he's good to go, I don't know if Lomax is going to go. And Sowie just went, mate, I've watched him train for years. He takes better care of his body than anyone. He'll be good to go. And I sort of went, you don't know that. He just went, mate, trust me. He's a specimen. He will come back ready to go.
Yeah, okay.
He did.
Yeah, absolutely. He was absolutely phenomenal. Matty, what are your thoughts, mate?
I won't go as far as to say after a few days, I locked in Lomax, even after his game, because all I needed, and history has shown, all I needed is one game from Turbo, fully fit, getting through it and flying for him to be picked, and I was going to give him that opportunity this weekend, and he didn't. He looked ginger as hell. He didn't play very good. So as soon as that game happened, I was like, all right, Lomax is in.
See, maybe I'm in the minority. I didn't think he played great Turbo, as in what we know he can. I felt he looked more free than he did the week before.
He looked more free than the week before.
But he still didn't look free.
He didn't look Origin ready. It's funny though, he could have walked away from that game with 3 tries. He put himself in enough spots.
He dropped 2 balls.
He dropped 2 balls.
Yeah.
It could have been a really interesting combat. And I reckon if he scores that first one under the sticks, he starts to get on a bit of a roll. Maybe it could have been a different conversation.
Yeah. See, I would have probably, even if he went well and scored a couple of tries, I probably still, because it's just the physicality of the wing, and I think that's a really good point that you brought up, and you spoke about it on the selection table, Hammy. It's the physical nature of that wing position now. Mate, Lomax had 30 runs on the weekend, 30 runs from the wing, and everyone is straight back into a set defensive line. And I just think that it's a really good point, Hammy, in regards to if you're going to pick him with centre, it's just Ferrari time. It's literally, you put him in the centres and you just say, mate, we're just going to get you a good ball and we want you to tear teams apart. Plus, we're also going to do that great bomb through the middle for you. I just got it wrong. That simple. Got it wrong. And I'm stoked for Zach Lomax.
Unreal. Yeah.
And it's a really good, it's a good thing for Laurie Daly as well in regards to team culture. Is we will be willing to leave out, Origin legend might be a bit of a stretch for Tommy just because he's been injured or whatever. But I tell you what, he will live in this. If you're talking to anyone that's watched this generation of Origin, he'll live up in the top tier of most people's memory. To go, no, we're going to go with Zachy Lomax. That's a huge plus of, you played really good last year, you keep him that spot this year.
Imagine showing up to Newcastle on Friday night, being Fletcher Hunt, making your debut.
Oh, my God.
And you're the one thing standing between Zach Lomax and the Blues
ridiculous. Jersey. You know what's crazy about Lomax's meters as well? Only 11 of them were return meters.
Because no one kicks in the football.
Yeah.
That's the other thing as well that, in hindsight, obviously, I got it wrong as well. But, when you got To'o and Edwards, if you've got a Turbo out there that's carrying anything, you're kicking to him every day.
And you're trying to hurt him too.
Week. You're trying to hurt him.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, so if I'm being honest, I think, Hammy, you've nailed it. You nailed it, mate.
Well, haven't been wrong in 33 years, people. So.
Not going to start now. Okay, Edwards. Yep, I think we all agreed with that. Critter, Latrell. Yep. Reece Robson 9. Barnett starting. I think that's all good. Liam Martin, Angus Cried as our Yo captain. I think we all kind of lent on as our Yo as captain.
Yep.
Some of us had Cleary, but I think it's pretty much the same. We'll have to do at Penrith.
Just on that, obviously Gerbo picked up an injury. Do we think that he would have
I don't think so.
been rolled out and got no?
Me personally, I just can't see. Like, you've got enough.
I completely agree,
Yeah.
but I just wondered whether it felt like it was heading that way.
Well, I guess the idea then would be that he would take Max King's position. They're not really even close to style. Like, if you're going to replace Jake Trbojevic, wouldn't you replace him with another experienced player that brings that experience? Because you're trying to bring the spiritual nature that he brings off the field.
Yep.
So wouldn't you bring in another vet in that spot? Now, I don't know who it is.
Yeah. I agree with you both. It wouldn't have shocked me if Daly did pick him, though.
Yeah, maybe. I personally think that they just were like, unfortunately, the game's just moving past him at the moment. He's been so good for so long. And I think what makes it harder is, like, if we just took away, we all love Jakey, and let's say he was a shit bloke, I feel like this conversation wouldn't be as hard.
No, for sure. If his
I'm
last
with
name
you.
wasn't Trbojevic,
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I just feel like a lot of people who, not necessarily on our selection podcast, but around the traps are kind of going, I'd have him in there, I'd start him, and I'd bring Yo off the bench and have Jakey as the captain still. So I just wondered whether that injury maybe solved a bit of a problem for them, at the selection.
Matty, what do you reckon, mate?
I would have been shocked if they picked him.
Yeah.
I love Jake. I was in camp with him for years. He was in the era before this current era, like before the Freddie era, and he's been such a legend for New South Wales. But the time's come for New South Wales and Jake to move on. I think
as well, like, the send off couldn't have been better.
Yeah.
Like, he got the send off he deserves.
Oh, mate. He got to walk away. I led this team to a victory in Suncorp. That is fairy tale
From
stuff.
1-0 down.
From 1-0 down, and what's so, it's almost like a bittersweet, probably the wrong word, but everyone, could kind of tell Jakey physically was past it last year, Origin at least. But he think about how special it is that you bring such immense spirit, ticker, heart, the Kiwis call it mana. You bring such immensity of that you get selected in a squad, and that is your contribution, is truly ticker and heart and spirit. That's what your contribution was to something that hasn't happened in 15 years. If anything, that's an even better sending off than playing really well, because how many players in the history of the game got selected purely off ticker and heart, and not even ticker and heart in the playing sense, more in the, this is what it is to bleed blue. That's the perfect send-off for Jakey. That's the one he deserved. He doesn't deserve, in my opinion, to come in, look underdone, not play that. You know what I mean? I think it's a perfect
Well, there's now 3 people in the history of the game that have lifted the shield at Suncorp as a Blue after winning the game in Suncorp, and that's Jake Trbojevic, Danny Baderis, and Laurie Daly.
That's incredible.
Loz and Bedsy are 2 of the best to ever to pull on that blue jersey. So he's in great company there.
So yeah, I'm happy that that's the kind of, unless I think he's about 30, 31. So we've seen people spike their form back up, but if it is his last one, I think it's a really, really good send-off. All right, the bombshell per se, Max King put on the bench over Terrell May. Well, there's 2 sides to this. It's the Terrell May situation in regards to how well he's playing, and we'll talk about the comments. But then there's also the Max King situation and how great it is, what an incredible turnaround his career has seen. I think it took him 500 days between his 50th game and his 51st game. Like an incredible journey. Injuries where it looked like his career was done. And then all of a sudden, he was also I'm pretty sure he was at the Bulldogs before Serraldo arrived. So he was one of the very few people that Serraldo said, you know what, you get it. So it wasn't, and also what's crazy with Max King, it's not like Max King was killing it on the field, and that's why he got kept. At the time, it was purely, he was a fringe first grader, but his attitude was so good that Serraldo said, nah, you're going to get picked. And so Max King coming into the side, I think that in any other year where you didn't just have this Terrell May who was just playing unbelievable footy, I think a lot of people would nod their head and go, yeah, okay, the front rower in the best team in the comp that's, I wouldn't say changing the way the game is played, but very much playing a brand of rugby league that is very modern. And so I think that the controversial part of it is just the fact that Terrell May is playing just a crazy style of rugby league. But the positive side of it, I'm stoked for Max King. I'm absolutely stoked. he has truly, truly earned this just through hard work, grit, determination, and also, there are some people out there that think that he's just like this random person that's been selected. If you actually watch Bulldogs week in and week out, that forward pack is based around Max King. It is based entirely around him. He's a big reason why they are where they are. He is a bloody good footy player, and he's having one of the best seasons of his career, if not the best.
The consistent analysis of Canterbury, probably up until 6 weeks ago, every single week for the last 2 years, has been, they lack middles. He's held them together every single week. And you know what, as you said, mate, I think it was 2021, had an Achilles injury. I don't think he played that season for Melbourne, then goes to Canterbury on a lifeline. When he arrived at Canterbury, Mick Potter was the coach. How long ago does that feel?
Yeah.
He's
managed to
insane.
stay
He's managed
and
to just
stay.
hang on.
Yeah.
So you look at that 2022 side, you had him, you had Burton arrive, Kiraz was in the side still at that point. His journey, and as well, he went to Melbourne and then left needing a lifeline. How many guys, we've spoken about it on a number of occasions, how many guys get better leaving Melbourne when they don't achieve down there, let alone eventually make it to Origin? I'm just so happy for him, mate, and he just works so hard every single week, and you just know he would have almost cried himself to sleep last night, I reckon.
Oh,
He's
absolutely.
ecstatic. He's just that sort of a guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, they built that, the whole forward pack is built around him as the point of the spear. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, I mean, he's a very consistent, footballer. He's going to do a great job out there for them, no doubt at all. I still can't fully wrap my head around the leaving Terrell May out, and some of the reasons that apparently have kind of been given for it.
We'll get to it for sure.
We're going to get to him?
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
But look, I'm sure he'll do a great job. But it's probably one that surprised me a little bit.
I can understand the surprise bit for sure. I definitely think he was in the conversation, but I could definitely also understand why Blues fans are a little bit surprised. However, I think it might turn out to be one of those ones where you go, makes sense maybe as the Bulldogs head more in towards finals footy, and you actually start, because what's going to happen now is people are going to start watching closely Maxi King, and you're going to go, hang on a sec. He actually, for example, on the weekend, we had all these great front rowers performances. There's all this talk and hype around front rowers. Mate, on the weekend against a Roosters forward pack where they got dominated in the first half, he ran for 180 metres. He made 31 tackles with 0 misses. Usually, if you're running 180 metres in the front row, you're getting massive raps. Not a peep about Max King this week. And I get it, there's some crazy performances. But his average metres throughout the season is 150 metres with a 96.4% tackle efficiency. So it's yes, it's not as good as a Terrell May. It's not even close. But if you took Terrell May out of the picture, that's a bloody good front rower.
It's so funny how far front rowers have come. The first time I really noticed Max King, 2017, it was the last round of the season. It was a real who gives a fuck cup, the Roosters Titans. The Titans had a stack of injuries in that game, and he ended up having to play 80 minutes. He'd been a bench guy the entire season. He played 80 minutes that game, and I remember sitting there watching going, who the fuck is this guy? He just does not stop working. And when you look at his stats from that day, he ran for 140 metres and he made 52 tackles, which back then in 2017 was unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
For a front row forward to play 80 minutes and do that was insane. Just how far it's come has been crazy. But he has been working his dick off for years.
Yeah.
It's funny looking at that team too. Jersey 14 in that side was Jamal Fogarty.
Oh, no way. Oh, no way. Okay, so Jacob Saifidi, this year, he has 7 appearances. His average tackle efficiency is 93.8%, whereas you've got 96.4% with Max King. Jacob Saifidi's average run meters are 116 run meters. So compared to Maxi King, this is not even close. And so that's why I just want to put into focus, if you take Terrell May out of the picture, and we'll get to Terrell, he's been outstanding, Maxi King. Then I'm just going to get Stefano up as well, boys.
I think you have to take Terrell May out of the picture because Terrell May didn't even make the squad. And those are two different things. If Terrell May was the 18th man, I think then you could start saying King versus May. But May hasn't even made the squad, which is its own separate conversation.
Yeah, for sure. But I think a lot of people are just still going to sit there and say
for sure.
He's been selected by instead of Terrell May. Just quickly, Stefano Utuikamanu averaging 103 metres, but he does have a tackle efficiency of 97%. compared to a 96.4. So again, those are the two guys that are in the squad. He is substantially, statistically better than them. And
I don't know we're going to get to him, but the one that has missed out, Terrell May, 97.7% tackle efficiency for the...
we'll get to him. I promise you we'll get to him.
Yeah.
I promise
Can I
you.
say one more thing on Max King too? The comment that I keep seeing on social media, Max King isn't an Origin player. You don't know that yet.
We don't know.
You can spit that all you want. You don't know who is an Origin player until they get in Origin and they are tested.
And also, I'll tell you which team is playing the closest to Origin style of rugby league in the competition. It's the Bulldogs.
Yep.
Which is gritty, tough, inside trail, never say die, the fittest team in the competition. Just quickly as well, before we would get to Terrell, so those two players both essentially averaging around the same minutes as well as Maxi King. Maxi King a little bit more than those two players I just mentioned. So he's anywhere from 48 minutes all the way up to 60 minutes. So that's why I just want to make it clear, like, if you take Terrell out of it and you compare him to most of the other front rowers, he's actually outstanding. So the people that are just like talking crap about Maxi King, it's like, no, this guy is a bloody good front rower. Terrell May is just an absolute freak at the moment. I'll just get Payne Hass's up just to compare it to Hass's, just to, I should get Barnett up. That's what I should get up. Okay, here's a really good example. So Maxi King is averaging 151 meters. Like Payne Hass is 179 meters. It's not that much difference. And Payne Hass plays way more minutes. Granted, Payne Hass's tackle efficiency is 98.4%. Holy shit.
I think the other thing you need to keep in mind with Max King, and people would say from a stats point of view this helps him, I think it makes it heaps harder for him. Payne Haas does his incredible numbers. He's going to war with Pat Carrigan. Those two go together. You've got Barnett, who goes with Fisher Harris. Previously,
He's actually got better stats than Barnett. Max King does.
And he's going on his own.
Yeah.
If you're playing Canterbury this week, he's the middle I need to stop, and then we'll be sweet. If I'm playing Brisbane, I can't say Haas is the one I need to stop, because then Carrigan will run a train on me.
Yeah.
Same as the Warriors.
Run
if you
a
go
train
Fish,
on me. Well, okay.
sure, it's not what I meant, but we'll play on. Max King, though, he's the guy you need to stop in that Canterbury side.
Absolutely. I'm with you, mate. I'm absolutely with you. And yeah, just to drive it home, he's actually, and look, I'm not saying he's better than Barnett, but statistically, this year, he's been better. Now, stats aren't everything. So I just wanted to do that because, A, I'm a big fan of Maxi King, but B, sometimes if you're more of a casual viewer of rugby league, you get caught up in narratives that are created. Oh, who's this Maxi King? Blah, blah, blah. And you actually, but people that actually watch every game know that this guy is a bloody good front rower. He's statistically as good as most other front rowers in the competition if your name's not Payne Haas or Terrell May. So I'm stoked for him. And I think that form-wise, he deserves to be there this year. Again, if you take the Terrell May situation. Put it this way, even if let's say Terrell May gets selected, Maxi King deserves to be on the extended bench before Stefano and Jacob right now. Even though I'm stoked for those two boys to be on the extended bench.
His game against the Roosters the other night, so Luca Fafita, he was gone after 8 minutes. There is genuinely not another prop in this Canterbury Bulldogs team. It is him, and they beat the Roosters.
Yeah.
Like Kurt Mann's at lock, Hayward's on the bench, Morin, Hapoi, Luke Smith, like two very young guys. He's the dude in the forward pack at the team that is first on the ladder.
Yep. Yeah, mate, so I think we all agree. So really, really stoked for him. All right, let's get on to Terrell May's situation. Okay, so on the last weekend, Terrell May was streaming, and it would seem that he was already well aware that he wasn't going to get selected. And so Terrell May was basically quoted in saying, that Jersey G, something like burn it or whatever. Then also he said,
throw it in the bin.
Throw it in the bin. And then he was also, his mate was like, oh, have you seen those, maybe it's just a media beat up, the articles that have been dropping about you this week. And May was like, what do you think they're playing whispers? Like it's clearly coming from somewhere. Now, I've been told that in the 3-hour actual stream, later on in the stream, he's like, mate, I hope New South Wales pump them. I'll, basically fully backing in the Blues. And so, yes, was it silly to say what he said? I think it was silly. Can I absolutely understand why Terrell May was frustrated as shit? That, look, it's one thing if you're not going to select him, but all of these articles leaking, that think about it on the weekend. When I saw the comment section, a lot of people were saying, oh, he's a stat padder. where does that narrative come from if those articles weren't released? So if you're Terrell May and you're having the year of your career, you said at the start of the season your goal is to make the Blues, you're so keen to do it, and all of a sudden, for no reason other than people trying to protect their selection decisions, all these articles start leaking and talking negatively about you, of course you're going to be a bit like, bro, it's one thing not to select me, but why do you need to drag my name through the mud and try to create narratives that don't exist? And so I land on, silly, like Terrell May, he should just, you know what, no jokes. And also, I would implore people to go and actually watch him say it. Don't just read the quote. If you watch him say it, he is clearly joking. I've also told as well that in prior streams, his friend is a Queenslander. So they always joke back and forth about this stuff. So again, silly to say it, but if you actually watch it, it's definitely said as a joke. And later on the stream, he does say, mate, I'm back in Blues all day. They're going to pump Queensland. And also he said, in God's timing. So his real thoughts were, I'm going to keep working hard, and I think we saw that on the weekend, and he did say in God's timing. So I'm still really unsure why they didn't pick Terrell May. I think that they should have. Me personally, I absolutely would have. Yes, was it silly for him to say that because now you're giving them ammo? Absolutely. Do I understand him a little bit frustrated? Absolutely. Hammy, I'll go to you first, mate.
Yeah. Well, no, I just that's great context. I wasn't aware of all the other stuff that he kind of said on the stream, but yeah, to take that really small snippet, and I have seen him kind of the tone that he's using when he says that, it sounds just like a little bit of an offhanded kind of, joke essentially. So
because basically the reason I said that, sorry to interrupt you, mate, is that he had sent his mate the Blues jersey to take the piss out of him.
Yep.
So that's where that joke came from.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. But the yarn that I kind of heard, obviously there's a bit of like a few people saying that he's a bit of a stat patter, but the one was like, I'm not sure if they trust him defensively, and that's where I was like, well, and again, look, stats aren't everything, but touched on it before. He's made 467 tackles this year and a tackle efficiency of 97.7. And yeah, he missed a couple against the Storm, but like the Tigers got hammered 64-0 against the Storm. So everyone had a pretty poor day that day. I just think when you obviously as a Queensland supporter, you think about what would you like to come up against least. And you think, if you've got Barnett and Haas starting and then you're able to bring Terrell May off the bench after 30 minutes to fill in for another, like there's just no respite at all. You've just got, guys that are absolutely killing it and so dangerous with the ball the whole time. So from that perspective, it's probably a sigh of relief. But, as somebody who follows the Tigers and has watched him closely this year, I can't believe that he's not even in the squad.
Yeah.
Why would he not be in they've got three other guys there, 18, 19 and 20th man. He's been far more damaging than Stefano has been this year in a team that's been far less threatening. I can't work it out. It just seems very strange to me.
Yeah, I'm with you too, mate. I can't even believe he's not even in the squad. And that was, that's where I can understand where his frustration's coming from. Just quickly as well, he's actually statistically better than Payne Haas this year. What? So, okay, and stats aren't everything, but fantasy-wise, or Supercoach, 76.1 average. Terrell May is 79. Payne Haas is averaging 179 metres a game. Terrell May is averaging 175. Terrell May has a 97.7% tackle efficiency. Haas has 98.4. But I think that where he would get a lot of his points from would be he's had substantially, I think not substantially, but more offloads than...
It's minutes too. That makes the difference when you're talking those stats. It's the minutes that add up.
They're 1 and 2 in the NRL for offloads. Terrell May's on 36, Haas on 32.
So look, I don't think I think anyone would agree. Payne Haas is in his own lane in regards to form, but I'm just saying that's how good his stats are that they're even comparable to Payne Haas. And I know the problem is now that those articles have been leaked about these deficiencies or whatever, people that don't like Terrell are just going to go. They're going to run with that. That narrative is now being created. And no matter what he does, even, for example, 63 tackles, 0 misses on the weekend.
Yeah.
0 misses. When have you ever seen that? 63, over 60 tackles with 0 misses. Happens maybe once in a blue moon.
And a bloke on the other side in the middle ran almost 300 metres as well, and he's defending like that.
Yeah, it's just, I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. Rue, what are your thoughts, mate?
I sat here last week. I would have picked him in my side. I think he deserved an opportunity there. For whatever reason, Laurie Daly and the Blues saw that differently. Personally, I don't buy into the defensive shit.
No.
I'm not buying that for a second. I think there is much more to this, whether it's got to do with the Roosters situation or whatever the hell has happened over the last 12 months with Terrell May and how it's all played out. But, mate, I kind of disagree with you with the context of that stream. I can't believe he said what he said. Joking or not, I sat there and went, okay, I think Laurie Daly's made the right decision here.
Yeah.
I genuinely do. For him, once again, you would never hear a Queenslander say, I'll throw the jersey in the bin or, maybe I'll switch allegiances. Joking or not, and maybe I'm just a fucking diehard Blues fan that's seen the world of pain, but I just wouldn't expect guys to say
There's been some Blues people that have been selected that have said worse than that.
Completely agree, which is why it brings my next point. This situation, is it a Blues problem or is it a Terrell May problem? And we've had guys do this before. Jerome Luai did the exact same thing, which is why I'm not saying Terrell May can never play Origin again. That's bullshit. He'll mature, he'll grow, he'll learn from it, and I'm sure he'll be able to play one day. But, I couldn't have, after those comments and that, I couldn't have picked him. I kind of respect Laurie Daly's decision to eventually go, fuck, we have to draw a line in the sand somewhere.
But they were already not picking him. That's the problem. They were already not going to pick him.
Yeah, and
so the words are irrelevant because they were already saying, like, I think it's harsh to go. It's like Terrell May's words. Yep, they're definitely right for not picking him when they'd already done all this stuff to him, when they could have easily handled the situation better. And that's where I lean more. It's a Blues problem. Surely they communicate with him a bit better. This has happened so many times now that they could have communicated with him a bit better where he's not so frustrated he says that. I don't agree with him saying it. I want to be extremely clear with that. But he was already not selected. I'm with you, though. I would tell anyone, and I said it on the show, and I say it all day long, don't give him anything. Don't say stuff like that because you're never going to win the battle. You've got to play the game. But I'm not as harsh on Terrell, not because he was already not picked.
Yeah, but you just read out all of his stats. They're incredible. He's playing great footy. I'm sorry, but it has to be something the Blues have identified or think they've identified something in his character or whatever it might be that they don't want him in there. What else can it possibly be?
I've got no idea.
Let's be fair income here. What else can it possibly be?
I've got no idea.
And I'm not saying they're right. I don't know Terrell May from a bar of soap. But I think that's something. And then for him to then go and say that, he is just... I think he is... In my mind, I think he's probably justified whatever Laurie Daly thinks. That he's like, I don't want that in my camp.
Yeah, I'm with you as in regards to like, I don't think he should have said it, but I can also understand Terrell's frustration when you're just getting all these stories leaked about you for no reason. And they're coming, where do you think the stories are coming from?
No, and I completely agree with you. And I get what...
We're questioning the ethics of Terrell and, he should, that's, not good for the jersey and not good for the Blues. It's also not treating a Blues player, prospect player like that. That's also not good for the jersey. That's also not good for the state, in my opinion.
Yeah, and there's an angle of that. Yeah, sure. But I don't know. If guys are going to talk about the jersey in that way, like Laurie Daly, I think he has made his mistakes in the lead up to it, but I think you have got to draw a line in the sand somewhere. And I said on Friday on my podcast, I said, fuck, I don't get this from Terrell May. For all he knows, there could be 3 injuries this week and he could be back in the running to be in this side. And why you would say that at that point, I don't...
Well, I think he's saying it because he already knows he's not getting picked.
I reckon there's every chance if he doesn't make those comments, he's a good chance to get picked with how it all played out over the weekend. Maybe not. And you know what? If not, I don't agree with it, but I respect Laurie for at least... He's made a decision and he's stuck to it. He hasn't fallen over to all the pressure and everyone throwing stats at him. And
yeah, just for clarity, though, he didn't get dropped for making those comments. He was already not going to get selected.
Hold on. He didn't even get dropped. He's never been in the side. It's not his jersey.
Okay, well...
He's not an incumbent. He wasn't part of the series.
Sorry, I misspoke. I misspoke.
But I think a lot of people are talking like it's his jersey. It's not his jersey.
No, I'm not talking... I'm definitely not saying that.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying I'm reading comments online that people... It's like people are assuming he featured in the side last year and he was an absolute certainty to be in this side.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, for sure. I just get my point across in regards to he was not going to get selected before he made those comments. He didn't make those comments and then not get selected because he made those comments. That's the only, I guess, timeline I wanted to line up. Even though I agree, it was silly to say that.
I think maybe what Ruse say, obviously there was a few, like Gerbo went down. There potentially was a couple of spots in the extended squad that maybe if you hadn't have
I'm with
said
you,
it,
boys. Yeah. I'm literally on the same side as you.
Yeah.
It was silly to say it.
Yeah.
I'm just a bit more empathetic at his frustrations. And there's two takes two to
Tango.
Takes two to tango. And I think the Blues probably could have handled this. Like, think about how many blow-ups and all the negativity that's been around players that have been dropped from the Blues in the past. All there's been so many stories over the last 5 years about players getting dropped without getting called, and so I think there is an argument to be made that the Blues don't handle prospect players or players that get dropped very well.
100%. As I said at the start, this shits me with Terrell May, and I wouldn't have picked him. But the bigger issue, Terrell May is just another chapter. The reality is, you guys, would Corey Horsburgh ever do this? I'd argue he 100% should have been in that Maroon side.
Yeah, he definitely
wouldn't
should
react that way.
Yeah, but Queensland haven't leaked a bunch of stories.
100%, which plays into, once again, the bigger issue with New South Wales. This isn't me attacking Terrell May. I think it's unfair how New South Wales have gone about it. The tackle deficiency thing is absolute horseshit. Like, you can prove that wrong with a number in a heartbeat. I think it just shows a bigger issue with the New South Wales Blues over the last, when did Joey retire? 20 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, I will say, from a Queensland perspective, if a Queenslander said it, I would be equally as frustrated as, and I would say the same thing. It's a silly thing to say, for sure. But I'd also be the exact same with you in regards to, I'd be frustrated at Queensland. It's like, we don't need to leak any of that. Give the bloke a call, have a chat to him, have a yarn to him. And like, that's where I'm not understanding why the Blues, everyone could see Terrell was firming for a selection leading into this. Not saying that he's owed anything, he's not owed a jersey, but at the very least, surely you give him a call and have a chat to him person to person. Then if he does come out and say that, then you have every leg to stand on and go, guys, like, we spoke to Terrell and we had a good chat. We said, mate, you're in the running, but here's a few things that we want you to work on or whatever. But it doesn't seem like that's happened. Now, if that has happened and they have spoken to him and they did it in a very mature way or whatever, then it is bad from Terrell. But I think that's just it's already bad from Terrell, but you don't understand what I'm saying. I just think that two have danced this dance together. Two have made this situation happen. And I think there's a bit of a pattern of that happening over quite a while.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, however you want to look at it, I don't know the full story, but like, Terrell was released by the Roosters. No one could make sense of that in any way, shape, or form. I still can't make sense of that. Like, there's no doubting he is one of the best front row forwards in rugby league, not just New South Wales. He's one of the best front row forwards. Released by the Roosters in a position that they were desperately short on, in my opinion. They desperately needed him. He then, there was obviously conversations that Laurie Daly has had, or the coaching staff have had with, the Roosters, or clubs he's negotiated with, or whatever it might be, that they've made a decision, despite how good you are, we don't want you to be in that squad. And that's the other thing that I'm like, fuck, like, if the Blues have come to that decision, whether they're right or wrong about Terrell May, I'm not sure how else they were meant to, like, do you just come out and say?
I think you speak to Terrell. I think you speak to him and just be honest with him. Have an honest conversation and just be like, these are the issues that you're a bloody good player. Everything's sorted on the field. We just had some, feelings of this, and this. If you can focus in on that, then obviously there's going to be an opportunity for you in a Blues jersey. I think that's probably the best way, rather than this weird, like, okay, you've heard these potential stories about, cohesion and whatever, leaking stuff about his this or that, or, I just think there's a better way to handle this, where I feel like if you had a man-to-man conversation with Terrell and just said, because, like, I know some people say they don't owe anyone anything, but he's a prospective Blues player. Of course you want to make sure you've got that good environment. I just think they probably could have called him and said, and if they have, I apologise, I'm totally wrong. You guys know I'll put my hand up and say I got it wrong. But yeah, that's just where I'm at with it. I'm totally with you. It was a silly thing to say, but I think that an environment was created for something like that to potentially happen.
Yeah, and I think the other side of the coin could be that Laurie Daly and the Blues, they didn't make that phone call. Maybe they just sat there and went, he's not an incumbent. He's not an Origin player yet.
But that's not a good way to build like a wider squad, do you reckon? If you've got a guy that's a potential Blues player that definitely has the form on the field, but there's a few things he needs to fix up that you're not even. I mean, me as a coach, I absolutely would be calling wider squad members, the potential squad members, saying, "Hey, mate, you're in the running. You might, these are the things. Your defense is a little bit off." That happens all the time. People get calls like,
yeah. And I think it's safe to assume it's not an on-field issue. It can't be. I don't think.
It might even just be...
Terrell May couldn't... If it is an on-field issue, Terrell May could not possibly do more to put that to bed.
Yeah. I honestly, it's hard to say unless I'm in the changing room. What I do know is that, like, the Tigers, like, yes, we can look at the Roosters letting him go, but he's been a big part of lifting the Tigers and changing that
100% he has.
So, like, it's a hard one. What do you reckon, Hammy, mate?
Yeah, well, I still can't really wrap my head around it. He's been, to Rue's point, like on field, he's presented probably the best case he just about could. So yeah, I just think he's been really hard done by, to be honest. Hopefully,
Like, sorry, actually, I'll let you go. Sorry.
yeah, I was going to say hopefully it doesn't impact his output, but it hasn't. Like yesterday, he went and made 63 tackles, missed none, ran for almost 200 metres, was outstanding again, had plenty of offloads. So hopefully he just keeps getting into his work, keeps grinding. And look, it's a long series. Yes, he's made some comments. He'd probably, even though they were small, isolated comments, and later in the stream he kind of added a bit more context, and they just don't read that well when you just sniff them up together. But hopefully this doesn't put a line through him for good, because I know he'd excel if given the chance in Origin.
I just was going to say, like, this is, and I hate to bring it back up again, and I'm not sitting here saying Queensland are perfect. We've made mistakes too, at all. But this is the damage selecting sometimes a guy like Tavita Pangai Jr. can do. Because if I'm sitting here right now, I go, Tavita Pangai Jr. has said so many silly comments before he got selected.
Yep.
And now he's got that jersey. And like, I don't know Tavita Pangai Jr. personally or whatever, but like, just in regards to selecting a guy saying those public comments, it's like, that's where it comes back to bite you a little bit.
100%
and
does.
so, yeah.
And at the time, that was a ridiculous pick. It was outrageous to make that selection. Can I just show you, on the inverse of that conversation, right? Let's say Terrell May gets picked. Let's say Jake Travojevic is available. Let's say Jake starts, Terrell May's on the bench. Would you expect Laurie Daly to ring Max King and tell him why he didn't get picked still?
Well, I don't. I think that I would be speaking to Max King for sure. I don't. The call to say he's not going to get picked, if we'd already made that, but he'd been absolutely. I think, but also, like, is Max King setting the world alight as much as Terrell May? Like, Terrell May is like setting the world alight. But I personally, at least in my opinion, and maybe this is the wrong way that you would do it, and I've never been a coach, but I'd have a squad of like 40 players, and I'd be trying to speak to them relatively regularly. I would be like, for example, a guy like Kurt Mann earlier this year when he's starting to play some really good footy or whatever, I'd be giving him a call, say, hey, mate, like, I'm not saying you're being selected at all. This is just me giving you a call, talking to you about your footy. If I was a coach, that's an Origin coach, that's what I would be doing, in constant communication with maybe not 40, maybe 35, or you know what, maybe 30. There'd be 30 players that I would have earmarked. Now, granted, some people may jump into that later as the year went on, and wouldn't be constant communication with them. And also guys like, a guy like Munster or a DCE, or like, you might just call them less because you know they're going to be in the side, or a Harry Grant, they already know what it's like. But I think that prospect potential, like, okay, here's a good example. If I'm Billy, I would have been talking after that game with Trent Leoro a few weeks ago. I probably would have given him a call and said, mate, next week I need you to just get on the straight and narrow, get rid of all the penalties in your game, just give me a good clean game.
Did Laurie Daly have a preseason squad this year that got together at any point?
I have been looking.
Yep.
I can't find anything at this point, but I'll keep looking.
Now that I'm thinking back to it, I'm not sure if he...
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did.
Would you call, just Rue asked all of us, I took off the mic.
Max King.
Like, would you be calling a wider squad?
Yeah, I would be. Yeah. Absolutely. And just letting him know where they're at and all that sort of stuff. And you're probably letting him know a couple of weeks before, month out or something like that, maybe sooner.
And to that point, I'd love to know if they are doing that or not. And if they are, is Terrell May just not a part of that?
Yeah. I mean, that's a big call to make.
Huge call. Enormous call to make.
Matty, what would you do, mate?
If he's not a part of that squad, then I find that ridiculous, to be honest. I think it's crazy he's being left out. If you want to leave him out of the 17, I don't agree with it. But to not have Terrell May in that 20-man squad, put aside his comments for one moment, I think it's nonsense, to be honest. But
what are your thoughts about the whole situation?
Well, I think context does matter, and I did read those comments before I watched them, and I was hurt by them as a Blues fan. But then I watched the video, I let it sink in. He shouldn't have said what he said. It was really, really silly, because people don't joke about Origin, and people are so passionate about it, me included. But I think the more I've come away with it, the more I think it's much more disgraceful, all these articles that have come out in the past week, rather than, them calling up Terrell and saying, hey, do this better, do that better, and this is why you're not getting picked. Like, these articles, imagine if those articles are coming out about you, you'd be so frustrated. I don't agree with what he said, but I think it's A, crazy he didn't get picked. B, crazy that these articles came out because it softened the blow, clearly, because we're all debating about it now. Like, if these articles didn't come out, everyone would be blowing up that he didn't get picked. And everyone would be like, New South Wales Blues this, New South Wales Blues that. So it softened the blow. It's clearly a tactic. So I'm caught in the middle. I hate what he said. I hate when I hear people say throw an Origin jersey in the bin. But
One thing about the comment as well, like that's coming from a bloke that's hurt that he's not selected. So that like, I know it's not good what he said, and I'd be pissed if if it was about Queenslander for sure. But like, at least it's coming from a place saying like he wanted to be selected. Again, it's a small, tiny silver lining, but I'm just saying. But look, I agree with you boys. It was silly.
It's shit all around.
Learn a lot from
honestly.
it.
Like it's like Terrell made a mistake. I think what's been going on with all these articles are bad. I just think it's a bad situation all around that could have been handled better by everyone. But I think he should have been picked.
Yeah, before the comments. I think that I agree.
Yeah, the comments.
I think that I couldn't pick him after the comments because of just how it looks and everything like that. But before the comments, look, I understand cohesion. Like, because, Queenslanders always harp on about, we pick, blokes that fit the system and fit the jersey and fit the... Like, I get that. But I still think it's worth having a conversation with a bloke about that.
And that's where as well, like for me, like when he made those comments, I'm assuming by the way he spoke that, in our conversation, that Laurie Daly or the Blues hadn't reached out and spoken to him.
We'd have to assume. And as I said, I think we all would apologise right now and say we got it wrong. If they did call him and that still happened, then I think...
100%. Yeah.
But then on that note as well, if Terrell May is just reading what we're reading in the papers and hearing the whispers, like, I'm sorry, but I want my prospective Blues players to go, no, fuck that. I'm going to go out this week and I'm going to give it absolutely everything I've got and tear the house down and just focus on that.
I know. He kind of did both.
But he did. No, I know he did. But
Yeah.
his bed was made before that. His bed was made before that. And maybe it is the context, but, I do wonder if he sort of just went, fuck, there's Jake Travojevic in front of me. They're talking about Jacob Seifert, all these guys that just happen to get injured. Then the opportunity might have been there. I don't know. I would have liked to have seen...
Well, you can't. The problem is you can't have it both ways because he's clearly gotten selected for things that aren't on the field.
Yes.
So he was never going to get like. Do you reckon that they're going, okay, we can't select him because all this off-field stuff? Then a few injuries happen and they go, okay, well, let's just ignore the off-field stuff and bring him in. I don't think he would.
Considering the history of the Blues, that wouldn't shock me. To be completely honest,
but be consistent with our logic.
I know, but that is that's what we're dealing with here.
Yeah,
like if it was you guys, it'd be a different situation, in my opinion.
I don't think they were ever going to select him. I think that they had identified a few things that they disagree with, which is fine. They're within their rights. I don't think if he had stayed quiet or whatever and just gone out and ripped, he was like, because he's had incredible performances all year long. Like, I don't think another incredible performance would have convinced him that, we'll look past that because of a few injuries. But what do I know? What do I know?
I think the way that he's done it, though, is convince them that they're right at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. Mate, if they ever needed something to confirm their thoughts, they got it with those joking comments.
And this is the frustrating thing for me. It's unfortunately a sabotage job. He's self-sabotaged himself, in my opinion, for a jersey this year. Because, if we lose game 2, I don't see how they're going to pick him game.
I don't think they can.
No,
game 2, game 1. Yeah.
But also, some comments from Blues fans. I'm as passionate as they come for the Blues. I don't think it's a red Sharpie through him forever.
No, I don't.
Nor should it be.
Yes.
I don't think.
I think that, listen, if you are, let's say you are so in the camp of screw Terrell, mate, you're that. You've also got to look what his actions showed on the weekend. So, yes, it was silly to say that. But he clearly does care because he came out and absolutely ripped on the weekend. So I think that this series, it would be tough to select him for sure. I don't think he will get selected for this series. But I think that if he goes out, he just goes, you know what? I'm going to learn a lot from that. Yep, I was just with my mate on stream joking. Unfortunately, when you get into the stardom that Terrell May is beginning to get into, it does restrict the personality that you may have had as a rookie or a fringy or a guy that doesn't have a big as name. In a perfect world, we would love all our players to say how they feel all the time, but that's just not the game. It's just not the game. No. You just got to play the game. Wait till after your career if you want to, fully lean into that. Still do all the vlogs and everything. I'm not suggesting that. I reckon, just Terrell May, the best answer for this would just be put your head down and go, you know what, whatever issue they have with me, take it on board as much as you can and go, okay, I'm going to try and work on these few things. Even try to give them a call yourself. I know that sounds a bit forward, but and not an aggressive manner, more just like, hey, Laurie, you haven't selected me. Please tell me what you'd like me to work on.
I want to clear the air. I want to be a part of what it is.
That's a man. That's what a man would do. Not to suggest you're not a man if you don't, but that's a very man thing to do. I think Laurie would respect it, especially if it's a very cordial conversation. And then you go back to club and you rip and tear.
And I think that'd be a really good way for him to handle this. Because if I'm Laurie Daly, who's put blood, sweat, and tears in that jersey for the last 40 years, and off the back of that, those are his comments. Like, mate, I'd be fuming.
Mate, you're absolutely right. Like, as a legend of the Blues and of any team, even if it's in a joking fashion, you just don't want to be.
This is the closest I've ever got to a Blues jersey, and I couldn't pick him. If I'm Laurie Daly, I would be beside myself, and I'd be sitting there going, "This is what's fucking wrong with us."
Yeah.
Can we just for once have a Queenslander come out and say something dumb like that? Just once.
I will say, and you've already alluded to this, but some self-reflection from a Blues perspective
100%,
would help that situation. But yeah, I'm with you, mate. It was definitely a silly thing to say. There's doesn't matter how you try and slice it. That shouldn't have happened. Just try to joke off air. You know what? Just turn the camera off. Say the same thing in private, because I'm sure there have been plenty of players in the Queensland side and the New South Wales side that have said way worse shit privately. Like, F that coach, F this, F that. When you're upset and you've been disappointed and you've been let down, you say things in the moment that you might regret, but you just do it in private.
The other thing I would love to see, and obviously privately and all that, but I'd love to see a leader like Stephen Crichton reach out to Terrell May. A leader, a mate from Penrith, a guy that's a leader in our game, a leader in this New South Wales side, who probably understands Terrell May better than what a Laurie Daly ever will. And just to maybe help him understand the optics of it and stuff, I think that'd be a really good sign of leadership from Critter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Times 10,000.
Or even Nathan. Isaiah probably has a little bit to do with him being out at the Penrith area. But yeah, I'm with you, mate. I'm with you. So, anything, Hammy?
Nothing more to add. I think
nothing more to add.
Covered it off pretty well.
It's great for you, mate. He's playing every
I know,
week.
ripping it. Well, I've got to buy this week, so, but yeah, I'm sure and we saw it yesterday. It's obviously will light a fire on him to continue performing really well on the field.
Yeah.
So,
and look, if there are some things off the field that can improve, you take it on board and you go, you know what? Even if I agree or disagree, what's going to get me into that jersey is just doing what they say when it comes to off-field stuff.
Yep.
Just lean into it, mate. The best reward will be when you put that Blues jersey on. That's what you ultimately want.
I still think that I'm in camp, let's beat Queensland, and he would have been, he's definitely in that camp. Like, he should be in the team for me.
Yeah.
And that's all I care about, to be honest. And if I think they should have taken a punt on him if there's off-field stuff. This is before the comments. Let me make that clear before the comments. If there's off-field stuff, I reckon take a punt on him. If it doesn't work, then drop him. But they didn't even give him a chance. So,
or even an extended squad.
It's crazy to me. I think we're
Just
a better
to see
team
what
with
he's
him in
like in camp potentially.
Yeah. Are we all in agreement after the comments, though? You couldn't.
No, you
choose
can't
him?
pick.
Yeah.
You can't pick after the comments. Even if he was joking, the problem isn't what he meant. The problem is how it's been perceived now.
Yeah.
Once it gets a life of its own, unfortunately, even if you can say all day when you watch that clip, you go, "That's a bloke joking to his mate." That's irrelevant. What is relevant is how it is now perceived to the wider audience.
He's going to need to end up making public comments about it for sure to win over the people that read the comments and don't forgive him. And there's plenty of people that are out there, which is, I can't argue with that at all. If you read that, you'd be annoyed. But yeah, if and when he eventually does get in that squad, he'll have to say a few words about it.
Funnily enough, apparently later in the stream, he said he would never switch jerseys, no matter how much they paid him. So it's just lesson learned for the big fella.
It'll be interesting though. Like he's one of the few guys that I really respect in the game for doing it. That he'll get behind a camera, he'll talk about whatever's going on, I'm keen to see what his next move's going to be here.
Mate, I reckon the next move would be, call Laurie, have a chat to him, clear the air, hear what the reasons were. Don't say anything publicly. Just don't focus. Like, there's so many other interesting parts of your life you can focus on. I wouldn't do anything public. I would just be like, private, I want that Blues jersey. I'm going to rip.
I think it's a great sign that he made 63 tackles with no miss on the weekend. Like, he could have.
Great sign.
He could have gone the other way and just did nothing.
Could have just been like, stuff it. Anyway, okay, let's move on. Did we get enough Terrell May chat in, do you think?
Just a few more things on Terrell May. No, that was plenty.
Okay, now on to the Queensland side, guys. The Queensland side. Kalen Ponga at the back. Coates, Toya, Hammer, Holmes, Munster, DCE, Fodawaker, Grant, Tino, Cotter on the edge, Nanai on the edge, Carrigan at 13, 14, Dearden, 15, Collins, 16, Beau Fermor, 17, Lioro, 18, Kurt Mann, Jesse Arthur's at 19. So he's played for the Māori side. He hasn't played for the Kiwis. He's eligible for both. Fini Fuaki at 20. The bombshell here is one Bobby Toyer. Robert Toyer. That's his nickname, apparently. One of the great nicknames of all time. So the great Robert Toyer, he has been selected only after, 10 games?
Yeah, they had a bye as well, 9 games.
But he
Oh, no,
was
10.
in the CBA class of 2024.
He was, so
He was,
give
you
you
called
that. It's not a bad shout, but I will say you didn't say Origin, Roo. That's pretty poor from you, mate.
No, I didn't. No, and
Not backing your CBAs in, mate, clearly.
What a right, like
Incredible.
like the whole conversation is Rob Toyer's played 11 games. Mate, if you ever look over the last 3 years, I reckon he's played 23 games of football, let alone
Mental.
11. Like his rise has been incredible. And from coming down from Queensland, being at the Roosters, I've never had a stack to do with him. But like he used to play in my brother's team, and my old man used to occasionally drive him out to games and everything. He always said he's the most down to earth, nicest kid. And despite what the injury says, takes care of himself.
Yep.
In really, really good nick all the time. So, it's been devastating to watch, how he's played. Like, mate, we joke about the CBA class at 25. He could have been in the CBA class at 22.
Wow.
Like, he was that fucking good. It's just injuries just kept getting him. Maybe 22 is a stretch, 23, 24.
Yeah.
But he's been ready for first grade for quite some time. It's just his body has just done him no favours whatsoever. And, I mean, whenever Slater makes one of these decisions, like as a Blues fan, I'm shitting myself because I know how talented he is, and I know. Like, can you imagine being Robert Toyer right now after 11 games of first grade, and Billy Slater backs you to mark Latrell Mitchell in State of Origin?
It's a big ask.
Suncorp Stadium.
Yeah. Wow. Can confirm nickname is Bobby T. Also, he's 183 centimetres. It says he's 100 kilos.
Yep.
What? How big are these guys getting? Jesus. But I'm with you, mate. It's an incredible journey. 10 games in NRL. I don't even think that's all 10. Didn't he debut last year as well? Or did he debut?
No, I don't
thought
think
it
he
was
did
this
debut
year.
last year.
Was
He
this
debuted
year? Oh, apologies. Maybe some trials he had last
He
year.
only
Anyway.
played the last 5 games of Cup last year.
Yep, so 10 games this year. And so, look, when Billy Slater strikes, he strikes hard and true because I think this is a purely defensive decision. And why do I say that? Is because Val Holmes defensively, just has been a bit hit or miss at times. Attack-wise, Val Holmes, you could argue, is been the best centre in the competition. If you just purely statistically in attack, that's how good he's been. But defensively, he can make some poor reads. And so, although I threw Bobby T, up as a smoky, and I genuinely did think he was a smoky, but I was like, okay, he might be a year away from it. And this is on the radio a few weeks ago. Got a bit of pushback for it, and understandably so. I was still in the camp of maybe it's a year too early. But then when you actually you go and look at the numbers, you go and look at the stats, you go, okay, Val Holmes on the wing, I don't mind that because he's not the one. The wing defense is easier than centre defense because you're the last line, and if they get that far out, usually it's going to be a try anyway. At the very least, you've got people that can trail in behind you. And also then you can just focus on Val Holmes' crazy carries out of his own end, which is just carting it from the back fence. So I had a look at it. Guess who has the best tackle efficiency for a centre in the competition? To my understanding, now you might be able to find someone else, but I've compared Bobby Toyer to some of the other best ones. So he has been better than Val Holmes. Val Holmes is about 83% efficiency. So actually, matter of fact, I've got the actual numbers here. So Val Holmes at centre he's made 98 tackles, he's missed 20, and 83% tackle efficiency. Bobby T has made 203 tackles and missed 14. Now, you might go, okay, but that's Val Holmes. All right, Stephen Crichton, notoriously the best defensive centre in the competition, a lot of people feel. He has a 90.4% tackle efficiency. He's made 104 tackles. He's missed 11. Bobby has made 203 and missed 14. So he has a 3% better tackle efficiency than Stephen Crichton. So clearly they've looked at that.
I got one more for you.
Sorry?
I got one more for you.
Okay.
Kayo Iro, who I thought was the best defender in the comp.
did he?
That's the one I've
Okay.
got up to.
I thought he was the best defensive centre in the comp. He's nudged him by 0.2%.
Ooh.
So Toyer's got him, which is
So there you
crazy.
go.
Toyer's
How many-
got Iro.
Yeah, just.
How many tackles has Iro made and he missed?
He's made 114 and missed 8. He had a few games off with a hammy, but
114, he's missed 8.
yep.
Yeah, so Bobby's made 203. 203. So Wow. So clearly, and on top of all that, he's averaging 110 metres a game. Bell averages 154, and Critter averages 100. So, although, it's a huge risk. It's a debutant. If you're gonna go, okay, I'm probably never gonna out attack Latrell Mitchell in Origin. What can I do? I can go and just get the best defensive centre in the competition right now, and just say, mate, your job is to make sure you make as many, try and miss as little tackles as you can on Latrell Mitchell. And that's your number one job. Everything outside of that, we've got other guys that can take care of that. Coates, Holmes, they're our meter eaters. KP, he's our guy that can get around the back for you. And even Hammer, he's the flary guy. He's the guy that can make the line break, score the tries. For you, one job, and that's mark Latrell Mitchell. Now, it's the hardest job in rugby league, but statistically, at the least, Toy is the man for the job.
I just said before, it's worth keeping in mind the bloke's probably played 23 games of football in the last 3 years, and I thought, that's probably a bit hyperbolic. He's played 22. He's played 22 games. So 2023, he played 4 games of reserve grade. And then he played 6 games that year, and he played 6 games last year, and then he's played 10 first grade games this year. So he's played a grand total of 22 games of rugby league in the last 3 years, and he's playing State of Origin.
And he's 20 years old still, so he's still so young.
And that's all Slater needed to see.
Wow. What an incredible journey, and a good lesson for any young men or women that may have some injuries when they're in their teens, and you think it might be over, and you think, I've had 2 ACLs, my body's never going to get right. It's the hardest thing of being a professional athlete. It's not the pressure, it's not the online comments or whatever, it's injuries that you feel like are going to end your career. Big Bobby Toya, he had 2 ACLs?
Yep.
2 ACLs before he was 20 years old. He will now line up in a Queensland Maroons jersey selected by Billy Slater. Now, I know that he was born in New Zealand, but he actually has been in Australia and went to Nudgee College in Brisbane, and he also played for the Redcliffe Dolphins growing up. So, obviously, yeah. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, well, I thought... we were kind of having a look last week on the selection table of people that were eligible for Queensland, and it was a pleasant surprise seeing Toya on there. And I think we all kind of touched on him very briefly, went, maybe in a couple of years or whatever, but it's pretty on brand for Billy to take a bit of a leap of faith.
Yep.
And
he is not afraid to make it.
Throw someone in the deep end. Doesn't get much deeper than Mark and Latrell in game 1 of Origin. So, he's had a great year, but this will, this will easily be the toughest test he's had in those 22 games he's played so far.
You know what they should do? They should make a show, World's Most Dangerous Jobs, and it's a documentary on Robert Toya having to mark Latrell Mitchell.
Yeah, legit. I'd watch.
I'd watch it.
Yeah, we are.
But we're not going to get the inside documentary. I want to see the documentary side of things.
Yeah, could be a little.
I want to see the lead up.
Bloke production.
His missus is crying because he's going to go away to the World's Most Dangerous Job.
Yeah. He'll be. I'm sure he's going to do a great job. Quite often when. I can't really remember an instance where he's taken a big leap of faith or put someone in the deep end and it hasn't actually worked out, or he hasn't managed to get the best out of him. So, going to be a hell of a job for him. But
I could just imagine the men on the fish trawlers going, "You think this is the most dangerous job? Have you ever marked Latrell Mitchell?"
It's a good point. I'd like to see one of them go out there and have a crack after 22 games of footy. Yeah. Look, I think it's going to be a really interesting one. Easily probably the most keen of any position of either side that's been picked. This is the one where I might, this will be really interesting to see.
Absolutely.
How's Toya? This Origin game will be his 11th game of first grade football. Yeah. In the last 6 weeks, this will be his 3rd game at Suncorp. He's only won 4 of those games, and he's undefeated at Suncorp still. So Magic Round in Brisbane in the last 5 weeks, the 2 games in Brisbane he's played.
What's the shortest amount of games for a debutant? Surely it's only around 6 or something before someone plays Origin.
Did Ben Ikin have... I feel like he had not many.
He'd be pretty close, though.
Digits, I think, Benny Ikin.
Maybe. But Bobby T, he'd be pretty close.
Yeah, I don't think this will ever get beat, personally. I don't think we'll see another one lower than Toya.
Going forward, 10 games.
This is actually the least amount of games you could possibly play. And he had a bye in there. It's literally the least amount of games you could possibly play before.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point because...
this record won't get broken.
Because if you come in, let's say you miss the first 2 rounds and then you play 8 games, as if you're getting selected, you miss the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, Ben Ikin, 4 games.
4 games, but was that the year where it was massive dramas or
Vaughan
whatever?
had to introduce himself to him.
It was going to be Reece Walsh. Remember he got picked after 7 games.
he did his calf
But then
or
he
hammy or something.
Yeah, he got injured. And then it goes Payne Haas 10 games.
Payne Haas 10.
Payne Haas 10 games.
Yeah, I didn't.
Wow.
What about that?
Okay. Makes sense.
He's been around a while, hasn't he? You forget
Yeah,
how long he's
yeah,
been.
yeah.
Isn't it wild with Toya as well? Like,
Oh, sorry, Freddie 12 games.
it took Toya 7 weeks to score his first NRL try. 5 weeks later.
That's
he's the State of
crazy.
Origin
What a
centre.
great story. Stoked for Bobby T.
Interesting your stat you have there, Roo, about he hasn't lost at Suncorp. And I wonder how much like a little stat like that in that sort of sample size might have actually,
Helped him.
you know, Billy would have been like, all right, he's played here in front of a few really big crowds before. He's got a feel for it. And he's always been kind of the visiting player there. Like there's, you know, yeah, just interesting to know how much that might have played into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you got such a small sample size, I'm assuming you're looking at everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely everything you can. So, yeah, massive congratulations. Alrighty, in regards to other ones, Cotter to the edge, I think we all kind of expected that. Nanai starting, yeah, I think his form, like, built him into that.
Do you think he will start?
Yeah, I wonder whether there's a change
I
coming
reckon
there.
they'll start Thermal.
Thermal?
I reckon they're
Okay.
just trying to take some heat off.
Yeah, fair.
Could be Tom.
That's fair. Okay, Lindsay Collins and Trent Leoro on the bench. I think they're the biggest, I guess, talking points. Very surprised Horsburgh didn't make even the extended squad.
Yeah.
I'm shocked at that.
Me too. I think he's on his form this year. He's been one of the best middles, you know, in the comp, in a team that's going really well. He's played Origin before, obviously. You know, in terms of his character, he's gone away and, you know, changed some things this year and, you know, got himself right back on track. I thought that would have been a big tick in Billy Slater's book, to be honest with you. And there's a couple of guys there that we've spoken about who probably haven't hit their best form so far this year that are sitting on that bench. So, yeah, I'm surprised that Big Red didn't get a run and even more surprised to see that he hasn't been named in the squad, which suggests that, you know, he's a little bit down the pecking order as far as Billy's concerned.
Well, the Raiders are ahead of the Storm right now, and they're equal essentially because they've played 11 games. They haven't had a bye.
Yep.
They're essentially equal second. I'll just give points. No, they're second. Yeah, they're second right now because they haven't had their bye yet. And Horsburgh's been a big part of that.
I think he's been so hard done by. I thought he was a certainty, a legit certainty to be in that squad.
And it's like, well, sure, it's not off-field stuff because like he rips into like attitude-wise. I'm sure he rips into. Put it this way, you're not playing for the Raiders if you got off-field issues.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And like with all due respect to him, like picking Finefuyaki over him, I can't make sense of that in that extended squad.
Makes no and like
yeah.
even Fodawaker, like I believe Horsburgh's been substantially better.
And keep in mind too, I would assume if Horsburgh's not in this, he was probably behind Tom Gilbert as well. So he's further away than it even looks there.
He's not even in the squad. He can play anywhere in the forwards because he can play on an edge if you need him to.
Yeah. Yep.
He can play 10, 8, 13. And also, if you want to match Munger off the bench, like
Yeah, that was
send a big
one
rig out there, don't you?
discussed last week, you know, especially with that bench that the Blues have got, and there's a bit of dog in that bench.
Yeah.
This was a good opportunity to kind of match that a little bit.
Who do we think? Do we think someone has come in for Tom Gilbert? Do you think he would have been there? I would have had him in my side. I think I had him on my bench.
I mean, Trent Leoro,
Trent
maybe.
Leoro, yeah.
Probably
That's
similar-ish
what
to
I
him.
would assume.
Because I had Trent Leoro, I think it was my 18th. Oh, no, I had Mann as 18th man and Trent Leoro as 19, maybe, if I remember correctly.
Because he was 18th man last year, so wasn't he? Leoro got
Yeah,
brought in.
in game 3.
Gilbert got ruled out. I mean, I assumed Horsburgh would already be in the side, but I thought he'd be the most like for like. You make a move to there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very, very strange. He's been there before, played relatively, did his job, so it's not like he has to debut.
Isn't it funny too? Like when you look 2 weeks ago, like I sort of thought when Trent Leary gave away that penalty against the Raiders, I sort of thought, oh, geez, I think that could cost him in the long run. Funnily enough, playing against the Raiders, if anyone was going to give away a penalty like that, it'd be Corey Horsburgh every day of the week. He hasn't done that stuff.
Not at all.
Recently,
Yeah.
it's a very interesting decision.
Just trying to get Fodawaker up because I just want to see what his stats will be like. And guys, we understand that stats obviously aren't everything, but they are like they're something. They're something. Because at the moment, like Titans have been, like his stats are even. Okay, so Maui has 2% better tackle efficiency. So it's give or take, not much difference. But Horsburgh is running for 10 more meters. Sorry, 12 more meters. Horsburgh is 134. Maui is 122. I'm surprised.
Can I ask you, Mo Fodawaker, am I a blue that doesn't take as much notice of you guys? Do you clarify him as one of those guys you just pick for Queensland? You know he'll do?
No, I don't think so. Look, he's a good, solid first grader, but I think that the Titans have been pretty poor this year, and I haven't really watched. Moe's had some really good games. Like he's had some standout, absolute banger games. But then other games where he's made some decisions in defence that aren't great.
Do you think, and we'll get into it soon, that last try that Horsburgh was a bit lazy on yesterday afternoon, do you think that could have been the last?
Surely not.
I'm just trying to make sense of it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it was obviously a pretty poor play by him. It's very unlike him. And I think even like and looking back on his face, you sort of just saw him go, fuck, like.
Yeah.
And at the time, I didn't think, I'm just looking back in hindsight, but I just can't work out why he's not there.
I mean, he's averaged more meters. Listen, I can definitely see Moe as an a bench front rower. Was in the conversation for a bench front rower. I'm just a bit surprised with how the Titans are going that he would get the starting front row position. The good thing with Moe, though, he's 25. And, when he does put it together, he is a bloody good forward. And also, a few years ago when we got absolutely towel up, he was our only bloke that was going forward a few years ago now. So, I mean, Billy must be seeing something that we're not, but I would have had Horsburgh in before a couple of these players. Mm-hmm. What do you reckon, boys? What in regards to Collins? I thought he came back and he ripped and teared for the Roosters. He's been there and done it. I can understand the Collins one because he's done it so often.
He's one of those guys that you just pick. Yeah.
So that's what, like, if you had him at starting front row, I go, okay. Although, like, maybe he's been injured or whatever, he's been there so many times and done it for us.
He was meant to be out to round. That's why we didn't speak about him last week. He was supposed to be out for another 3 weeks.
To be out.
But he did good.
Trent Lioro, I can kind of get. I can get it to a degree.
Yep.
It's probably the Moe and the Horsburgh one that's probably the big swap that I'd make if I was to make a swap.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's not to say that Moe has been terrible at all. I just don't think he's been as good as Horsburgh this year so far.
Was there anyone else, like Jesse Arthurs, he's obviously in the extended squad. You assume that's because Selwyn's injured, or what's the, like, is it, like, I genuinely, I didn't even think about Jesse Arthurs when
I just thought he was a Kiwi, to be honest.
So did I.
Yeah. He's played for the Māori side, hadn't played with the Kiwis. It's a weird one because Selwyn was in and out last year and wanted to play, then he wanted to step back because of the pressure of it. At least that's what reports were. Jesse Arthurs, he's been actually a bit quiet this year, but we know how good he can be. It is interesting. If Selwyn Cobbo was fit, would he be there? I think if Taulagi was fit, he would definitely be at least in the extended squad. I think the big question is, if Taulagi was fit, would Toya make the side? Because that seems like a big change to make if Taulagi isn't fit.
I don't think so. I think he would have picked Val at centre. Insane.
Then it doesn't make sense to me.
Does Val play on the other side then, or does...
I'm not sure. Because then Val, you would go...
Toya has played right centre all year, obviously. And Val has played left. He can play both, but...
Yep. But it doesn't make sense because, like, if you're picking Toya in the centres, you're essentially saying we're picking him for defence because he's got some of the best. Like, he's been good in attack, but I'd say his defence is his stronger point. And so, like, I feel like you're picking for two different reasons there. Because Val gets selected because of his attack in centre.
Well, or are you potentially selecting Val as well because he's got that partnership with Murray Taulagi? They've defended together at Clubland before. That's fair. Maybe the way, like that's how I would have assumed.
Yeah, that's a fair shout.
As you said, it is a big move to go.
It's not a like
lost
for like.
A winger. Let's move a centre to a winger and bring in a young guy.
Yeah, you'd almost go put Jesse on the wing. Like, let's say Selwyn and Taulagi were injured. You almost go Jesse on the wing, Val Holmes in the centres. Just got to remember, like, Jesse's been to a grand final. He's played a couple years now where he's been bloody good. I think at the moment is he like top 4 or 5 try scorers?
He was leading for quite a while.
Yeah.
Quickly check that.
So it is an interesting one. I would love to know if Billy would have gone that anyway.
Do you think as well,
He's second.
He's second, okay.
I think Gagai would have come into calculations here, or do you think they've moved?
I think they might have just moved past it. And again, like, that's one thing where, Gags can miss some tackles, And so that's where it's just... Yeah.
You know what I love to as well? Billy jumps on that show the other day, one of the 9 shows or something. Who are your 3 players you'd build a side around if you were Perth? Fucking shows you Purdue over here, something shiny, and bang, Toya. Just no one sees it coming.
He's the man.
I thought Purdue was a genuine... Like, when I saw that there was a Smokey in there, I thought, this would be Purdue, surely.
Yep. So we've got some quotes here, guys. Billy Slater. Unfortunate that I've worked with Melbourne every week, and I see what Lioro has put into his game over the last 18 months. I think he's gone to another level over the past 12 months since his inclusion as 18th man last year. Here's another quote. He's a team first player, speaking about Beau Fermor. He's worked really hard, and he was pretty close a couple of years ago before he tore his ACL. He's worked really hard to get back and play the footy he's playing. He's a welcomed inclusion, and he certainly earned his opportunity. That's why the Maroons press conference that is. Robert Toya, I've been watching him closely, not just the stuff he does with the football. He's got great principles in his game. I know Robinson has got a really high opinion of that part of his game. We're looking forward to building game into our team. So there's some quotes that came out of the press conference on Clarkie.
Anything on, you might not have it on hand there, but about Horsburgh, potentially, not being in there?
Not on hand here.
Yeah,
not on
be
hand
interesting
here.
to know the thought. He's usually pretty open and honest with that sort of stuff, whether he's had a bit of a chat to him and all that sort of thing. But yeah, just fascinated to know what
Might get Matty to have a look at that.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's Benji Marshall on Terrell. All I can say for Terrell and his character and the way he's been with us, he's been outstanding. Okay. New South Wales coach Laurie Daly. I just think the other props are playing better than Terrell May.
Okay. Interesting.
But they're
What?
not.
I don't think we can afford to go down this rabbit hole again. It's the same as the defensive division. It's bullshit. Like, it's
First comment.
can't be right.
100% May can't tackle. Like, so that narrative
That narrative's out there. Yeah,
is out there.
Yeah.
Made 63 of them pretty well yesterday, but anyway.
Very, very vague quotes on Corey Horsburgh, Billy Slater. There's a number of players who just missed out. Unfortunately, only 17 can play. You need two things at level. The first, you need to be playing of the standard of this footy team, of what they've created over the last few years. And the second thing is the opportunity needs to arise. He's certainly ticking one of those boxes, Corey. When the opportunity arises, I'm sure he'll be able to take it. Fuck, he's got away with words.
It's a long series.
Seems ridiculous. I do wonder if that missed tackle yesterday might have been just the last deciding factor.
Yeah, maybe. Can you try to look for some more quotes on Terrell May? 'Cause surely that's part of a wider quote. I can't get around Laurie saying there's other forwards that have been playing, front rowers have been playing better. And look, if you want to say style-wise, Max King sits in there better, but not to even be a part of the squad. Anyway, we'll get caught down that. That's it's a very surprising quote. I would rather him just say there's a few things we want to have as a Blues player to fit in, hopefully make him work on that in the future. Root, anything
I'll be
quickly?
shocked if we ever get an answer to this.
Yeah.
I think this is.
Does that surprise you though? That quote's come out, or do you think they're just going down the politically correct of like?
Of course they're going down the politically correct.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty evident that they don't think he's a good fit in the culture of the side.
Yep.
They don't want to come out and say that. So they're finding every other thing they possibly can to avoid saying that. I think that's how I rate it.
Sorry to go back to Terrell, but Laurie Daly has confirmed that he did not call Terrell May in the lead-up.
Jeez.
And the quote is, and this is the biggest quote I can find, but Terrell's playing some really good football, and like all the others, he's just got to keep banging down the door, and his opportunity will come at some stage. We just thought at this stage in game one, that's the team we wanted to go with. Max deserves his chance. Stefano's really improved out of sight in the past couple of weeks.
Okay.
I'll keep looking because I didn't see the other forwards thing, but yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Leave a comment as well on our YouTube and also our Spotify. Massive thank you, Ad. Both the last 2 months, we've had over 1 million downloads and streams. That's insane for the podcast, and that's all thanks to you guys. That's a record. You guys have broken our record by hundreds of thousands each month. Just thank you so much. And don't forget, the Bloke jerseys are still available. Bloke jerseys still available on the website. Get them before they go. Alrighty, now it is time for the Code Story of the Week, guys. And as I always say, if you love sport in this country, the best written articles are on Code Sports. Go to codesports with an s.com.au/bloke, use code bloke, and you get $49 for the entire year of articles. It's an incredible deal. And we got the big fella, Reedy, on the show, mate. And first of all, welcome to the show, mate.
Mate, pleasure to be here.
You're on debut. How you feeling?
I'm nervous. I'm edgy.
Okay. We've actually got quite a few articles here where you got wrong over the last few years that we're going to go through at the moment. So
It won't be hard. There'll be a reason why.
Mate, first of all, the article in regards to the player managers and the surveys that you've done, it's an incredible article. Like the amount of time that would have gone into this, I can only imagine. Also, trying to get the truth in certain areas is because we all know that sometimes it can be a quite ethereal thing where it's hard to get. Mate, walk us through this incredible article that you've got on Code right now.
Yeah, so we did agents are a bit of a mystery in the game, right? So we give everyone in the game a voice. Players have a voice, coaches have a voice. We do polls with players, coaches, CEOs have a voice. Agents don't generally have a voice in the game, and they tend to work behind the scenes a little bit, and I think that's part of the mystery about them. So we decided to do a poll with agents. We had 52 agents respond to that poll.
Wow.
By far the most extensive poll of agents we've ever done. We obviously asked them some of the big issues in the game. Who's going to be the first $2 million player? A lot of issues around agents and what agents should be able to sign players, whether they should be able to manage players and coaches. So some really interesting stuff. And it obviously we rolled it out over a week. It's still going now. I think today's actually the last day that we've got stories related to it. But yeah, just really interesting stuff from an agent's perspective on what they think about the game, who they think the best players are, who could be the next coach, all that sort of stuff.
And how many questions did you have in total?
I think it was 20 odd questions. So the response was amazing because even when we do coaches polls, we generally only get about 30 coaches respond to us, but this got 52 and they were all very keen to have their say on the game.
Okay. So if we speak about one or two big topics here, there's still another 18 huge topics in the article.
We've rolled the poll out. We just cherry picked the best. Best things to talk about within it. But
did you guys expect them to be this keen to talk?
Not really, because not a lot of agents are out there in the public, right? They tend, as I said, they tend to do their work behind closed doors and in dark corners and stuff like that, right? So,
in car park lots.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think the idea of having a say on the big issues is a lot of agents sort of they're happy to tell you stuff off air, but I think for them it was all anonymous as well. And I think that was important because a lot of them are reluctant to go out publicly and say stuff in public. But if it's anonymous, then obviously they're more willing to give you their opinion.
Now, this is more of just and I'm actually putting you on the spot here. You may not have asked this, but the charge that there are player manager clubs. So, for example, this club has 15 players at this club. Did you get a chance to speak to them about that at all?
Well, we broke that down, actually. We got, as part of this Code Sports investigation, we broke down every club and who manages players at that club, so including coaches. So you sort of got a gauge as to whether some managers have greater control at some football clubs. And I think that's a bit overblown in any way, because my view on that's always been it's all well and good for an agent to have 10 players at a club. And there are a few that have got 10 players, right? But ultimately, the club still holds the power. The club has the choice to say yes or no to signing a player or letting a player go. So, I think that I find that a bit annoying that people go, for example, Isaac Moses controls Manly. Isaac's got, I think, 4 players at Manly, and he's got the coach, obviously.
Isn't Mario the one that has the most?
Mario's got a lot of players there. So, but ultimately, that's up to the club. If the club's not strong enough to stand up to the agent, that's the club's fault, in my eyes, not the agent's fault.
Yeah.
And the agent's job is to get the best deal. The agent's got no loyalty to the club. It's got no loyalty I say this warily. Their overarching loyalties to the player. So the player's first, and somewhere below that is the club and the game.
Yeah.
But their overriding duty is to get the best deal they can for the player, and sometimes that works against the club. Sometimes that works maybe against the game, you could say.
Yep.
There's a question here around that. You asked them, should agents be allowed to manage both players and coaches? And 61% of them said no. Do you think that is likely to change? There's a bit of chat around maybe
there's talk around it,
yeah.
I don't think it should myself personally. Yeah. Because I use the example of like Dave Riolo, who manages Craig Fitzgibbon. Right, he's had Craig Fitzgibbon since I think he was 15 years old. And Dave's and Craig's got immense trust in Dave, and Dave's got immense trust in Craig. So why should Craig Fitzgibbon, who's been with Dave Riolo for 40 years or 30 years, have to give up Dave as his agent just because some clubs aren't strong enough to stand up to agents? So I don't like that idea. I know they're going to go. They're looking at potentially going down that path. And, some of those some of the agents, they've all got vested interests, right? Some of those agents don't manage coaches and players. So their view is always going to be, you shouldn't be allowed to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So, be extra business kind of thing.
Yeah, so they're coming at it from a different angle. But I don't like that idea. I said Fitzy and Dave are the greatest example for me of why that shouldn't happen.
Yeah. The story, or I guess when it comes to player-manager power at clubs, you always hear these stories. Well, certain managers might go, if you don't sign this player, I'll move this player, and you've got to give this deal. And they kind of use their crop or their stable of players as leverage. Does that happen at all? Of course, it might have happened, but does it happen as regularly as implied?
It probably doesn't happen as regularly as it is implied, I imagine. I'm sure it still happens. But again, that's up to the club, right? The club's got to be strong enough to stand its ground in that situation. But yeah, I'm sure it does happen occasionally, but not probably not as much as what people would be led to believe.
Yep. And do you think that there's enough? Because I'm with you, mate. I think, and I know you said it's kind of, but I think that player managers' incentives are almost polar opposite to a club's incentives. They're almost like diametrically opposed. Do we have enough regulation in the game, do you think, to not necessarily make them have the same incentive, but not be so diametrically opposed?
Well, I reckon whenever you have a salary cap, that you're always going to have that conflict.
Yeah.
Because an agent's job to get as much money as he can for a player.
Yeah.
And the club's job is to try and
spend as least as possible.
Keep that within a limit where they can operate within a salary cap. So it's never going to, whenever there's a salary cap, you're always going to have these two parties butting heads.
Yep.
I've got to say, one of the things I found really interesting out of the poll was there's all this talk about transfer windows and restricting ages at which agents can sign players. And a lot of the agents, the vast majority of the agents are in favour of transfer windows and they're in favour of restricting the age at which you can sign a player to 17 years old. So there's some of the issues the NRL's grappling with at the moment. They've got the agents on their side on that. They should be using it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If they're pushing it, then players get on board. It's almost like a domino effect to a degree. Mate, what was the biggest question that you found the biggest response to in the article with people reading it?
Well, I think Clubland's always a polarising sort of area, right? So I think the questions around the best clubs and worst clubs to deal with always.
Ooh, okay, walk us through it.
Well, I mean, look, I feel a bit sorry for the Tigers, the poor Tigers, because they got the most difficult club to deal with. It was very
Fake
close
news.
though. It was very close though, because the Dragons were right up their pucker until
No way.
the last two votes came in. The Dragons were in front, and the last two votes came in, and the Tigers went past them. So
To be fair, both old administrations though.
Well, I reckon that Tigers to a large extent is because I reckon what's happened now is you've got Richo and Benji there and they're trying to change the club.
So they've been hard to deal with.
And that leads to your butting heads with agents, right? Because they're trying to sign players, move players on. So I think that's probably I think the Tigers almost took that as a badge of honour.
Yeah,
agents find it's difficult because for too long they've probably been pushovers, right?
Yep.
But they're not anymore. They're sort of standing their ground, and that's probably ruffled some feathers with agents. The Dragons, I mean, Flano's a pretty hard negotiator, so I imagine that's why they came out that way. The best club doesn't surprise. I wouldn't surprise anyone. It was a Melbourne Storm.
That was interesting to me because I feel like, and mate, this is pure assumption, but when managers go to speak to Storm, there's an innate respect of we can't stuff with these guys. Like, these guys are such a well-run club that I feel like, because the expectation's already laid out of, like, if you walk into the Storm and think you're going to push them around or bully them, it's just not going to happen, and therefore it's more amicable. Whereas I think with the Tigers, because they have a reputation of, signing guys on overs, and then a player manager walks in and says, all right, we're going to bully these guys, and they, you know what I mean? Do you think there's a world where that's true or not true or kind of true?
It's probably true in terms of the Storm, particularly because obviously they're in Melbourne. It's not a traditional rugby league heartland. So I reckon what they've got to do and what they've learned to do is to sell the club really well. So when agents bring players down there, they get the full gamut of the sell from Melbourne, and I think they get treated really well. And And you're right. I think when you go to meet Frank and Bunny and Matt Tripp and Craig, there's no bullshit, right? You just sit down, you're there to get a deal done, and they don't fluff you around. So I think certainly that's you know where you stand with the Storm always. So I think that's certainly played in their favour.
Any surprises on someone that finished really well or someone who finished really poor?
Well, the other interesting club that I thought came out in terms of being most difficult to deal with is Parramatta. And obviously got Jason Rolls there now. And again, that's a club going through a lot of change. There's a lot of guys who are leaving at the end of the year. You know, we saw the other day that Ryan Madison's been told he can go. Sean Lane's obviously talking to the club at the moment about finishing up. So, you know, I think the clubs who come out in terms of the most difficult clubs to deal with, they're not really surprising because they're clubs that are going through change and trying to make themselves, I guess, more competitive. And as a result of that, they rub some agents the wrong way. So, you know, I think while there were some surprises, that didn't really surprise me.
Yeah, okay. What about Broncos and Roosters?
They're always good, right?
Okay.
Because, you know, big clubs.
Yep.
And again, pretty good at getting a deal done, pretty smart guys in charge of their operations, and that agents don't want to cross Nick Politis, do they? They're not going to give Nick a cross. They're going to give Nick
that's not happening.
Because you don't want to get Nick's bad side. So no, the Roosters do it pretty well as well.
Was there any correlation between where they finished in how hard they are to deal with and where they finished on the table? Like, did you see a lot of bottom 8 sides towards the bottom of hard to deal with?
Well, I mean, I mentioned those three, right?
Yeah.
The Dragons, the Tigers and Para. Again, three clubs that are sort of trying to dig themselves out of a bit of a hole. So there was a correlation in that. And obviously Melbourne had been at the top for so long, right? So, again, that sort of, I guess, makes a bit of sense. Those clubs had finished where they did.
Yeah. I mean, we say all the time on the podcast the fact that, like, it really does start at the front office. Like, you're never going to find a club with a terrible administration that goes out to win a competition, usually anyway. Yeah. Mate, any other big questions?
Well, I mean, you know, obviously we asked them who's going to be the first $2 million player. For me, the most interesting result of that wasn't, I mean, number one was Nathan Cleary. I'm not sure Nathan will get there because I think Nathan's around, I can't remember what age Nathan
25, 26, I think.
He's a bit older than that, maybe 26.
Yeah, actually, you know what?
Maybe.
And I just I looked at that one and thought, I don't know if Penrith are ever going to have to pay him $2 million realistically.
It's 27.
He's 27.
Yep.
So by the time the next broadcast deal kicks in, he's going to be he's going to be nearly 30. And I reckon the next $2 million man's probably going to be at the end of that broadcast deal, maybe the start of the next one. So he'll be at the latter stage of his career by then. So I can imagine he'll be, you know, good players in their careers tend to go up, then they plateau, then they sort of at the end of their career come down a bit. So I imagine he'll be at that point. Isaiah Katoa was one for me. He was number 3 on that list. And I reckon you look at him right now, what is he, 20, 21, playing out of his skin. Looks like he's going to be a dead set superstar for the next 10 years. So for me, he was the next $2 million, or the first $2 million man.
Who was number 2?
Payne Huss was number 2. And obviously he's in the middle of a negotiation right now, Payne Huss, for a new deal.
That's interesting because he's about 26, 27 too. 25.
Yeah. He's about to do a new deal from he's off contract at the end of next year.
Yep.
I don't think he'll get that. If he stays at the Broncos, they can't afford to give him that sort of money.
Surely not.
He'll give it a nudge, I'd imagine, towards the back end of his career.
When do you think that first $2 million player will happen?
I reckon you're looking probably the next broadcast deal will run 28 to 32, probably around 31, 32.
Yeah,
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because I'm just thinking about it now, actually. If you when PNG comes in 28, if they give a bloke $1 million, that's tax-free dollars. Yeah. That's the equivalent of basically $2 million.
So inflates the market.
So you can almost argue the first marquee PNG signing will potentially be a $2 million man because they're not paying any tax on it. So,
and the Lockie Galvin situation.
Yeah.
There's, board meetings happening and releases or potential negotiations. What's your latest word on that? And there's a board meeting that will end at 11 o'clock today.
Yeah. My gut feeling is they'll come out of that board meeting, they'll give him permission to go and have a look around, not to leave. I think they'll say, look, go and see what's out there for you, see what sort of deal you can get. I think they'll want something for him. They won't give him away for free. They want a transfer fee or a player. And I imagine they'll say to him and his agent, Isaac Moses, go have a look, see what you got out there, see what sort of deal you can cut, see what's in it for us, then come back and see us in a month, 2 months
Yep.
or whatever.
Okay.
And make a decision from there.
And how's the feeling between Galvin's camp and the Tigers camp at the moment? Has it simmered down, or it's still quite okay? Okay.
It's still tense.
Okay,
Still tense. And, obviously there's legal action still going on in the background. There's still talk about they're trying to get mediation to get the parties together for mediation. So it's not going to go away.
Okay.
I would love to have seen him score that try yesterday.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Man, it would have been such a
God.
story. Lockie Galvin scores a match-winning try.
Biggest story that he hates the club and he did it deliberately. I reckon. Right, that. Who do you reckon the Tigers might get? Obviously, there's a bit. It'll depend on what he can go and deal he can do for himself and what have you. But what do you reckon the Tigers likely to get in the door?
I think they're more looking at a transfer fee. I think
Yeah,
it's
okay.
more realistic.
Yep.
And they'll be looking for a big sum of money, I'd imagine, because he's got another year left in that deal.
Yep.
When you think young Carl Olawapu, who the Bulldogs signed, I think they paid $500,000 for Carl.
Yep.
So if that's your litmus test, then they'll be looking for a.
Does that go under the cap? If someone.
That goes into your football cap, I think, your soft cap.
Yeah,
It's not
okay.
on the salary cap.
Okay.
It goes on the football cap.
Wow. Now, is there an assumption, and you probably don't know this, but let's say he is given permission to negotiate and also they come to an agreement. Do you believe all the lawsuits and all that kind of stuff will kind of just quietly go away?
That'll go away.
Yeah,
That'll
okay.
go away, yeah. So the lawyers will be called down.
Yep. Okay. Mate, what are some other big parts of this article, but also what are some other big articles you've got on Code Sports right now?
Well, I mean, obviously Origin's big at the moment, right?
Yep.
Origin team selection's always big news. A lot of injury news at the moment, so you can follow that on Code Sports, obviously. But the Lockie Galvin one's a huge one this week. The outcome of that board meeting, that'll all be on Code Sports as well. But it's Origin week, baby.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mate, thanks so much for coming down. We really do appreciate it. And, guys, as I said, codesports.com.au, limited offer. Use code BLOKE, $49 for the entire year, and you get the best articles in Australian sport, bar none. Thanks for coming on, Reedy. Appreciate
No
it,
worries.
mate.
Thanks for having me.
Alrighty, it's time for the Hungriest Player, brought to you by our friends at Menulog. A massive thank you, as always, to Menulog. And if you're going to get food to your house, you got to use Menulog. Here is this week's Hungriest Player. Now, there were some incredible performances, but this week's Hungriest Player is Keon Kalamatangi. Now, it got downgraded to 280, but he still actually ran for post-contact meters of 150 post-contact meters with 285 meters, give or take, and 51 tackles. He is our Hungriest Player. If you use the code KK, just to make it easy for you guys, we know spelling isn't your strong suit, also not my strong suit as well. Use KK for $7 off Indian food. That's right, KK for $7 off Indian food this week. A massive thank you to Menulog. We'll get to Keon later in the show when we go to do the review, but what an incredible performance. Okay, it's time for the Grumpy Team of the Week. Grab your Grumpy Coffee from grumpycoffee.com.au. At number 1, Gutherson. 2, Savage. 3, Ito. 4, Graham. 5, Lomax. 6, Mam. 7, Moses. At 8, May. 9, Little. 10, Keon. 11, Aitken. 12, Ben Travojevic. 13, Aaron Clark. 14, Appy Coruscant. 15, Barnett. 16, Adam Fanor-Blake. And 17, Jack Williams from the Eels. That's our Hungriest Player, brought to you by Grumpy Coffee. All right, it's time for the Kayo Can't Miss moment of the week. The Kayo Can't Miss moment is Mark Nwanga Nitawasi's incredible try. And when I say incredible, I'm not doing that justice. It is one of the greatest individual tries you will ever see in your life. The balance, the strength, the skill, the finesse to do what he did, only a super athlete of his stature could have done that. Only God, like maybe in Israel Folau in the past. Most men and women cannot do what he just did. But because he is such a super athlete, he was able to pull off one of the best individual tries I've ever seen. The finesse, the ability, the leg strength to hop on one leg whilst you are being tackled as hard as someone can to take you out, then also get your boot to the ball, land it inside the dead ball goal so you can actually score the try. It is nothing short of incredible. We have all just witnessed one of the greatest individual tries of all time, in my opinion. Root.
He's a freak. And, I've had people send me other tries in the last 20 years and say, this guy did the exact same. No, fucking not even close. The double hop, land on the same foot twice, kick with the other
Crazy
foot,
strength.
keep it in. The ball should have gone out. He managed to drag it back in to get himself out, back in, around the corner post. There's just so many little elements to it that just made it so special. He's a freak.
He's a freak. But the special bit about it is that the physical, athletic strength that he showed and balanced, that cancels out 90% of players that have played the game because he is a super athlete. There's so many things that have to come together to make that try happen that it is truly so unique. And I know, I'm with you. I saw someone tag me in one where I was like, and it was just like a little good grubber around on the wing. I'm like, are we watching the same try, bro? Like, he was getting tackled, jumping on one foot, and then kicked the ball with his... Like, it's just amazing. Hammy, what do you reckon, mate?
Unbelievable. You've touched on quite a few components of it, but the last little bit where he had to actually, like, it was bouncing, it was going to go dead in goal, and he grabs it and brings it back in to, like, 11 out of 10. Stunning.
Just on top of it as well, like, he was having a shocker.
Oh.
Like, he looked like Matty under the high ball. Shout out to you.
Ooh,
Whack.
wow.
I can't argue with that.
But like, you know, like the other thing as well, like he's been playing union for the last few years. You would never do that in union.
Mate.
You would never even consider doing that. The rules would punish you too heavily. Like it's a skill set it's a skill set no one would ever practice. But yeah, I remember coming in here last year, I was watching my brother play. He played his first cup game after that. I remember coming here and saying, "You're like, fuck, he just looks like a different athlete, this dude." Like, and just the more he plays, better he gets. He's obviously copped a lot for the drop balls this week. I think before that, I think he'd caught 16 of 18 high balls. He just had a shocker night out.
Yeah, listen, you got a superstar in your hands, Roosters. Like, he just needs to sort out a few key parts of his game. But when I'm talking superstar, I'm talking one of the best outside backs in the game. Once he cleans it all up, if he does clean it all up, that's going to hold him back. You can't, in today's game, you can't afford to be rocks or diamonds. It's so he'll clean it up though. So we got a superstar in his hand. That's all brought to you by Kayo. If you love sport and you can't miss it, it's on Kayo. Round 11 was another great round of footy. Lomax and Moses got their first club game together. The Dragons upset the Broncos. Ronaldo Mulatalo could not stay out of the Storm game, in everyone's face. Fox League exclusive games in round 11 are... Oh, round 12, sorry? Be round 12.
Round 12.
Round 12 next week?
Yep.
Round 12, Panthers v Knights, Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Roosters v Sharks, Saturday, 7:35 p.m. Calling all F1 enthusiasts. It's Monaco a week... the 2024 race saw Monegasque Charles Leclerc wins in his home GP with our Oscar coming in second. Piastri is in red-hot form at the moment and will be looking to extend his McLaren's lead in the championships. Tune in to every practice, qualifying sessions and race live on Fox Sports. Race is on 11 p.m. Sunday night, Australian Eastern Standard Time. Get on board today. Another big news before we get into it, just quickly. Martin Taupau, both him and the Broncos have agreed to part ways. Very, very strange situation. I think this is a PR nightmare at the moment for the Broncos because if they've mutually decided to part ways, that's one thing. You know, both parties saying, I don't want to be here, let's see you later. If the Broncos have sacked or forced him out for liking that post, the double standard looks ridiculous. It looks absolutely ridiculous. They're essentially saying, listen, if you're a young gun, we'll back you till the death. But if you're an older player that's essentially on the out and, we can have you or not have you, then you do something, a few things, whatever it is, small, we're going to get rid of you. I think regardless of what actually happened, I think the Broncos and Marty need to come out and lay the truth out of what has happened so that Broncos fans can have some clarity on the double standard that seems to be being applied here.
Yeah, the Broncos need to come out and address it because a lot of people around that don't like the Broncos and they're just pouring blood in the water with this situation.
Yeah.
Need to take ownership of it. Because it's just too easy for people that want to ride that.
Yep, and
push
also,
that agenda.
This is, if you want to back Ezra like you have, and I'm happy that Ezra is getting another opportunity at his career and all that stuff. Regardless of whether you agree or disagree with the length of the suspension. We've spoken about that many times, guys. You can go back and listen to that. But this is the weight that you carry if you do stuff like that. When other things come up, you have to have equal principled decisions on those situations. And also, you owe it to the Broncos fans to have some clarity around this decision because I think there are a lot of Broncos fans going, we're trying to rebuild this club. We're trying to become a heavyweight again, and it does look like very different standards of what's going on. Now, granted, as I said, if it is mutual, then I would like the club and Marty to come out and do that as a joint statement so that can clear the air. But if it's not mutual, then unfortunately, can you really say we're a principled club? Can you really say it? When it suits us, we'll be a principled club. And when it doesn't, we'll... Anyway, Hammy, thoughts?
Yeah, I think if it is, they need to add that context quickly because
Sure.
otherwise it just, the longer you leave it there, the double standards thing's just going to be held up to it. And it doesn't look great. I know that apparently the senior players weren't happy with him liking the post, had a bit of a chat to him as well. But
which is fine. That's all.
That's fine. That's all part of it. But at the moment, the fact that it's been left to linger and we haven't got that extra context if it was a mutual thing and he's got somewhere else to go, smells a bit funny.
And it's going to be, if it is the case where he has been pushed out, very hard going forward to have standards when the playing group know that. They see it. They go, oh, okay, so young gun does something, really, really bad. Older guy doesn't. Okay, we see what happens here. Basically, our principles are attached to how good of a footy player you are right now, which is not what principles are. So I really do hope they come out and clear the air. I am being a glass half full guy and a massive fan. I am hoping it's a mutual decision. I would be very, very disappointed if he's been actually fired for it. Now, if there's more to the story, then I think that obviously we kind of need to know some details. Again, this is the consequences of backing Mam. You are now the fans go, okay, we'll back you in with Mam, but we've got to have equal playing field for everyone else. We can't be, so fingers crossed. Hopefully they clear it up because I'd be very disappointed if he has been pushed out for liking a post. I hope if there is more to it, then I'm more than happy to come on here and say there's more to it. But right now, it's not looking good.
Have the Broncos had no statement about this whatsoever? Like, have they
basically just said, there's some things that the club needs to work. It's out of Madge has basically said it's out of my hands now, and the club needs to come to an agreement with Marty Taupau. And the senior players have said that it's disappointing. They've spoken to him, but there was a lot of negativity. A lot of people that wanted to throw shots at Kevy while he was there, but he withstood stuff like this specifically anyway, unless there's more to it that we don't know about. But just publicly facing, he withstood stuff like this and took him to a grand final.
Yeah, Kevy would have been begging for an Instagram like at one point.
At one point, absolutely. I hope they clear the air because it's not looking. It just doesn't look good PR wise. It really, really doesn't. Okay, Knights against Para. Knights get beaten by Para. I will say, although it is a very disappointing day for the Knights. This isn't the same Para that's been playing for most of the season. This is a Para with Moses back, with Lomax back, but also Brown's in better form. Their forwards looking better. Williams is in the middle, but it doesn't excuse the loss. But it just doesn't. It looks a lot worse than you may suggest if you're comparing it to when the Eels started the year. However, 28-6 at home. Now, look, maybe I'm silly to say this, and I'm nitpicking way too much. But I was watching the press conference after with Adam O'Brien, and I know he's not the most energetic coach at the best of times. And I know he feels defeated. There's a lot going on, but I got such a lack of energy from him where it just, mate, your fans, and look, who am I to say Adam O'Brien how to coach or whatever, but just outside looking in, those post-match press conferences, fans look at that and that's what they hold on to for hope going forward.
Yep.
Did you get a chance to watch it?
Yeah, I did. And if I was a Knights fan, I'd be furious for a number of reasons, but it was
low energy.
Next week.
And it's like, mate, give me something.
Yeah. And, he's sitting there with KP. You're about to lose KP for 5 or 6 weeks. Lucas is injured. You got other Saifidi's injured. Just anything.
Just some energy.
Anything.
And I know I'm being nitpicky, but it was very much like, I've been here before, and we'll just have to work hard. And it's like, mate, it means, and I know it means more to Adam O'Brien, but it looks like you're kind of just over it. And I know that's not true because you're going in and working hard. But I'm glad I wasn't the only one that watched it because I just got walked away going, what? There's no energy at all in this.
And I agree with you what you said about Parramatta. They're not 6 weeks ago. I wasn't convinced Parramatta were a top 16 side. Might be a top 13 side.
Well,
they're
look,
still not a great footy side. Like, they're still...
yeah, mate, if you started the year from now heading into the back end of the year, they could fight for the fringe of the 8, like the 9, the 10.
Sure, yeah.
Whereas the start of the year, they are truly like, they were so bad.
Yeah, and at the same time, though, if you start the year now and you look at Knight's lineup, you go, we should push the 8.
Yeah.
Like, it's just... I agree with you, though. I found that press conference very frustrating. Are we talking Knights or Eels? Where are we starting?
We'll start Knights quickly and then we'll get into Eels. Won't spend that long on the Knights.
Just on this as well, geez, this was a tough game to watch.
Yeah.
This was a brutal Friday, 6 p.m. Newcastle. I mean, mate, without what can I say that's different to minus the week where they gave it to South Sydney? Every week's the same for Newcastle.
Well, one thing I would say is like, is there top 30 like one of the most out of whack top 30s in the competition? Because I heard Adam O'Brien say the debutant on the wing was a half.
He played he's played in the halves in reserve grade. I know that. One game during the year. The rest he's played in the outside backs. But yeah, it's wild.
Because remember Fletcher Sharp came in last year, scored 4 on the wing, and now he's playing 6 for him as well.
Yep. And he wasn't the first choice fullback. There was the other kid that's now playing in Leeds or at Centurions or somewhere overseas.
Yep.
Forget his
Price.
name. But what?
Price?
No, not even Price. The other
Anderson?
kid
No.
came in and played fullback in
Yeah, tall
and
fella.
scored a few tries. He was good.
He played 2 really good games and then played one bad game and immediately was...
And got sent to another country.
Or he like signed with someone else, then backflipped to stay at the Knights, but then ended up at Lee. Is it?
Yeah,
I know he's a tall guy, fast,
I'll find him.
brown hair.
Anyway, yes, their balance is just all over the place. And I mean, just signing I don't want to get into it again, but just signing a 5'8" to play halfback, does that solve that?
I just think they're so like this seems so messy outside of like I've said this for years now. This playing roster has made finals in spite of everything going on around it.
Yeah.
It just seems like such an unbalanced situation that they're at, and like, granted, I understand they've got a new head of football that have come in the last couple of years, so you're going to see quite a lot of change, and they're trying to like get this roster together so that they can have a much more balance. But I just don't see it at the moment. They look so lacking in energy.
Yeah. And I know I've said it over the years. I've got in trouble for it every time in the comments and whatnot. But, mate, if KP stays at this franchise, he's the best bloke in the world. With new teams coming in and there'll be a heap of money floating around, like, go KP. What are we doing?
Unfortunately, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at the moment. And I hate to be nitpicky, but like they're playing almost like the energy that Adam O'Brien was giving in that press conference was just low energy. And I know that's his personality to a degree, but they just got no energy. They don't look happy. They don't look like they're enjoying it. Like it almost feels like they're just waiting for Dylan Brown to arrive next year.
I think the biggest indictment will be if KP goes and plays for Queensland and he goes back to himself all of a sudden. The optics around that are terrible.
Oh, it's absolutely terrible. And I know people go, well, he's in a better side or whatever, but he's been nowhere near what we know KP can be. And so I just...
Like on paper, is this side that much worse than the team you won a Dalian medal with, realistically?
Not really.
Well, the back line's almost identical.
Not really. I think Adam O'Brien said something as well. He's like, because they brought up Hastings, obviously. And he was like, halves is not our problem. We're not winning the middle. And I was like, halves are kind of your problem, like a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Like I look at this middle, and a Tyson Brazil, he's a rep player. Dylan Lucas running for 127 metres. Kai Pearce-Paul 150 metres. Jacob Saifidi, I think he ended up going off injured.
Mate, I just waiting for Dill Brown to arrive. Sweet. You're losing Leo Thompson. You're losing Adam Elliott. You're probably losing Kai Pearce-Paul by the sounds of it. What's doing?
Yeah, I got no idea. They just look like...
Jaden Brayley's leaving. You made him your captain 18 months ago. Well, the optics are just awful up there.
Yeah.
This is what, like...
And KP did rip and tear on the weekend. He ran for 250 metres, which is...
For sure.
Yeah.
Fletcher Sharp's having a red-hot crack, but, I've said all pre-season, I think there's more going on there than what it looks like.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I remember I got a message from a fan, or a person part of the Bloke community. He was he was frustrated because we said that, they're so KP reliant. If he's not firing, they just struggle. But unfortunately, like that really is the case. Like if he's not firing, they are just not, in my opinion anyway, I believe that's come true. I believe that Our other criticisms in the preseason preview was their forward pack. If they get a few injuries, it's just going to be a very long long year. Look, teams can come in out of form. The biggest concern I have is just it feels like that off the field there's a bit going on. That's what it feels like. Got no evidence for that. The only evidence I've got is when I watch them on each weekend. That doesn't look like a team that's ready and raring to go, rip and tear.
And I've seen a version of this team not long ago that looks like they're ready to rip and tear every week, and they did.
Yeah. In spite of everything too. Like, all the different halves they've had or whatever, they were so, you could admire them because they fought through anything. The grit, they had all these different halves, all these different selections that would go against them, and yet they would just find a way where it just doesn't look like they have that energy anymore. So, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't know what's going to happen. Okay. As I said, guys, we could sit on the Knights for another 15 minutes, but like we have said the same thing for a few weeks now. Is there anything else that you...
No, just very quickly, are we concerned about the amount of blokes called Fletcher with mullets in the team? Too many?
Huge concern.
Is one enough, or does two unbalance them a little bit?
There's only room for one Fletcher in the jungle, I've heard.
Yeah. Glorious mullets, though. Credit where it's due. Exceptional.
Matty, anything, mate?
Oh, no, it's just another disappointing performance, to be honest.
At home too. Jeez.
And a couple of times this year, they've either been held to nil or they've scored one try, but it's with like 5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Like,
it's almost like the score Flannerism to a degree. Yeah. Okay, on to the Eels. I mean, a really, really good win. And I think that, I think even Riles is probably sitting there going, are we a little bit ahead of schedule here? I think that putting Jack Williams in the middle there with Junior Paulo, you got to keep him there. Now, yes, he
played on the edge on the weekend.
Played on the edge?
Yep. Killed it too.
Really? I thought he played in the middle for a period there. Oh, well, lucky, because I had him in my team of the week in the middle.
He's definitely started on the edge, and he played.
I remember him
first half there.
I think he might have floated a bit because I remember him making a big line break through the middle.
Okay,
but
anyway, mate, I could be totally wrong. I could be wrong. But anyway, I thought he was outstanding.
Actually, you're right because Samrani came on there in the second half. Yeah. So he played both. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I like him in the middle anyway. I think he's a middle player. I think on the edge he's probably a bit too big there laterally. I think he's perfect for the modern day middle. 65 minutes, 135 metres, 38 post contact, 6 tackle breaks, a line break, 34 tackles, only 2 misses. I thought Junior Paulo was good as well. You can see Katonga getting better and better each week. Still a lot of things he needs to work on, but he's getting better.
Something there.
Yeah, definitely something there. And so it's all just like, it's starting to click, it's starting to come together. But the story really was Zach Lomax. Like, my God, he was absolutely phenomenal. 2 tries. I actually had a multi on the weekend. Him 2 tries and Eels 13 plus, but I also had Iongi anytime try scorer. Iongi let me down.
Yeah, yep. Queenslander will do that to you.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, mate.
Wow. That is poor. That is poor. Zachy Lomax, 30 runs, 271 metres, 93 post contact, 4 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, a line break assist, an offload, 2 tackles, 0 misses. Outstanding performance. Incredible.
Yeah, outstanding. I think it's all been said about Lomax this weekend. He was great, man. I thought the other winger was unreal too. Josh Adokar. Jeez, he's been a good sign.
Yeah.
They've got to, I say this every week now, but geez, activate that club option. Unless it's worth a mozza, activate it immediately.
If it's worth a mozza, have a very good look at it because he's playing a mozza.
He is playing so good. And I'll be honest, when he moved, even at the last couple of years with the Dogs, he was decent and he brought the attitude, but he was becoming the player of you got to keep him there for his locker room stuff. And I thought, okay, maybe we're seeing kind of the end of the career of Adokar the next 2 or 3 years. But my God, he's talk about a fresh air of life. He's been outstanding at the Eels.
Looks like he's got plenty more left in him.
Yeah.
It's good to see too. Jermaine Hopgood, he played about 50 minutes in this game, had a few errors, but he must be carrying back injury or something. From what I've heard, that's how it is playing out.
Yep.
First time he's played more than, I think, 40 minutes in the last 6 weeks or so.
Sorry, just quickly, Fox is still only 29.
Yeah, it's insane.
He has been around forever.
Payne Haas cleared to play.
Sorry?
Payne Haas has been cleared to play.
Cleared to play. Huge in. Oh, my
Love that.
I felt like I needed to interrupt the podcast.
Yeah, I like that.
I got to say, and I know we do it every week, but Dylan Walker,
Yeah.
my God, mate.
A lot of people kind of go, oh, you know, they've kind of got back to their best when Mitch Moses came back. And yeah, sure, agree with that. But he's just been such a good get for them. Dylan Walker comes on, has impact every time, straightens them up a little bit. Another great game for
But
them.
sometimes when I see, like, how good is someone actually playing? You know, you can look at the stats, you can watch them in a game. I sometimes go, imagine they weren't in the side. What would this side be doing? I'll tell you what, if Dylan Walker wasn't in this side, like, yes, they'd be better, but I don't know if they'd be this much better. Like, we spoke about earlier that if the season started now, that they may push for like 8 to 10. If Dylan Walker's not in the side, I don't think they push for 8 to 10, not even close.
Yep.
More like 13 to 15.
Completely agree.
He's that good. And I don't know how much he signed for, and there's been some outstanding signings, you know, your Guthos, your Mays, your Clarks. But mid-year signings, it's one of the most shrewd mid-year signings over the last few years.
It's almost like the greatest compliment to the Warriors as well, that he's added so much to Parramatta, but the Warriors haven't missed him.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
It's crazy, and how different Aaron Clark is. It couldn't be more different.
Yeah.
And think like Dylan Walker, like he might have gotten better since getting to the Eels. So I just think he's been outstanding, and it's just like, you know, we're starting to see some of the, you know, the plans come to fruition. So Jordan Samrani, so last week we were confused, or a few weeks ago, him getting selected on the bench. Now apparently they're trying to turn him into an edge back rower.
Yep.
Don't mind that. He is tall, he's rangy. If he's been on the wing for a while, you know he's got a bit of speed about him. Those crossfield kicks landing on that 3 defender will be really interesting because he's got some wing background. Don't mind that for Samrani. Don't mind that.
Do you have a good look at Sean Russell at all on the weekend? How much he looks like Mitchy Moses?
Mate, the back of his head
is a dead ringer.
Like, I kept, like, why is Moses out in the wing? Why is he out in the wing? Listen, I still can't go with you on that one, so I still can't.
I think you got a point.
Hey?
I think he's got a point.
Oh, okay. Another one I want to talk about, like, he's not going to, set the world alight stats-wise, but, like, just Riley Smith, I think that you've got your Dylan Walkers and your experienced guys, but we have to remember, we came into this year with 2 other number 9s, with Riley Smith being super, super young. How old is he at the moment?
I think he's 21.
He's 22.
Yeah.
And he hadn't played any first grade yet. And yet now he has played so well that he's almost becoming like, cult hero is like the wrong word, but like if you took him out of that side, fans would be angry, like super, super angry. And yet it's not like, he's not getting the headlines. He's not getting all the raps. It's not like you look at his team sheet and he's made 2 line breaks and, he's got a try here or there. But I think that he could be, here's a way to explain it. He's almost the heart of the rebuild. And I say the heart of it because yes, you've got Mitch Moses that are, the main players, and they're always going to be the main players there. But the next youthful generation of Eels players that you want to represent what the Eels are all about, Riley Smith plays like that.
Yeah. And I think the other thing with Riley Smith is too, I think people that are watching him now for the first time, you're probably looking at him and go, he's a toiler, he just gets through his work and he just effort plays. Like, he's got a huge attacking upside. We're just not seeing it yet.
Yep.
Like, I think on the weekend he had 1 run for 9 metres. Like, Riley is a very good running 9. He's got a decent little kicking game as well. I think he's just in a side that they just play through their halves, as they should. They've got
absolutely.
$2 million worth of halves in their footy side.
Yeah.
But I think as time goes on and Riley gets more confident, and mate, even just, you can play as much flag, cup, all that shit. First grade is just such a different pace to be playing 80 minutes.
Especially at the 9 role.
His size too. Like, I see people say he falls off tackles. I'm like, he's 70 kilos dripping wet.
Yeah. Well, on the weekend, he made 38 tackles, 0 misses.
It's the first time he hasn't missed a tackle, which is a really positive sign. Yeah.
And which suggests to me that he's probably been directed. Listen, let's pump the brakes on any attacking stuff. Let's just focus on your defense now. Service and defense. Service and defense. Yeah. In the NRL, if you've got Mitch Moses as your 7, you can always just go service and defense, service and defense.
And his service is unreal.
Oh, it's unreal. Yeah. So, listen, really, really happy for the Eels that, they're probably not going to make finals this year. But if you're an Eels fan, you can see the skeleton of what you want the club to be. Whereas sometimes, even Serraldo in his rebuild where it was, disaster at the start, he wasn't getting results like this. And I'm not suggesting that they're on the same path. It's everyone's different. But to get results like this early, I think it's a good win for the Eels. I really do.
Yeah. If this is what a rebuild looks like.
Oh, stoked.
You're doing
stoked.
well.
Absolutely. So great win for the Eels. Canterbury Bulldogs defeat the Roosters. Oh man, Roosters fans, I feel sorry for you because, geez, you played well, but my God, the errors, like that game should have been a 13-pluser for you. And so on one hand, what a gritty win from the Doggies. They are missing so many players. On the other hand, holy moly, the Roosters, you've got to be sitting there going, geez, it was there. It was their big win. I think the good thing for the Roosters is them at their best is definitely a top 8 side. It's definitely a top 8 side. And they still have Sam Walker to come back into the side. But Bulldogs, they just never say die. They will never say die. And there was a moment, I've already spoken about it. You can go back and look on my Instagram. But like the game was on the line. Connor Tracy drops the ball in a tackle. Nwanga Nituase picks it up, offloads a few times. So it's tackle 0. They get tackled maybe 10, 20 metres after that. Before there's the play, the ball is the next play, the Bulldogs have a full line set ready to go. That is just pure. You do not see that often. Like most teams in the competition, you've got a front rower, a back rower, or whatever that goes, nah, it's not my job. It's not my job to sprint back to the goal line and defend. Not at the Bulldogs. It's everyone's job. Everyone's job to be back on the line, ready to go for the full set. And they do. And that's why they won. They come up with it. It's a forward pass to Victor Radley. They go on up the other side. Matty Burton ends up scoring the try to win it. Just all grit, all determination. What a win from the Bulldogs.
Yeah, unreal by Canterbury. As you said, mate, the Roosters, like, there's a few teams that lost this weekend that I go, fuck, if you're a fan, I don't think you can be too upset about that loss. Like, the Roosters are, I personally, like, I think Nwanga Nituase on his own had 6 errors. If he has 3, they win that game of football.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, like that, they did so much right in that game, and they had, you know, a few things go against them. I think Naf White's injured now and a few things going on there, but they just, it's just the errors. It's just the simple, like,
mental.
And when we were talking about the Roosters in the preseason and whatnot, like, I thought errors would be the least of their worries, just their squad alone. But they're playing good footy.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And just quickly, this is brought to you by Phrase Skincare. The boys have put in a care box valued at $350 will be picking a club member at random to claim the prize. They're also running a 20% off sale right now, so get in and check it out. Here's some of their sunscreen that they've sent us, and a couple of tradies that just started their own business, men's skincare. Get around it, boys. Get around it. Support local Aussies having a crack. Got my sunscreen here, and they're all a part of the Bloke Club. If you're a small business with a small marketing budget, email Miles, MYLES, at blokeinabar.com to join the Bloke Club and potentially be able to advertise to this huge community, but also give discounts to this huge community. What do you reckon about this game, Hammy?
Yeah, well, the Dogs, I mean, it was similar-ish to the Raiders game last week where they just kind of gave up a bit of a lead early. And, you know, I remember I was keeping an eye on it and thought, even though the Chooks are up a fair bit here, I reckon whatever gets set at halftime or just the kind of experience that they would have pulled out of that game the week prior, I had a weird feeling they were going to come home with a wet sail and come away with a win. And they did. And I also had Matt Burton anytime try, so I was cheering. That happened in the 73rd minute.
Yep.
They're a tough team. They can kind of, what we're starting to see from the Dogs now is, you know, they can win from various different positions. Like, you know, they've been pretty good at getting to leads and holding them, but the last few weeks we've seen them being able to mow teams down. So
I hate to say it, but they look like Penrith Panthers.
Yeah.
Like where they're not playing the best footy, but they just find a way to win every time.
100%. Yeah.
So it's a good point, mate. Like they are just finding ways to win. And also, they're doing it with way less stars than the Penrith Panthers. And granted, I know initially Penrith didn't have those stars, but they were stars after those first 2 years. Like right now, like they are truly, they got Critter and Max King in the Origin sides. Oh, man is 18th man. But it's just all heart and ticker. Like it wasn't the prettiest performance. I will say, Bailey Hayward. Jeez, what do you do about that bloke? How do you get him in the side?
Mate, these new franchises, he should be top of the pops for them to go and get.
I'm with
you,
you,
could
mate.
Be, and you know what? He's a guy you sign without a position, and then you work out who else you can sign, and then he fills whatever gap you have, and he'll do it at a high click.
And you know, like let's say you go, I'll just throw a number out there, like 600 or 700K, because that's way more than what the Doggies can probably afford to pay him. You know, you've got a good solid 9, good solid 6, good solid 13, and really good gun bench player.
And you're bringing a guy from a winning culture.
Yeah, so it's just like, And look, I know he's contracted for a few years, guys, so we're not suggesting that we want that to happen. It's more just to measure how good this guy is. I don't want him to leave the Bulldogs. We're just kind of a way to show his impact on this team.
If I'm Perth and I can sign him for 700, I do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I don't think twice about it.
Yeah.
I think he's got so much value to offer in so many positions, as you said. And when you're bringing a guy from a culture like this, you need to have guys like that in your side. And if worst case scenario, he ends up being your 14 or your 13, sweet.
You could almost pair him with Wishy from the Storm.
Yep.
Similar thing. So like these teams right at the top, their 14s are just so elite, aren't they? Like, really can't solve any problem that they have out there. But Haywood, he'd probably be the pick of those kind of 14s across the competition this year.
And so young too.
Yeah,
If you give me him and Wishy in my halves and we spend 1.3 on both of them, and you just give me a decent forward pack, I think you win more games than you lose.
Or you just spend all your money on your forward pack.
Yeah, I think you'll be okay.
Yeah, and you just basically go, boys, here's a very structured game plan. Don't deviate, and we'll essentially just fall over the line most games. So he's only 24 still, so he's got plenty more footy left in him. Interesting, he's been so patient. 24, pretty old. Like for how good he is, pretty old.
Stay patient, doggies, 14.
Stay
as
patient.
You've always said.
I've always said it.
Yeah.
I always said it. Don't get enough credit for it, but that's all right. I'm not whinging. But in regards to some other performances, I thought Sherry was good. Kiraz, is he injured?
Yep.
Or he's struggling?
Out for a month.
Oh, calf, was it?
Yes.
Oh, my God. And we've got to remember as well, they lost Saluka Fafita in the first friggin' 8 minutes. Got to say, geez, that run back from Spencer Leonard. Like, I know he dropped the ball twice, so you got to fix that, but I don't want to be, that was so impactful. Like, I don't want to take away from it talking about the knock-ons, but granted, yep, sure. I'm sure someone's going to write in the comment section right now, oh, but he knocked it on. I get it. I'm with you. He did. But my God, when he runs back like that, so hard, he's knocking blokes out.
Yeah, whatever Saluka Fafita's getting paid, it's not enough to do that shit. Like when Spencer's on like that, he's a maniac.
Mate. And look, I know people that try to, Spencer Lenny, he only does that when he's fresh or he's coming off the bench. Hey, bro, that's all you need to flip a whole game. You just need 3 good runs from Spencer Lenu and it could change the game. And that's what makes him, no one's asking Spencer Lenu to be Payne Haas. No one's saying that. But tell me one other player that can knock out multiple blokes just by running at them.
Yeah, and we literally have evidence. Not only can it change a game, it can change an Origin series.
Because all of a sudden the bench is feared, the Blues are up, they got their tail. It's a scary, scary prospect. Obviously, just needs to sort that the knock-on part of it out. But mate, I mean, even Max King, for me, seeing him get up from that and play as well as he did, that's Origin. Like if you have a question about if he's Origin made or not, get knocked out in the start of the game and not getting, I think we all are pretty aware that the clubs, when they can, they will, sneak around or not sneak around, but they'll step around the HIR stuff. Because to me, he looked pretty, it was a pretty solid contact to the noggin.
Yep.
And then he went on to punch out the game that he did, which was 17 runs, 179 metres, 64 post contact, 3 tackle breaks, 31 tackles, 0 misses with an offload. Like, if that isn't Origin, I don't know what is. Like, that is Origin. That's what Origin is all about, is things don't go your way, big collisions, but you still just somehow, some way, find a way to get the job done. But yeah, just a really good win. I thought Kiko had some really good moments, obviously. What about the Burton bomb being brought back? Holy moly. Kicked for 545 metres, Matty Burton. Just a really, really good win for the club.
With the Burton bomb, it went MIA for so long. And I feel like I'm idiot fan sitting on the lounge going, why don't they do it? But genuinely, why don't they do it more often?
If you're Serraldo trying to build a structured system, you can't, because you don't know where it's going to land. You don't know where you're not going to pin someone in the corner. Do you know what I mean? Whereas if I'm trying to build a system, and I get you, I know it's more damaging to do that. But if I'm trying to build pressure and build a game plan that we can stick to it. So for example, kick into the corner, build pressure. Whereas if I'm putting up bombs and the ball's going everywhere, my defense isn't set. You know what I mean? So I understand why a structured team like the Dogs wouldn't do it as much, but I see what you mean. It's a weapon.
Sure. Don't do it as much, but
a little bit more.
Do it. Do it occasionally. If I'm playing Canterbury and I know he's not going to do it, I'm over the moon. And you're right. you should be trying to pin guys in corners and all that sort of, I get that 100%. Put them in the cage. But when you've got an asset like that, I think you have to use it sometimes.
Yeah. I guess the argument against that is like we're 7-1. So it's like...
Yeah, 100% you are. Yeah.
You know, so whatever they're doing, let's just stick to it. If we can... I will say, it's a bit similar to what we're talking about the Broncos not where they're at, but like, let's build this base first, then add the Burton bomb onto it, you know? Like, you look at the Melbourne Storm, they woke up one day, they got beaten by the Sharks in the grand final in 17. Was it 17? 17.
Yeah.
Sharkies grand final or 16?
No, 16, sorry. Yeah.
16. And they turned around in 17 and said, we need to change the way we play because we're getting dominated by the Sharkies and we need to change everything up. The 2017 team is nothing like this current, like this attacking roster, sorry, this Storm side now, at least for 20-minute periods, is the best attacking footy I've ever seen in my life. And so the Storm didn't just wake up one night and say, we're going to be the best attacking side ever. They've built into it. And so I wonder whether Seraldo, and interestingly, just to further that point a little bit, he did say, so he said, bro, we didn't say bro. So last year he was like, so that first preseason, he said, we had so much work we had to do on our defensive systems that we barely worked on our attack. He said, coming into this season, because we'd done so much work on our defense in our preseason, we had more time on our attack. So I wonder whether he's sitting there going, listen, Matty, it's an incredible weapon you've got. But like, let's just build. Maybe we get to finals footy and all of a sudden you've got a fucking massive Burton bomb every single second, every set or something. Maybe.
Yeah.
All speculation.
And I get the argument of exactly what you said before. Like, I don't know where it's going to go. He never miss hits.
I know, it's fucking amazing.
And
they're
like,
fucking amazing.
if you set, and like, because they're so dominant and so structured in what they do, like, you could have just a set of half that you aim to finish. Hey, diddle. But even if he mishits it, he's not going to hit it 60 metres to the right.
And I think to what your point is as well is like, you're not asking it for fucking 10 times a game, just once a game.
Just once a game.
Yeah.
Just let it go once.
Yeah.
And just see what happens.
Yeah. It's a fair point, you know, because some people go, oh, come on, mate, why change anything? It's like, I'm not trying to change that much. It's just one fucking kick a game.
And I think, like, if the fullback handles it incredibly well, he swallows it, you tackle him there.
Yeah.
It's a dominant tackle immediately.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you're really losing out, even if you don't get a turnover or whatever it might be. But yeah, I think to your point, it's not every set. I would just like to say maybe once a half.
Yeah. I do think that some coaches, especially the top tier ones, they save stuff for like finals footies and stuff. So maybe that's it. You know?
I just think as well, if I'm a fullback and it goes up and I don't catch the first one,
oh fuck,
I'm fucking head noise central for the next hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay, now on to the Roosters. I mean, I know it's going to hurt to say, but like, you guys can go and mix it with the best of them. You've gone from being a basket case a few weeks ago where we're going, what the, or not a few weeks ago, further back than that, but going, oh my God, this side might make the bottom four, to, I tell you what, I would not like to run into this side leading into finals footy because they can go with the best of them. They proved it. Yeah, granted, did they come off a bye? Yep, they did. But when they're on and they're energetic, they are a hard team to stop. And they've still got Sam Walker I can't wait for Sam Walker's return. He's almost like a bit of the forgotten man, Sam Walker. When he comes back, imagine this roster firing like that with Sam Walker leading them. Holy moly.
Mate, I think it's been really good for them to have some time without Walker. I think they became so reliant on him last year that he would just so often pull them out of the fire. Like I went over to Perth to watch them play the Dolphins. And Sam Walker he chipped over the top. He came up with like 3 or 4 plays that just dragged them back into this game of football. And it was like they were just waiting for Sam Walker to do something. I think for this team to show not that they don't need Sam Walker, but they can compete and get by without Sam Walker, just adding him in, I think it'll just help them so much.
Or even just showing they've got a system that exists externally from Sam Walker rather than like, holy shit, give him the ball, let's sort something out.
Yeah.
I thought Angus Crichton was outstanding, but I just wanted to talk about my boy Taupau once again. He doesn't stop, baby. Big Toop, 16 runs, 175 metres, 43 post contact, 3 tackle breaks, a line break assist. A line break. The big fella once again putting in the hard yards on the other wing. But I thought their forwards were much better. I mean, White at 10. And like I do understand where the Roosters are coming from in regards to like freeing up a lot of the salary cap because there's a lot of boys that need upgrades here. Like White has turned into a genuine starting front rower that you can build a pack around.
Yep.
And like not even 6 months ago, 10 weeks ago, White was a fringy. first grader. And I don't mean fringy in an insulting way because he's still relatively young. I mean fringy is in like we don't know what position he is. Like he's off the bench sometimes. Now, you could argue he's the heart of the pack.
He has been the heart of the pack, I think. Yeah.
So it's like, okay, the guy that was on minimum last year, he's all of a sudden on 600-700K.
And he's now out for a month too. I think his value's going to go up in the next 4 weeks. I think the other thing with the Roosters as well, when they're trying to balance out their salary cap, they've got a lot of guys due for upgrades. They've also just had their SG ball side go and win that comp. They had a heap of injuries at the start of the season. Boyd Cordner was the coach. It looks like it was Gonski, and they've managed to pull it together and win. There's going to be...
Typical Boyd Cordner fashion.
In typical Boyd Cordner fashion, I remember I spoke to him at after one of their games earlier in the year when they had a heap of injuries. And I sort of said, I'm sorry about all the injuries. He sort of went, no, we'll be okay. Like just the way he said it, I was like, oh, fuck. I'm more concerned than he is about this. And they went on to win it. So there'll be a lot of kids that I think will go straight from that group to Cup, and I think you'll see a few of them play first grade this year as well.
Yep.
So they're in a good spot at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an exciting spot for the Roosters. We have to remember this. It sounds insane. This is a rebuild for them.
Yeah,
they're in the middle of a rebuild, and they're looking this good.
Yeah,
unbelievable. I will say, definitely a social media pick. I'm going to say player of the match. Listen, I'm all for wingers getting good tries.
How can you have 6 errors and that's what shit me about that is because like everyone's commenting as if like
he selected himself.
He didn't fucking shoot.
You're setting him up to get pizzled. It's
Mark just scored one of the greatest tries I've ever seen. He would have been filthy on himself walking back into that change room. Like put the club itself putting up man of the match with 6
It would have
errors.
been a social media, surely.
100%. But surely at some point, you like someone in that room, just, like as soon as it went up, I would have gone, guys, fuck, just get down, put up anyone else.
Yeah. Put up big tubes on the other end, my boy.
Put up tubes, put up Connor.
Branded moment of the week he could have had for the try, but not the player of the match.
And like, look, guys, I get Roosters fans. They go, what about all these other clubs that did it? I understand you're not the only ones that have done that, but it was just like, when I saw that, I was like, this poor bloke is going to get absolutely pizzled within an inch of his life.
Yep.
And that was true. He did. Yeah. But yeah, outside of that, I think they should be really happy with where they're at right now, considering everything they've gone through this club, considering all the injuries, all the talk, all this, blah, 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 blah. They're within striking distance of the top 8. So they're currently, I think the Broncos loss actually might have helped them.
They're
11th.
They're 11th on 10 points. So they're 1 win outside the 8. Like, mate, if you said to a Roosters fan, you'll be in the middle of well, not just in the middle yet, but we've got a few weeks, but essentially the middle of the year, you're within a win of the 8. Are you happy with that? And also you've unearthed a bunch of really good young players. I think they'd be like, yeah, pretty happy with that.
Not a Roosters fan. Sorry.
Oh, wow. One loss
Sharkies this week they take on though.
Interesting.
Big
Obviously
test.
with Origin players out, they get to keep Teddy though, so they'll be without Watson, Angus, and Lindsay Collins.
Yeah.
And White. Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty, on to Dolphins v New Zealand. Don't know why I did that. Brought to you by 180 Cadence. They are offering a $50 off Sydney Ultra Marathon for Bloke Club members. This is their biggest ever discount. That's what they do for the Bloke Club. So obviously be a part of the Bloke Club. It's totally free to join. You automatically go in the draw to win a Mazda BT50 Plus. Also, we give away prizes every single month. But this month, 180 Cadence are offering $50 off their Sydney Ultra Marathon. Don't miss it, guys. Don't miss it. Okay, let's get into it, shall we? Dolphins defeated by the Waz, 16-12. Look, bit of a fight back at the end there by the Dolphins, but the Warriors had this game pretty under control. What I'm loving about the Warriors, though, is they're winning games like 16-12, 16-14.
On that note, the craziest thing, the Dolphins just lost this game to the Warriors. The Dolphins are 14th. The Warriors are 2nd.
Mental.
The Warriors' points differential is +5. The Dolphins is +6.
What?
Dolphins are 14th. Warriors are 2nd.
And that's why, you look at the ladder and it's not looking good for the Dolphins, but I think they're building nicely on what they're doing.
The Warriors have lost 1 game of football in the last 10 weeks.
It's amazing.
Differential of 5.
And the Warriors, 4 of their last 5 games, you take out the one where they beat the Knights 26-12, they've won them all. The biggest win was 4 points. There's been 2 4 points, a 1 point, and a 2 point.
And that's what excites me the most. And I sound like a broken record, but they're not even close to their best footy yet, the Warriors. But they're playing so gritty and so tough and so conservative. Like, you watch the Warriors play, it is just, honestly, 4 big hit-ups and then a kick and defend your ass off. 4 hit-ups, kick, and just stay like that. I think they were 10 from 10 in their first, 10 sets. Just do that, and even when you're not playing well, you put yourself in a position to win the game.
Without going around in circles, if your Broncos played that style, no one gets near 'em.
Mate, they would belt everyone off the park. You see it. Anytime that the game is on the line, the Broncos roll their sleeves up, start running super hard, and they just roll teams off the park, and yet they just don't want to do it.
And if in the preseason you said, do you want 2 Luke Metcalfs or 1 Adam Reynolds? I'll take a half an Adam Reynolds.
Yeah.
Mate, I'll take a 70% Adam Reynolds.
Yep.
And there's no disrespect to Metcalf. He may get to where we hope he's going to get to, but right now, Reynolds is one of the better halfbacks of his generation.
Yep. And Metcalf's currently, his team's in second. He's leading the Dahlia medal.
It's amazing. Let's talk about these Wars, the Warriors. It is incredible what they're achieving. And I don't know why. Is it because they're winning in such a gritty fashion why there isn't more hype around what's happening right now? They've lost 1 game in the last 9 weeks of rugby league. They looked terrible in the first game. So much so that, I'm sitting here going, guys, Fisher-Harris's cultural things, they're not going to come until year 2, year 3. Mate, they're already there.
They came in round 2 and 3.
Yeah, they literally, you're right. They like that, Roo. That's some of your best stuff, mate.
Thank you very much.
But are you telling me this isn't a Fisher-Harris-led side? To take nothing away from Barnett, he's also been a part of that. But, they are playing exactly how you would expect a team led by Fisher-Harris. Now, Blonde Goatee, no one's going to say... Do you reckon anyone said anything negative about that? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. And I think, you know what? I'm not saying anything negative about that, the big fella.
You should
Loved
grow
it.
one, like Shibasaki a few weeks ago.
A blonde fish.
goatee.
Don't do that. You give it... It's like blood and a water with all sharks around it. You give the audience a fucking sniff of that shit and they're like...
Let us know in the comments, should he grow a blonde goatee?
A blonde... oh, my God.
How about we have an Origin bet?
Okay. I'm here for that. I'm here for that, baby. Let's go.
So if Blues win, what do I have to do? Do I shave my head? Do I do a blonde goatee? Do we both do the same thing? What do we...
Blonde beard?
The Wolfman.
The Wolfman?
Blonde beard for how long?
Till the next game.
No. The whole. It's just. Are we doing series or just game
For
one?
the whole series?
So we're going game one, and then we'll do a bet each
I was
time.
going to do the series.
No, let's do game one. Bet each
That's in
time.
Brisbane. Fuck that.
Oh, you're a coward, bro. I'll do it when it's in Sydney. I'll do it when it's in Sydney. I'll return serve.
I'll be fucking bold or blonde by then. Won't matter.
Yeah, but I'll be blonde too. We'll be
Let's
friends.
go the series. Yeah, or you want to go individual?
I reckon because it's fun then, because we can
I've
get
got
one
a
each
really
other.
good one for the Perth game after you've decided the round.
Let's just go game one. It's a big come on. Game one. If Queensland lose, I will grow the goatee and dye it blonde.
Yes.
If you lose, you can at least put just a blonde goatee in. You can leave that. Come on, bro. It'll be fun.
Pretty good.
And it's got to be held until the next game.
The next Origin game?
Yeah, game 2.
So 3 weeks.
3 weeks. Not that long.
I imagine time will go pretty slow. With blonde goatee, but... Yeah, okay. Fuck it.
All right, deal?
Deal.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, I like that. And so now we need to, all right, for Perth, what are we doing?
Oh,
now?
yeah, so Perth. All right, you guys up for this one?
Okay.
So for Perth, you both go to Perth for the game. Mm-hmm. Whoever loses has to get the India Pacific train back to Sydney. Takes 5 days.
Takes 5
5
days.
days.
Okay, let's think about that.
Probably shorter than the 3 weeks of a blonde goatee, to be fair.
Okay, so it takes 5 days. Is it nice though?
Yeah, it is. Yep, my parents are doing it the other way.
Okay,
A lot of it,
okay.
I think
And so
it's
that's
like an older,
it's a
demographic.
decider.
No, it's game 2.
So it could be.
Well, it
could be.
effectively could
Yeah,
be.
it is a decider. Okay, so Wednesday. So we'd be back by Monday.
Well, I'd have to check exactly when it goes. I don't think it's like every single day kind of thing.
Okay.
We'll just double check the time.
All right, let's double
But
check.
in theory,
Let's double check because it's great
That's
content.
fucking heaps, to be fair.
It's heaps, but
It's heaps.
it's great content.
I'm probably not doing that, but...
Oh, okay, fair enough. Damn.
take the podcasting gear on the train.
Well,
Get a
I've
nice
got like
tight
radio
cage.
shows and stuff. That's the only problem. But if I get past Morning Glory, will love it, so they'll be fine with it. Thursday is the DMP. They'll love it. Saturday, Sunday, all I'd be doing is watching footy anyway. Just needs an internet connection. Obviously, I got to see my child too, but that's a big deal. Look, I mean, I'm open to the discussion.
Oh, I'm doing the first one with you. Maybe do that one, Timmy.
Yeah, nice. Actually, you guys not here to
I'm sure
defend
Timmy
him.
would be open to it.
Okay.
Yep. All right.
Let's try.
But I like the tit for tat kind of vibe with me and you. Think about it. We'll have a think about it. Maybe there's another way we could it's half. It's like 3 days back or some shit like that. 2 days. Anyway.
They go faster.
Okay. Wow, the Roo with a friggin' blonde. Oh, you're kidding. That's the best. And it's all inspiration by the great James Fisher Harris. He has inspired this. A Kiwi has inspired this. Oh, that's great stuff. Okay. In regards to the Warriors, where were we at, boys? Where were we at? How good it was. Good performance.
You're talking about how after round one, everyone was like, "Oh,
everyone's off them."
The game style,
the game style. I will say, speak on Metcalf. He's leading the Dally M at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, we say it every week about Luke Metcalf. I wish he'd have a down week so we could just give it a spell for a moment. But I just love that he's playing like Luke Metcalf. He's playing his own version of halfback. That try that he set up on the weekend, that was just magic. Like, you can't train for that. You can't get.
Yep.
You've either got that or you don't.
Well, it's like, for all the shortcomings, he doesn't actually have them at the moment. But for all the things you go, oh, is he a game manager? We go, okay, we can work on that. We're working on that. This is why he gets selected in 7. Because you want him around the ball. So when there is a split-second decision for something special to happen, he can make that happen. And he did that with that play. It was, I see something, I'm backing myself, boom. Mate, as long as his body stays together, this is what he's at now. What is he going to be like in 3 years' time?
Yep.
Like, what is that? What is a version of Luke Metcalf that continues to improve his game under a bloody good coach in Webster? I liken him very much like a Hughes. Like, I think he could go in that same direction as Jerome Hughes.
Imagine being Tanner Boyd, moving from the Gold Coast over to New Zealand, thinking, okay, there's no one there that can kick a football. I'm a serious sniff here. He's 8 games in. His Warriors team is leading New South Wales Cup. He's been the halfback for every single game. He's undefeated so far. He's played 8 games. He's had 12 try assists and 7 line break assists, and he's not even close to getting a look into this side.
Mental. Absolutely mental. Also shows you how good the system is that he's gone over there in the reserve grades, absolutely ripping.
Yep.
Another shout out I want to use is, he set the world alight on the weekend, not necessarily, but Janelle Harris-Tavita, before he left and had his year off rugby league, I was always like, this guy deserves better. There's a great footy player in this young fella, super tough in defence, but the club at the time just didn't appreciate what they had. Sometimes he'd be in the side, sometimes not, sometimes moved to different positions. I'm so happy that he's finally in a squad that can get the best out of his talents. He's tough as nails. He gets the job done. He's actually his kicking game's improving quite a lot as we witness it throughout the season. I'm just happy that we're seeing that. I really am. Leka Halasima, once again, some of the, 14 runs, 130 metres, 58 post contact. Like, again, 130 metres, most edge back rowers don't come close to that. Like, kick out, for example, we had 100 metres on the weekend. We read out some of the Broncos boys, even even some of the better back rowers, they're not running for a plus 100 metres. And we're talking about a 19-year-old at the moment. So, and look, even he had, not even his best game. And it was still, I've got to say, though, the RTS knock-on, bruh, it's not as bad as the women's video ref call, but it's pretty close. Because what are we talking about here? How is that not a knock-on?
Yeah, a shocker.
And look, the only forgiveness that I have for it is like, listen, it was an on-the-fly call. It happens. Like, I'd rather we just keep the game flowing and miss them every now and then. But it was pretty bad.
Yeah, it was unforgivable, really. Yeah.
Jeez. And so I understand why Dolphins are fuming, frustrated as anything. But I will say, and look, the Warriors have copped so many bad calls over the years. Like, I feel like that this game, the footy guys just said, you know what, all those bad calls, we're just going to give them back to you this game. Because, what goes around comes around. The Dolphins, they'll get a call one game. It always evens itself out. But that was a Barry Crocker. That was a Barry Crocker. That was an off-your-rocker. Okay, anything else, boys?
Mitch Barnett killed it as usual.
Yep.
Big knock from him. No-brainer to be picked to start for Origin as well, but he was great as well.
Yep, absolutely. With the Dolphins, we'll be quick, but again, like, I will say there was times where I felt like Katoa was like getting frustrated. And what I mean by frustrated is like, I do feel like he is, and I'm just putting words in his mouth, I don't know what he's actually feeling, But I feel like the players around him kind of need to step up a little bit. I feel like he is doing everything he can for this team to get the job done. And I feel like there's some players around him that aren't raising to his level at the moment.
I agree with you. I think he desperately needs Jeremy Marshall-King back.
Yep.
I think that's made a huge difference for him. I think Marshall-King and Max Plath, both of those two, I think he's missing not having those two. Obviously, Origin's arrived now, so Miso's going to be gone. I believe you'll see Kurt Donahoe jump into fullback for the next few weeks.
I loved his ticker. He was in everything.
Goer.
Yeah, absolute ticker at 9. Just with Katoa though, 22 runs, 161 meters, and that was with one line break. Sorry, that was with no line breaks.
I feel like his running meters have gone through the roof this year.
Yep, and I like it. I like the fact that Wolfie has gone, mate, get the ball under your wing and just go. Because that's the modern game. You look at Cleary stats, all that.
Yeah.
So, look, disappointing. I like the effort they showed towards the end. But, yeah, there's some decent performance, like Herbie Farnworth once again going really well. But, yeah, unfortunately, boys, we can't, guys, sorry that are listening, we can't go through every single team because we don't have time. But, yeah.
So his first 3 seasons of first grade, his average run meters in year 1, 46, year 2, 80. Now it's up to 114.
Wow. Love it. Okay. As I said, guys, we can't sit on 2 games for too long because we're obviously Origin changes that. Okay, North Queensland Cowboys versus Manly. Look, I'm not going to talk that much about North Queensland Cowboys, not because I don't want to. A, we don't have enough time, but B, this is the Cowboys. Like when they go on a streak, we know how good they can be. Every now and then they're going to drop a game. Yes, there could be questions around should Clifford been dropped last week, bring him back into the side. I get all that. But really, I felt like the Manly Sea Eagles, this was one of their more gritty wins that I've seen them have in a couple of years. They really did hang in tough in this game. They had a lot of moments where Manly usually fold or leak some points or whatever. I felt like this was the toughest version of Manly I've seen in a little bit.
The Cowboys had almost convinced me.
Yeah.
So, I was pretty much over the line that no, they've
Top
turned
4 side, yeah.
They can do this. I was very confident on the Cowboys coming to this game, which is disappointing. But yeah, Manly, I love to, mate. Like Manly, it was a gritty performance, and they had things go against them here. Turbo wasn't at his best. Gerbo got knocked out early, and they just found a way. I thought Jazz, I thought he was gone early. I didn't think he'd come back on the field. Thankfully, he did. I thought he was really good in that role, and I spoke about it last week. I think when Gerbo returns, it has to be just as a front row forward.
Yeah, I think so too.
Play the first 20, come back on for 20 later. Just let Jazz play 13, I think.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Jazz is the perfect 13 for him.
Yeah.
Fast footwork, decent ball playing. I'm with you, mate. Bring him on to the front row. I will say, mate, Manly's still only completed at 67%, and they still managed to hang on and win the game. And it was essentially a 50-50 split in regards to possession, and they won that 24-6.
Almost more alarming for the Cowboys, isn't it?
Yeah. The thing I wanted to be convinced of the Cowboys, but I'm always looking at the Cowboys going, they're so streaky that I almost expect games like this. Because I reckon in another 2 weeks' time, they go back up to like that, and they're going to go on another run. And the reason why I say that is because I learnt my lesson in the start of the year where I was sitting there going, Cowboys are looking like a disaster, bottom 4, this, that, and whatever. And then they just came out and just went, boom, nah. So I almost expect this of the Cowboys. It's been like this for quite a few years now as well. So it's not like an easy fix kind of thing. But I understand. I definitely know what you're saying.
I thought in his first hit out back, Laybut, he looks good. I would be persevering with him in the centres.
Okay, so Purdue and Dearden 6 and 7?
I think so, mate. I think they've got to bye this week. So then Dearden will be back the next week. So I don't think you'll even have an opportunity to see Clifford. Yeah. Again.
The only worry I have is is Dearden a 7 yet? Is he a 7?
Yeah.
Kick meters 267, whereas you're going to get 400-500 a game out of Clifford.
If you're going to make a big change like this when your team's going well, I can't see them switching back to it anytime soon.
Yeah, okay.
Especially now that you've got to buy. If you believed in this so heavily 6 days ago, you've now got 2 weeks to prepare. You've got to lean into it, don't you?
Yeah. No, it was a strange dropping. I was quite surprised when they dropped Clifford. It does seem, though, that Peyton has looked at it and said, my best side is Purdue at 6, Laybud at centre. But then what I get so surprised with that is like, well, Duffy was the starting 7. So now you're on your third halves pairing, almost by choice, really.
Well, it is by choice.
Yeah, it's by choice.
It's 100% by choice.
Like even Duffy, like he wasn't going so bad that it was like desperate need to get rid of him. Got rid of him, brought Clifford in, and so yeah, I wonder. I mean, I can understand the thinking for sure. Getting Purdue closer to the ball, we know how good he is. I just worry he's did in a 7. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, I thought it was strange and maybe a little bit harsh that they dropped him when they did. I mean, they had a draw with the Panthers and, look, you could argue should they have closed it out and should the number 7 kind of steer that around maybe. But, before that they put it, did a job on the Titans. They only just lost to the Warriors. I thought it was a little bit harsh and there was a bit of chat going around and I don't know if this would have anything to do with it, but that Billy wanted to have a bit of a look at Purdue at a 6. With a bit of potential of maybe including him in an Origin squad. Again, don't know how much, if he had a request like that, if that would mean that Payton would change anything. But there was a bit of chat about that.
Yeah.
So you want to have a bit of a look at him?
Yeah, surely Payton's not making selections on that.
I know.
But yeah, you're right.
Who knows?
You never know.
But anyway, look, it just didn't quite look like they gelled that well, and it is a bit concerning. They kind of have done this a few times now, even last year or the year before when they brought Clifford in, and they kind of dropped Townsend a little bit out of nowhere. You know what I mean?
Townsville.
Chad Townsville, as he was known at the time. But yeah, I don't know. They've kind of done this a few times where they've been going okay and then make a pretty big decision.
It's a huge call.
Yeah.
Like they'll be going so well, they draw with the Penrith Panthers, and then they just go, "See ya, Clifford." I feel like we're probably a bit closer than maybe Roo in regards to the decision. Like it's a bit of a weird one for me.
I 100% agree it's a
okay,
weird
fair
one, but I just think Purdue, despite what that game said, I think he's just got so much upside.
Yeah.
I just want the ball in his hands more.
Is Dearden a 7 though? That's my
that's a very fair question. I'll tell you what else is interesting I just had a look at. Tom Duffy, since going back to Q Cup, has been playing 5'8", not halfback, which I think is
wow.
odd for his development.
I cannot believe. I think I saw some quotes about the Cowboys basically saying if Duffy can get a deal elsewhere, they'll take.
Yeah, he has been chopped around,
mate. We don't know. In regards to development of halves, we never know who's going to be the good half and the bad half. With the amount of number 7s out there right now that are desperate for 7s, I cannot believe they're saying, yep, you can look elsewhere. When who knows? Duffy could have a preseason next year and all of a sudden be the best of the club.
I think he will be a very good half. I would be very confident signing Tom Duffy.
Yeah, mate, and that's what I'm so surprised at. If I'm the Cowboys, I absolutely want Duffy is a priority signing to have in the squad playing reserve grade. What if Dearden goes down for a long injury? Touch wood, you don't want that. You wouldn't want to call on Duffy in the 6. It just in a club that needs halves.
Yep.
And you've got one of the best younger halves in the competition. He's 20 years old?
Yeah, he's a local junior. He's 21. Yep.
And you're already going, and you started him. The season started with him. It makes no sense to me. I feel like it's just being too harsh for no reason. Like, be selfish. Keep him in the top 30 squad and also develop him. You just don't know what the future's going to bring.
Yep,
I don't get it.
agree.
I don't get it. Anyway. Or just quickly, guys, in regards to DJ Grumpy this week, we'll be playing at Box Hill Junior Rugby League Club. It's their first season in the Parramatta Junior Rugby League competition. The address is the Brindle Parkway Reserve, the corner of Terry and Cart Road in Box Hill. So get down. We'll be playing DJ Grumpy at Junior Rugby League Club at Box Hill. That'll be this Saturday. Okay, just quickly good for Queensland, DCE, bouncing back, having a good, solid game. But yeah, anyway, good win for Manly. Sorry, guys, I know we can't spend... we wanted to spend longer on this game, but unfortunately, time has made it so that we can't. Okay, on to the next game. Sharkies defeat Melbourne Storm 31-26. This is brought to you by Good Day and Daylights. Use code DMP for 10% off at begoodhealth.com.au. The best multivitamin in the business. You put that with a subscription, you get 20% off at begoodhealth.com.au. So I said this leading up to this game, and I was more just kind of, throwing it out there like maybe this is something to look forward with the Sharkies playing the Storm. And it was, look at Heinz's form without the pressure of being in contention to play for the Blues. He'd been so much more relaxed, so much more confident. And I was like, you know what? Maybe if you apply that to the Sharks playing the Storm, they got the monkey off their back last year by beating Melbourne down in Melbourne. They got the monkey off their back in regards to the finals win. are we going to see a much more relaxed, confident side against Storm? Because I reckon the one criticism against Cronulla over the last few years is they look nervous when they come up against big sides. Like they look like that we don't beat the big sides narrative is weighing them down. They did not look like that against the Melbourne Storm. Matter of fact, they looked like they knew they were the better side. This is like, yes, it was a really important victory in the finals last year, but I think like this kind of win over Melbourne is at least one of the more important wins over the last few years, because it wasn't just at the death, 13-12 or whatever. Like for a lot of the game, they dominated them.
If they were to win a comp this year, this is the game we'd look back on and go, that was
I
the
think
moment.
so. I really do. Like that looked like, if you take away what you know of the Sharks, all the history of the last few years, and you just watch that game, you would think that Sharkies are the big dogs in that game.
I think as well in this game, like we spoke about it all last year, whenever a team lost an outside back in the first half, I think it was 70% of the time they lost. The Sharkies lost 2 in the first 20 minutes against Melbourne.
Mental. Absolutely mental. Like it is genuinely one of the better wins that they've had in a very long time.
And just like we've spoken about it for a few weeks now, but if you have a look at Trindle and Hines, between them, 0 line breaks, 0 line break assists, 0 try assists, nothing doing there because their hooker had the hot hand and they just let him go.
Yep.
Like, I think quite often, especially with these halves, I think there's a lot of people out there that I see on socials and everything that go to the stats at the end, see who got the most Supercoach points or who got the stats. The other half was shit today. Trindle was shit or Hines was shit. It's like, okay, they just beat Melbourne. Neither of them had fuck all attack. Were they both shit?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Blake Brayley had the hot hand and they just let him go. And I thought that was the game of, I'm sure Brayley's had games where he's had 3 try assists or scored 2 or whatever. That was the game of his career for me.
Well, I've been saying, over the last, 4 or so weeks, like maybe the next step for them is Brayley involving himself more in the game. Maybe that is the last piece of the puzzle that takes them to a premiership threat. And look, maybe it is or it isn't, but he really was the next kind of iteration of their attack.
I reckon one of the most deceptive stats I've ever seen is Blake Brayley ran for 47 metres on the weekend.
Yeah, he's so deceptive around the ruck.
He's running for 7, handing the ball off, getting on the front foot consistently.
Yeah,
they were just rolling through Melbourne all night.
Yeah.
Blake Brayley looked like what Harry Grant usually looks like for Melbourne.
Yeah.
In that game.
So deceptive around the ruck. And so, that's where I go. I've been actually critical of, you need to give Hines the keys to the castle, or at least say, who is the main man? And in this case, it's worked really well that they've got 2 halves that will both step back and go, okay, Brayley has the hot hand. Now, hopefully it can continue, but right now, the Sharkies are looking outstanding. And I've got to say, Adam Fanua-Blake, my God, if we didn't have record-breaking performances from Terrell May and Keon, he absolutely would have been starting. So he played 67 minutes, he had a try, 22 runs, 249 metres, 118 post-contact, 3 tackle breaks, a line break, offload, 32 tackles, only 1 miss. And with Adam Fanua-Blake, that was probably, when he was at the Warriors, probably his only knock at the time was when he got up against Penrith or Melbourne, his stats were a little bit less. He has completely changed that narrative.
And this was my argument a year ago when I said, I don't think he's that absolute tier 1. I think he's the top of the next tier because against the top teams he doesn't do it. And the stats reflected that. This year in Vegas, they came up against, Panthers aren't the greatest team in the comp at the moment, but they played bloody well in Vegas.
Yeah.
And he absolutely dominated them through the middle.
Yeah.
He played Canterbury about 4 or 5 weeks ago. He was up for that one as well. And then he absolutely gave it to Melbourne in that game. I think it's been that next level of development for AFB where it's not, okay, I'm going to beat up on the shit sides. I'm going to take it to the best middles in the competition, the most well-coached sides, and they're not going to be able to handle me. And that's exactly what he's doing at the moment.
Yeah, it's incredible. His ability, just every time he gets the ball, he's almost running I know I'm going to bend the line.
Yep.
I know I'm going to use my late footwork. You're not going to be able to handle it. I'm too powerful through my hips and my quads. And look, it's a long way to go. It really is a long way to go. And they did start slow, the Sharkies. But we always said they're one big dog middle short. And Adam Fanua-Blake, he may be that answer to him. And this is the best they've looked against a good side since Fitzy's taken over, in my opinion. I know that they've won finals games, but I reckon this is the best the Sharkies have looked against a top-tier side since Fitzy has taken over. They didn't look nervous. They didn't look overawed. They looked like they knew they were a better side and they got the job done. And I'm super surprised because I actually thought that they would still look a little bit nervous and would struggle. Like I thought I was in two minds of like, because they've got the monkey off the back, will that release the pressure that makes them look nervous? Or will they go, okay, yeah, we have won one finals game, but it was only one time or whatever. Mate, it's a really, really important win. They can go back and say, and I know some people will try and go, discredit and say, Melbourne weren't at their best or whatever. Hang on a sec. It's still a win against Melbourne Storm that when they are on, they just put 64 points on an NRL side. Like, let's not pretend the Storm aren't a bloody good side to beat. Like, let's just relax on that chat.
Not to mention as well, like, Xavier Coates scored 3 tries. I don't know if he scores 3 tries if they didn't have all those injuries on that edge.
Yeah.
Like, Melbourne had a lot of things go their way in that game too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not like, Melbourne didn't complete that great. Like, Sharks completed at 76%. Melbourne completed at 72%. Melbourne had more possession, 51 compared to 49, 25 minutes compared to 23. They had more runs, more meters, more post contact, more average set distance. You know what I mean? Like, there were a lot of stats they won.
Had Fitzy identified earlier that he had to get Mortallo to the right wing, I think the Sharks put the cleaners wrong.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly, back on that Broncos game, do you know the Broncos had 7 line breaks to 3?
That was mad.
It just triggered.
A flashback.
Yeah, it just triggered PTSD looking at the stats there. Sorry about that. Anyway, but yeah, so like really, really good win from the Sharkies. I think it could be season defining. It really could. And so right now, the Sharkies are sitting. Get the ladder up. Apologies. 5th. They've played 11 games, so they've got 1 extra game up their belt. So they're actually sitting above the Melbourne Storm right now. That's crazy.
How good's Talakai coming on and playing centre? And if I'm Talakai, I'm coming on. I'm playing Melbourne. I'm going. I haven't played centre in a while. I'm just do my job.
Pump the brakes a little bit.
Nah.
The hands that he showed.
Killed it.
He's a freak.
Unbelievable.
Could have made a case for him even being centre in the team of the week.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was great.
Mate, the hands that he showed were phenomenal.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, just on this performance from the Sharks, actually knocked $2 off their price. They're now 3rd favourite outright to win the comp at $7.50.
Wow.
So, getting that kind of monkey off the back of beating a top 4 team, which has kind of been the knock on them. The punters like the look of that.
I will say as well, like it's a testament to how good they're going at the moment. When you said Manly have to play Sharkies or who? Sorry, someone earlier in the show, you were like, they'll get Roosters.
Yeah.
And so like the fact that we're using Sharkies as a yardstick now, whereas
a litmus test,
whereas like 2 years ago, Sharkies, the argument was always, no, they don't beat top 8 sides. They beat, so that shows you how far they've come as a side.
I think the other thing for the Sharkies is too, they're 5th right now. If you have a look at all those teams above them, essentially, they are all losing one or multiple key players during this Origin period. Cronulla lose no one.
Well, what's crazy? They're actually equal third.
Well, I think Craig Fitzgibbon would be putting it down to them saying...
No, sorry, mate.
They're equal 4th.
They're 3rd. They're actually out. Like they've got a better points differential than Raiders, and they've got a bye in hand. Oh no, apologies, my bad. Raiders have a bye. Oh, sorry guys.
Yeah, let's not do
my
this
bad.
bye shit.
Well, yeah,
that'll have us pretzeled in 3
true.
minutes.
Apologies, guys.
Yeah, so I reckon Fitzgibbon would be laying it down to them, going the next 6 weeks we lock down a home final.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now on to the Melbourne Storm. I've got a bit of a theory in my head with the Melbourne Storm, and I'd love to get your guys' thoughts. I don't know if it's the right answer or whatever, but I reckon this current Storm, as it is, could almost nearly beat any of the best ever Melbourne sides in 20 minutes of rugby league when it comes to their attack. But I just worry with this Melbourne side that they have nowhere near the grit and ticker that the best of the best Storm sides that have existed before it have had. Because I was just watching on the weekend, and sometimes the Melbourne Storm put together 20 minutes of the best attacking footy I've ever seen. Like, it is truly like, how do you stop that? But their inability to play 80 minutes of rugby league, which used to be a part of the Storm's character of, we are so gritty and tough. Sometimes our attack is quite poor. I don't know. Just a thought. What do you reckon? Like, do you think that is a concern at the moment for the Storm?
It's definitely a concern. 100% it's a concern. Like, this team has been, they've had even like I think we always talk about that 2017 team. They came back, they were the best team. They were still mad defensively.
Yeah.
They were still incredibly in defense. Like they were, I think a big part of why they were able to score so many points because they did still suffocate teams just out of games. And I think it would be an enormous concern for Craig Bellamy because they're leaking a lot of points.
And like, would you agree that their attack when it's on is as good as any Storm side that's ever existed?
It's right up there with them, yeah.
Yeah, I think if you had, for example, like Cam Smith, his brilliance wasn't in that one set. It was in the 40 sets that you played against him. Billy Slater versus Pappy, obviously Billy Slater's better, but Pappy at his best can do things that, Billy would do when they had all the good things rolling. Cronk versus Hughes in a one-off set, I'm probably going for Hughes in a one-off set. Cronk was all about building a game plan. And then obviously Munster was essentially a part of their better sides. So it's just a thought experiment that I had of like, attacking wise, they're as good as any Storm sides that ever existed. So what's the problem? I think it's grit and toughness, which is, I feel like because that jersey is so synonymous with grit and toughness, we just assume that this team plays exactly the same. But I don't mean they're not a tough side. Any Bellamy side's a tough side. I mean, in comparison to sides before it, which is some of the toughest we've ever seen, I just wonder whether they have that same mental toughness that the older side had.
I think as well, like coming out of that Magic Round game that they lost, the penalty, all that sort of stuff. I don't think it shocked any of us that they came out and pounded the Tigers that week.
Yeah.
We all saw that coming. I think especially the 0 next to the Tigers, I saw that coming from a mile away. But I'm confident that going into that game, it wouldn't have been about that game. I think Craig Bellamy would have said, hey, you got a 2-week block here and then we have a bye. I'm really surprised at the performance they put in before a bye against the Sharkies.
And that's what I mean about the mentality.
The mentality, 100%.
I wouldn't have seen that with the old Storm sides. No. And I just wonder, and granted, it takes time to build players into a certain type of player, but are they there yet? Like even last year at times, they would have these like world-beating games where you're just going, what the hell is happening? And then the next game would be like, what just happened then? Like, yeah.
Just on the mentality thing, they got to buy this week. They got to buy in 2 weeks' time as well. Oof. So in the next 4 weeks, they've got 2 buys. They had a buy in round 2 as well. So from round 16 onwards, that's them.
They're redlining essentially the rest of the year. What do you reckon, Hammy?
About the Storm?
Just about the idea of like they're attacking and
attacking. Yeah, look, I was just having a quick look through some of their other backlines, and they have had a lot of great firepower and stuff in the backline over the years. So this would be right up there and could easily go with them. But yeah, it is. It's interesting to see that they weren't able to back up obviously a very impressive performance the previous week. But it wasn't just against anyone. Like I think the Sharks are kind of proving that they're going to be out there in the pointy end as well. They're a good side as well. They'll probably be, I think they'll be a top 4 team. But yeah, I'm sure like Craig Bellamy and Co will be, they'll be a bit disappointed with how they performed on the weekend. But yeah, obviously a couple of buys coming. They're probably feeling the effects of having gone. A lot of these other teams, I think the Sharks have had one already as well. They're probably just due for a little bit of a rest and a refresh.
Yeah, see, I'm not just pointing at this one game and saying that. I just reckon they've been really hot and cold for a while now, like for at least a couple of years.
They conceded 42 points to the Dolphins 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, so and that's this year, but even last year there were times where they were like super high, super low, and I think one of the things of a Melbourne Storm side is that they always were an 8 out of 10. And I just wonder that their highest highs can go with any team ever. Really, I just wonder whether they're he needs to find a way to get him to play 80, not even 80 minutes, like just a month of good, solid footy.
Just that average management from an NRL point of view for them to have 3 buys in the first 15 weeks.
Very
to have
strange.
2 in 4 weeks.
It's very strange. Now, maybe they expected, look, let's try and get in some buys around Origin.
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, is what it is. So, look, as I said, yes, it did become close in the end, but I actually think that was the Sharkies more coming out in that second half playing terrible. They went like 1 from 4. Meanwhile, the Storm were like 8 from 8 or something like that. Like, so even the good thing about the Sharkies, and Fitzgibbon actually said this, he goes, we didn't actually even play our best footy. And I agree with him. I think in the first half they were quite good, but that 20 after half time, I thought they were asking to lose the game. And their ability to wrangle back momentum. They're one of the very few clubs in the competition right now who actually can wrangle momentum back. Like most teams in the comp, once they lose that momentum, it's gone. Yep. It's just done. Whereas the Sharkies can do that, and they've actually done it on multiple occasions. But yeah, just something I was thinking about.
I loved at the end of this game, you know, it obviously ended pretty hot and heavy between the two sides. Mulatalo and Pappy just coming together at the end.
Awesome.
All sweet. Like,
That's rugby league, baby.
Once again,
They
just
shook hands.
Mulatalo. If you haven't met him, he's nothing like what you would.
So weird, eh?
It's bizarre.
He couldn't be more different. And it's not even lip service. He literally couldn't be more different. Listen, Mulatalo, if you're playing against him, you're going to hate his guts. And look, I know there are some Shark fans that say, oh, no, I don't like him. But, like, you know, he's a big reason this club is finishing top 4 pretty regularly because it's the heart, it's the soul, it's the energy, it's the pumping the boys up, it's the get on me back, boys. And, like, yeah, okay, in the same game, he'll do something brilliant, he'll do something silly. But it's almost like the Rapana effect where, you know, I think he's probably got a better ceiling than Rapana, but, like, he's just having a dig. He is just a winner. He's going to do anything he can to win.
What did Munster say about him last night, Ham?
Munster?
Yeah.
About Mulatalo?
Yeah, I think I came in late. I missed this.
Oh, yeah. He was cause he was getting into Pappy's face, and I think Munster came in and kind of, like, de-escalated a little bit. And then they're like, oh, you know, what's he like as a bloke? He's like, oh, you know, he did get picked for Queensland, but he's ineligible. He's got to play for New Zealand. Or something to that effect. But it was like giving him a little bit of a clip in a very Munster way. It was good.
I think Munster will keep that one in the back pocket for later in the year.
Yeah. I mean, Munster, talking about having chirp on the field. Okay. Oh, yeah. To be honest, I love it both. Munster chirping, Pappy chirping, Mulatalo chirping. It's the best. Alrighty, it is time for the Broncos v the Dragons, brought to you by Aspley Mazda and Luke Camilleri and the Bloke Club. Guys, join the Bloke Club. You automatically go in the draw to win a Mazda BT50. That is all thanks to Luke Camilleri and Aspley Mazda. And also, if you're looking for a car, go into Aspley Mazda or message Aspley Mazda or LDC_01. Message them Bloke. And Luke will get back to you or someone at Aspley and give you a very, very special end of financial year deal. But look, this wasn't supposed to happen. Luke was supposed to come on another week. And he insisted, nay, demanded that he comes on this week. I don't know why. The great Luke Camilleri is on the line. How you going, brother?
I'm good, mate. What a day to be a Dragon. I woke up feeling fresh as this morning, mate. How are you feeling?
Oh, my God. Seriously, like, I thought we were mates. I thought, you know, we got a great partnership going. It's flourishing. And then you want to kick the boot in, mate.
Be a tough carry for you today, mate, I'll tell you. And plenty of other people. Watched them all walk out of Suncorp yesterday.
Oh.
I waited right till the end and watched them all walk out.
How dare you, sir? How dare you, mate?
Proud Red B yesterday,
mate. Walk us through it. How you feeling? What are you feeling about the performance of the boys?
Oh, it was a tough game to watch. But I tell you what, there's still plenty of adrenaline and emotion. But I thought they were good. I thought in that first half was a little bit tough and a few calls probably didn't go the right way, but we had our own little issues. But that second half came home. I was for the team. I think they played really well. I think when Little came on, he did an amazing job and just lifted, but the rest came with him. And the Dragons showed a little bit of ticker yesterday, which was really good to see. That's been lacking. And yesterday, I'll tell you what, there were some proud Red V members there.
Oh, mate, absolutely. And what about Little? Like, surely he's going to get some more minutes.
Well, that was probably the most minutes he's got. Usually he's been coming on, you know, in that second half. But, you know, he played that full second half and that back end of that first half. And what a difference it made, I thought. I just thought the energy around the ruck and just his tenacity, you know. And I think everyone lifts. I think Cookie plays a little bit better as a running forward beside him, you know. Like he just looked a bit free yesterday, Cookie. And I don't know, they look good together. They actually look good together.
Mate, I'm with you because I reckon Cookie, if you just go, because the one thing, I don't think Cookie's ever gotten back to his best when he played for Origin when he ran a lot. I think that sometimes he's almost been overburdened by, I'm a dummy half now, I've got to be real crafty and service. Whereas, mate, you put him in the forwards, you just say rip and tear.
He's been called a running hooker for the last 4 years and he hasn't been a running hooker.
Yeah.
It's never been like that. When he played his best footy for South last year, it was when he was playing lock. It's taken a while for the Dragons to get there, and I hope they have got there. I hope it wasn't just because of the Egan injury that it forced them to do this. Yeah. But I think it has to be the move.
Surely.
Forward. Hey, Luke, are you a blue or a maroon, by the way?
I'm a blue. I'm a blue.
Oh, my God. What is happening today?
Better today, doesn't it?
Oh, far out. This sucks. Man. This really does suck it, mate. Thoughts on the blue selection just quickly? Any bombshells or anything you're happy with?
No bombshells. I thought it was a good side. Like, you look at that side on paper, that's big and strong. Like, that's a good side.
Yeah.
I think they're hard to beat. Hard to beat. You know, on current form, you look at them, that's a bloody good side.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. There's only one or two where I was a bit iffy on. However, like, everyone is in good form. You know, that's I think a real positive for the Blues is basically everyone selected is in bloody good form, mate. Just back to your Dragons though. Who else stood out for you for the Dragons, mate? What about Gutho? Surely you got to be stoked with Gutho.
Yeah, Gutho, I was a bit hard on him last week. I thought I savaged him last week, but Diddy was good yesterday. He was in everything. And a good tenacious around the rack. He just was everywhere, you know. And I was saying it. I was actually sitting with Alex Glenn. You're watching it yesterday. Poor Lexi. He's had a rough day yesterday, and this morning I've been into him as well. But he was. You just look at where he is. Like, every play, Gutho's there. You know, he's inside, he's outside, he's sniffing around. And if the minute we started playing a bit of second page footy, that's where Gutho looked good. And the Dragons straight away, that's when he scored on the post. But he was good. He was excellent for him, and loud everywhere defensively. I thought he was good. And I just think that he lifted the whole team. Actually, he was. He's definitely made a big difference, that's for sure.
Yeah, mate, absolutely. Listen, you can't torment me. Can't even say it. I'm that rattled. Any further. Now, just quickly before we let you go, anything going on this week? Anything that the listeners can get on board with?
All good. We got our BT 50 week coming up next week, which is a big week on BT 50, also going into end of financial year. So BT 50 week next week, it's cranking. So we're doing a few extra things on top normally do. But no, there's a bit of buzz at the moment. Like, we're 6 weeks out from end of financial year, and now's the time to buy because all the sales are on and end of financial year run out. So it's a good feeling, the dealership today. I tell you what, I think it's my mood though. When the Dragons win, I'm lifting, and the team feel it as well today because I've bought some good energy with me. I can tell you that much.
Mate, I tell you what, very rich of you to be living in Brisbane, walking in saying, "Oh yeah, the feeling's good in the place." Yeah, because you're the boss, mate. Of course, the feeling's good. Kidding me?
Nothing to do with it, mate.
Can you imagine if the Broncos towed you up? He'd be moping. He'd be walking with his head down.
I don't remember that feeling, mate. There's twice back to back against the Broncos. We've done it, so it's a good feeling. You probably wouldn't understand it.
We've got to let him go. That's too far. That is too far, mate. Thanks so much for joining us. And as I said, guys, if you want a great end of financial deal, a special one, message Bloke to LDC_01. Give him a follow. Also, to win this month's $1,000 cash that we're giving away to one lucky winner, you've got to be following Lukey. So give him a follow, LDC_01. Join the Bloke Club for your chance to win a Mazda BT50. And thanks for joining us, bro. Appreciate it.
Thank you, boys. Go the Dragons.
There he is. There he is, the big fella. He has done it. He has come in. He's put shit on me, and he's left. That's great stuff. That's great stuff. The Dragons have defeated the Broncos 30-26. And I'll tell you something, and this is me being dead serious. I remember writing in my notes in that last 10 to 15 minutes where the Broncos were coming back, or whatever, the last 10, 5 minutes, whatever it was. And I remember writing in my notes, I'm not even that engaged in the game because they don't deserve to win. The Dragons deserve this. I'm sitting there as a Broncos fan saying the Dragons deserve to win this game. The heart and ticker that they showed against a side much better on paper. The Dragons, they're also out of form too. So it's not like you got a team playing out of their skin. To go up to Suncorp and do what they did with Sewer going to the bin, with moments like Little, him scoring that try, that was all heart. There is no way a number 9 should be able to run that far, goosey, then score a try, just to rub it in. The Dragons deserved every bit of that win. And as I said, yeah, of course, I'm going to sit here. Of course, I want the Broncos to win. It would have been great. We could have said, yeah, we scraped through that one. But they didn't deserve it. They didn't deserve it. Sometimes the team that just works harder, that's there for each other, that's trailing on the inside, that's doing all the 1%ers, it's an outstanding win by the Dragons and an absolutely phenomenal win, especially if you throw in the Sewer sin bin, especially if you throw in the no try from Ezra Mam that was about 7 metres forward. Everything was against them. Everything. And I know you could go, okay, in the end, maybe they lost the penalty count or won it or whatever, but there were some pretty big calls that went against them. Huge win from the Dragons. They should be absolutely stoked with that, and they did it all on heart and ticker.
Yep, completely agree. Mate, I thought there was a moment in this game that just summed up everything about the Broncos right now. That was the Jaden Sewer sin bin. He took the 2 points, which the clock stops. Sure, go for it. That next set, 13 against 12, that should just be Brisbane kicking the fucking door in. They got a penalty on the first tackle. You went, beautiful. Here we go. They'll start to roll. kick for touch, take the tap. Shibasaki, instead of just going straight, runs 30 metres across field, turns the ball over. Broke out of 6 tackles on the way, then just turned the ball over. And I thought it just personified everything about Brisbane we're going to win on every single play instead of just earning a victory.
It's crazy.
And then you turn the ball over to a side that's got 12 players, it's got no halves, it's got no direction, nothing doing, and Gutho scores
Just
under the sticks.
Under the sticks.
Yep.
Under the sticks with 4 people around him. Here's another one.
That 2 minutes, I thought it just summed up everything that is the Brisbane Broncos right now.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. And also, so we'd made 3 errors in the first 10 minutes. So think about this. There has been nothing but headlines about being mentally weak, about being soft. Even though it's not the majority of the playing group that leak this stuff, they're being labelled with that. Yeah. We make 3 errors in the first 10 minutes. And then, unfortunately, look, Reno is a bloody good bloke and he's a bloody good footy player. It's 5th tackle. There's 20 minutes into the game. He gets Paddy Carrigan on his inside and throws an inside ball that Paddy Carrigan then hoofs out because it's a 5th tackle. So the problem is it like people try to hide behind, it's the young players or it's this. Unfortunately, that's Adam Reynolds, one of the best 7s in the game, when we've already made 3 errors, but we've got the game under control on the 5th tackle, doing inside balls to Paddy Carrigan coming out of his own half. It's like, what are we doing?
If King Tonga did that, I'd put in my notes, what the fuck are you doing? Kick it into the corner, play the long game. I could not believe that from Adam Reynolds.
And you know what makes it even worse for me? So I'm waiting to watch the post-match press conference. Very similar to a lot of Knights fans with Adam O'Brien. And so a journalist asked him, first he asked, are they following your lead, Madge? Are they doing what you say? He goes, yep. And then he corrected himself, most of the time or a lot of the time. But then the journo goes, you're spinning it coming out of your own end. You're spreading it. And Madge defended it and was like, well, in some shapes that are held against us, we should spread it. And basically, like I'm paraphrasing. And then he also said, we made a lot of meters sometimes when we spread it. And that's when I went, okay, what am I watching here? Yep. Like, of course you made meters when you spread it sometimes. That's the risk that you face. This team is not ready to do that. They are not the Melbourne Storm. They are not that's what Melbourne Storm do. They go boom across to a 3-man. They stay down that tram line, and then they kick it. We need to completely deconstruct everything, make it fully conservative, and then build that. It has taken the Melbourne Storm years to build towards that. To expect us to be able to spin it wherever, and that's where I'm just like, okay, this whole time I've been saying that this club is not playing Michael Maguire footy. Maybe they are. Maybe I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Defending, spreading out of our own end when we've got one of the worst completion rates in the competition. It ended up being a 71% completion rate. 71% completion rate when the whole club is under the pump with headlines talking about toughness and training too hard and all this stuff. I just can't believe. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense.
I thought it was well going in, mate. Like everyone was so hot. Like I think the Dragons were at like $3.50. I thought that was outrageous. And I sat there all week and thought, geez, Ezra Mam coming in with all this noise. Fuck, he's going to do well to play well here. He couldn't have played better. He was incredible.
Without Ezra, we get beaten 13 plus.
Pounded.
Like without him, he created everything. Like so, I don't understand with that team. How is our attack clunky? Like how does that make sense? What are we doing in training with our attacking coaches? Defense is not sorted. All of it doesn't make any sense. And I just think that I just confused as anything when I hear defensive. Spreading the ball coming out of our own end when we have like the 11th or the 12th best completion rate. And I'm sure you can sit there and go, well, hang on a sec. The Roosters won the premiership and they had the 7th or 8th best completion rate in the competition that year or whatever. How many years and how many squads do we have to look at and go, okay, look at the Warriors, look at the Rabbitohs. Warriors haven't gotten even close to their best potential this year, but they're sitting second on the ladder. Guess what? Because they have a high completion rate and they get through their sets. We are nowhere near ready to go, let's just spin the ball left to right. It doesn't make any sense. And unfortunately, before I was looking at it going, okay, it's the players not following Michael Maguire's direction. Unfortunately, it seems like the players are following his direction. So maybe I got that wrong.
So the other thing is too, like people say, they only lost by 4 points. Like I didn't think the Dragons were gritty. They had no direction whatsoever.
Mate, they had way more ball in the Broncos. They had like 20 tackles to their 5 in the Broncos 20. Like they couldn't score because they had their halves both didn't play that well.
Mate, if I'm Flanagan, I'd be filthy at my 2 halves yesterday. That they were all
pretty
over
poor.
the place.
And so I look at it and I just don't understand. Like, for example, when the game was on the line in the last 5 minutes, all of a sudden we would like rolling down the paddock like it was nothing. That's what's the frustrating thing about this side at the moment is that like when we want to, we decimate sides. But then all the moments between that, we're just like, nah, stuff it. Nah, don't worry about that. We'll just, have we completed one set? Okay, let's spin it out of our own end and drop the ball. Like 3 errors in the first 10 minutes. And then with inside ball, like it doesn't make any sense. And then Cobbo had an error after that in the second tackle. Shibasaki drops it cold after tackle 2. Even the little one, like I understand what Willison was trying to do by grabbing it and running towards the try line. Mate, just dive headfirst at the ball, please. Like I know, and you know what? Like I know I'm a winger, but I always made a habit of just diving at balls. Like, I did my best. Obviously, I'm not on the level of these players, but I always did my best in those situations. Hammy, what are your thoughts, mate?
Yeah, I think you're spot on about the and Luke had a good point as well about the Dragons just had so much ticker on the weekend, and no better probably passage of the game did I think where that was the case than when they had the very contentious sin bin. Got a little bit unlucky there, Sewer. I mean, the initial penalty was a little bit dubious, and then he got caught out of position, got 10 of them in. But
they had plenty of calls go against him.
Yeah, they did, and in that next 10 minutes, they scored twice. Obviously, the Gutherson try, which we spoke about, but the little one with the Goosey as well was remarkable. So that little 10-minute there is where they really ripped in and went, nah, we're not going to lose this. Let's dig in, and they really turned the tide there. The moment that I love, though, was the second Tyrell Sloan try, which went through about 10 sets of hands and ended up in the corner.
That's incredible.
Might have been a team try of the year contender. Obviously,
amazing.
we had a great individual one with Nwanga Nitawase on the weekend, but that was elite, and Gutho was basically the linchpin that got all that happening. So he had a huge game, but very gritty win from the Dragons.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. We'll stick on the Dragons and then we'll get the Broncos just a little bit later. In regards to individual performances, what I love about Gutho's performance is it's just all heart. It really is just pure ticker and heart and just working for your mate, talking constantly. Because the ironic thing is they didn't even play that well. They literally didn't play that well. I mean, if Broncos put on that performance against any of the top tier sides, they get beaten 40-6 or something.
Yep.
And so what I loved about it was just all heart. It was just literally all heart. That Tyrell Sloan try is the most Tyrell Sloan try I've ever seen in my life, that first one. So makes the play, scores the try, but then goes, nah, I didn't score it. then makes... did they challenge it? No, he'd already made a terrible challenge before that with a knock-on. Yeah,
he'd already blown their challenge.
Yeah, so earlier in the game, they'd already blown their challenge. Terrible challenge. Then the Broncos challenge, don't they? The Broncos challenge on that try or something, because that's why they watched the replay. Oh, no, sorry.
I think it just went upstairs.
It just went upstairs. Apologies. Yeah, it just went upstairs. And then it ends up being a try anyway.
Yeah.
And they would have got a penalty. I got to say, that tackle in the air stuff is so friggin' ridiculous. So you're supposed to, if you go up for the ball like that, if you don't get it, you're supposed to pull your hands back like that and let them score. What are we talking about here?
You either have to catch it or it's a penalty. It's ridiculous.
It's literally...
And this is where when people blow up in the comments about teams that are boring and they just kick the corners, they don't contest for a football, it's because they don't want to be defending on their own 30 in 4 seconds time.
It's the dumbest rule ever. So they go up, Jesse Arthur's realised he's not going to get it, and he goes, well, I've got to do my job, which is stopping a try.
Yeah.
And then he gets penalties anyway. It ends up being a try. So Sloan, he basically, the worst actor ever. I don't know, he didn't even try to act. He just blew up straight away and said it wasn't a try. Anyway, gets a try. Look, as I said before, they didn't even play that well, but they got the win, and that's the most important thing. The good thing is for the Dragons is things aren't working right now for them. They really aren't. However, at least you've got 17 blokes that are trying their absolute guts out.
Yep.
And I think at least you've got that. They're still all on board the Flano train. They're still working for him. They're working for Gutho. I thought that last tackle by DeBellin just summed up the whole day for him. That was, at the end of the game, DeBellin would have already played, let's just say 40 minutes or something like that. And then just to chase Adam Reynolds on the inside like that and force the error, that's just ticker. That's not skill. That doesn't, that's none of those things. That is, I'm desperate to get this win no matter what.
Speaking of ticker as well, devastating for Dill Egan.
Oh, fuck. Look, the good thing is he's relatively young. He'll be back, and we know he's going to be a bloody good first grader. Just a matter of, the last thing he needed,
That's
the poor fella.
And last thing the Dragons need as well. He's genuinely one of their best players at the moment. I'll tell you the one that I was impressed with, and stats aren't anything crazy. He's been out of the game for a little bit. Just I thought Corey Allen held his own.
Bloody
couple
oath.
of big catches.
Yeah.
I think he got out of the in-goals once or twice.
He's always been a pretty good first grader.
He has, yeah.
He's never, is he he's not To'o or Lomax or whatever, but he's always done his job. Like, he's always done it. Like, you can find games where he's struggled or whatever, but he's been a pretty good first grade.
I remember like 6 or 7 years ago, like when Wayne brought him to South Sydney from Brisbane, like he was the Australian schoolboys fullback. He was very highly touted.
Yeah.
Like, I
Got that big deal with the Bulldogs after that grand final.
a lot of people
grand
thought
final?
he was going to be the next big thing, Corey Allen, and injuries and things. He's played Origin. He's done well, but I just
crazy.
thought yesterday he's a guy that no one would have taken notice of, but fuck, he was just consistent.
Yeah.
He was just solid.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I'm absolutely with you. Just quickly, I had Little. I mean, we've already kind of spoken about him, but mate, the conversation is over.
Yeah.
Get him in.
Good to see, as Luke touched on too, so some more minutes for him. But I want more, I think. Like, just get him out there. Let him maybe even start. But good to see that at least week on week he is getting some more time in the middle because, geez, they just look so much more damaging and threatening when he's on the field. They look like a better team.
I know this isn't the be-all and end-all, but he came on in the 28th minute. It was 12-0 at that point.
Yeah.
It was 30 points to 14 from that moment
Mate,
on.
how many games does he have to play where he does that before they just go, okay, our game plan should be built around him in the middle?
You know what made it even better? Damien Cook looked unreal at 13.
It suits him. He's like in modern game, Cookie wouldn't be a 9; he'd be a forward.
And I think
a 13.
whoever, which of these two of the three halves you want to pick, Ilias, King Tongi, or Flank, whatever, I think whichever combo you go for, they need Cook. And Little on the
Absolutely, they
field.
need Cook.
It just makes
that
sense.
link man.
They need him being the link man.
And also the speed through the ruck. And look, maybe I'd take that back. In the modern game, he'd be a 13. Like, I just mean that in the modern game, he's more likely to play more in the forwards than maybe in the 9. Because when he was a running 9 early in his career, what was his issue? It was his service, it was his craftiness around the ruck. Whereas at 13, you don't need to worry about any of that shit. You're just running hard and then be able to tip the ball on, which he can do, definitely.
I know he said it before, but this whole running 9, that was 2019.
Yeah, it was a long time
half
ago.
a decade ago, guys.
And Wayne doesn't like running 9s.
No,
he
he
likes
doesn't.
9s that just get the ball off the deck to the 6s and 7s because that's where he's got his superstars placed. Mate, I like him at 13. He was great. So really, really good win for the Dragons. Just quickly back onto the Broncos. Payne Haas has been cleared, as you said, which is good for the Blues. Paddy Carrigan, he just needs a bit of a stitch up on his lip. The problem is like initially I thought that they're just not doing what Michael Maguire's doing or what he's kind of directing. But my concern is like, maybe they are. And that's the worrying thing because I understand if there is a plan to get to the point of football that you can spread it from your own end and do whatever you want. But we got to build into that. We got to bring it all the way back to simple stuff. Get through the middle. Because I just don't think that we're there yet as a club or as a team. So it's just a very, very frustrating time for the club. I also think just in the forward pack, like we just don't have any mongrel. We don't have anyone that you go let them off a leash and you just go, mate, rip and tear. I want you to take it to their front rower. And that doesn't mean you're not tough. Like Paddy Carrigan and Payne Haas, they are tough as anything. It is the type of player that we need in that forward pack. And I think we need to recruit. Doesn't have to be a superstar or whatever, but just a mongrel off the bench or 13 or something that's going to get in down and dirty. Because I just don't know whether we have that in the forward pack.
I don't think you do have it.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty evident by this point, isn't it?
Well, Flegler was it.
Flegler was it, yeah.
Yeah. And ever since then, we in any game where there's a bit of bite, we can go with them statistically and we can bend the line and we've got great offloads and all that with Paddy. When it comes to mongrel, we just don't have it. We just don't have it at the moment. And I'm not a mongrel, so it's not like I'm fucking some hero, but we don't have it right now. On the edges, Jordan Ricky, I just need more from him. 64 metres, good kick chase, but I think in today's game, you need to build your game out a little bit more. Yep. And I'm not saying that he's the only one playing poorly, but I just reckon he's the one when I look in that forward pack that has some of the, outside of Paddy and Payne, have some of the most potential. Like I really think that he should be playing for the Kiwis every year and one of the better back rowers. I really do believe he has that potential. Just needs to find that form again that he had in 2023.
And maybe it's unfair of me to say, and maybe it's on me, but I just thought with Madge arriving, he'd be the one that I thought would go to another level.
Yeah.
He hasn't for me.
He hasn't. I will say I thought Piakora had plenty of opportunities to offload, and he didn't, which I really do like from Piakora making the smart decision. But, there isn't, it's not just Ricky. Like that's just one thing that I'm just naming because I'm seeing it. Outside of that, it's very hard to to be too happy with what happened there. I don't think Selwyn Cobbo's a fullback. That's coming from a guy that was super excited after that first game. But like, look, I love how he takes the ball back hard and tough, and I know that defenders wouldn't like that. But I don't want my fullback just like accepting a tackle. Like if you're taking the ball back and you're running directly at someone, you're basically saying, I'm not trying to break the line. Like I'm just trying to hurt you with a hard run.
Yeah.
Whereas I want a kick return that's going to have some sense of danger with it, you know, and at least with Walshy, at least he's got the footwork to break the line. And I do think there's a chance you might see Arthur's back there because Cobbo's ball playing just absolutely is not ready for first grade. Fullback, sorry.
Could be wrong, but I think you'll find Walsh is going to return after the bye.
Yeah, okay. And look, when we were talking about, could Selwyn take his spot or whatever, like that was after they'd beaten the Bulldogs. And ever since then, it has just been downhill. Of course, Walshy coming back in is going to be a huge in. And I just think Selwyn is going to be more suited for the outside backs. I just don't know if he has a ball playing.
It's tough though, isn't it? Like Walsh coming back in, he's a star, but history tells us that you just lean more into that sideline to sideline.
Crazy footy, yeah, absolutely. Which we just can't afford to do. It's not going to get us anywhere. But he will add spark. We just don't have spark at the back there. Like Selwyn Cobbo is so tough and big, and I love his tough carries. But as I said, sometimes I feel like when he's carrying it back, it's just like, well, I'm just doing a tough carry. And it's like a fullback should be more than just tough carries. Like you've got to add a bit of danger when you bring it back, running crossfield, using footwork and all that kind of stuff. I think Selwyn Cobbo is one of the best outside backs in the competition on his day, but I think he's more suited to centre wing at this stage. Now, maybe if you put him at in a few pre-seasons at fullback, he could get his body right in the right shape for it, and also his ball playing. But right now, I think that you bring Walshy back, and as I said, that's coming from a guy that first game I thought Selwyn was phenomenal.
Without putting the boot in, and shit happens, but fuck, how on earth did that first try get through that forward part? Like off a scrum, you're set. There's no better spot you're going to be to make that call between the two of them, and I cannot believe that was allowed to go through.
The forward pass?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like his body wasn't even shaped. His
body wasn't
even
even facing the right direction.
Like it was physically impossible for that board to be anything but forward.
So backward of the hands, that was hands, torso, that was everything.
Like absolutely mental. Absolutely mental. So yeah, look, it's going to be, problem is it's all going to ramp up. I just, for the life of me, and I'm, what do I know? Madge knows more, Renault knows more, the whole playing group knows more. But, mate, I would just love to give me 3 games of 85 to 90% completion, boring as batshit footy. Do that for me. If we get towelled up, I'll put my hand up and go, you know what? I don't know shit about rugby league. But right now, with this roster, we play conservative, high percentage footy. We beat most teams. The answer is there. It's right there.
By next week, play Manly at Brookie the week after. That is must win for your season.
Like this roster playing this poorly is honestly mind blowing. It just makes no sense. They just need to unfortunately it's either. And as I said, the problem is going forward. It was like I thought they weren't playing Madge style footy. But he was in the press conference saying, look, sometimes when you look up and you see a defence in a certain way, you should spread it. And we actually made some meters spreading it. I'm like, well, okay, holy shit, maybe this is Madge's way. And I'm going, fuck, okay.
Which is weird because it felt like last week, I think it was the week that it felt like he wasn't protecting them for the first time.
Yeah, he was angry.
So it's a weird thing to, if he is protecting them, it's weird to jump back to that now.
I don't understand it. I couldn't understand, but then I look at Renault. There's no way Renault's doing that unless he's being told to do that. Renault's he's too much of a team player to be doing inside balls to Paddy Carrigan coming out of his own end on a 5th tackle. We know how good Renault is. Makes no sense, man. And look, maybe it's the attacking coach that's demanding this. I'm not sure. But, mate, you give me 4 games of conservative, boring footy with this team, they beat literally nearly anyone.
Yeah, even if it's an attacking coach. You don't sign your club over to Madge Maguire and not...
Yeah, get on behind it.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it makes no sense. It was last week I was like, yeah, okay, Madge seems pissed off. He's going to put make sure they play the way. But they 3 errors first 10 minutes. And it was all coming out of our own end, Cobbo throwing a ball 10 metres forward. Anyway, all right, move on. Anything else on the Broncos, boys?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
The next game, Canberra defeat the Gold Coast Titans. Apologies, guys. We can't spend that long on this game.
Shannon Boyd Cup.
Shannon Boyd Cup.
Stays in Canberra.
Absolutely. Oh, also the Fogarty Cup.
Yep.
Can't spend that too long in this game because we're really, really running out of time. So, and I know you're sitting there going, well, how come my game got less or whatever? We're just doing our best, guys. So we will try to make it up to you. Raiders
William Zillman Cup.
Sorry?
William Zillman Cup.
Okay, William Zillman Cup. It's great stuff.
Sorry, we're short on time. That's the last one.
Raiders defeat the Titans 40-24. Look, I think everyone could kind of see this coming to a degree. Very Titans kind of lost 40-24. I think the Raiders just did what they had to do. Savage had one of his best games of his career. I think in defence of the Gold Coast Titans, I thought they started really well. That first half was a bit back and forth, but eventually the Raiders just ran away with it.
Yep, as you said, Savage very good. I thought Kayo Weeks was tremendous.
Yeah,
he was fantastic in this game for a guy that had one poor game under the high ball and people wanted him run out of Canberra. Where he is now is just a full testament to him. I also thought, boys, Zach Hosking was unreal. Obviously, the English fellow was doing really well on the right edge. He's out for, I believe, up to like 12 weeks. I think that is Hosking's spot now. I thought he was sensational on the right edge.
Yeah,
he's a bloody good player.
Never let him down, very similar to a couple of others we spoke about in terms of he can plug a few gaps for them. But, yeah, this role looks set to be his for the next little bit, and he did it really well on Sunday.
What about Hudson Young again, just ripping? He is just so confident in his form now. Like, he's just gone to a whole nother level. Like, he truly has just gone to a whole nother level. He's so friggin' good. And his ability to find the try line, like, what are we talking about? It's crazy. Crazy.
He's finding it so much. He's now getting around. Well, he's getting around for this game. $2.10 anytime try score. He's like he's being priced like a winger. He's playing in the back row.
And he was $5 for a double the other day.
Yeah,
That's
outrageous.
A second rower.
He scored 10 this year. I think 10 tries.
Unbelievable.
Crazy.
I thought Timoko had a good game too. Obviously scored 2 tries.
Yes.
Just look, the crazy thing is this Raiders side, like, they are truly becoming a premiership threat. They're currently sitting in third place. If you give them their bye, they'd be in second place. Like, mate, they were friggin' favourites for the wooden spoon at the start of the year, weren't they?
Yeah, Ricky loved that as well. It was good.
Yeah, he really did.
Yeah.
Mate, what they are doing down there is nothing short of incredible. And, like, if this is where they're at the start of a rebuild, once Ricky plugs everything into play and he gets these young guys all on the same and he gets the halves in there and everything like that, these guys will be unstoppable. It is... I'm such a fan of what's happening down there. It doesn't get spoken about enough. They were the favourites to win the spoon, weren't they?
They were.
They were the favourites to win the spoon. They are now sitting second if you add in all the buys or whatever. It's one of the great feats of coaching, and I think you'd have to say Ricky Stewart right now close to Dally M Coach of the Year, at least definitely in the conversation.
Yeah, it'd have to be right up there. It is just a one thing long term. Do you get this young halfback an opportunity somewhere at some point, or do you just wait until next year?
I think they're in a premiership threat business right now.
You
just go. I will say, will they regret, making a hard call on Fogarty? And look, to be fair, it's really unfair on the rate to say that about the Raiders, because what I always talk about is, like, if you agree to terms with a player on a contract and you promise them certain things, then follow through with it. So. Like, I do really, matter of fact, I really respect the Raiders for saying, no, we had this plan. We brought down Sanders for a certain role. We didn't have in our plan Fogarty playing another 3 years at the club. From a purely ruthless, no feelings, just here to win games, there is a question of, like, could have he stayed around for another couple of years?
That's my concern as far as a premiership goes. That's my big concern, that Fogarty, he's playing unreal footy at the moment. Like, there's a lot of question marks around DC and his form and everything, and I think everyone assumed didn't be
Fogarty.
I would have been happy to pick him in a heartbeat.
Mate, I'm telling you right now, with how he's playing, if DC was out, we said it off air. I said, what's crazy, boys, before the show started, I said, what's insane out of the spine, the most I'm worried about losing as a Queenslander is Harry Grant, because I know that there are guys that can come in and do a job in the halves for Queensland, whereas at number 9, they've got good players, but not on the level of Harry Grant. And Fogarty, mate, he'd absolutely do a job in Origin. Kick deep into the corners, give Munch the ball when he needs it, and allow KP to do what he does, which is insane to talk about, because 12 months ago, you would have been laughed out of the room. And so, as I said, this isn't a knock at all on the Raiders. I understand what they've done, but, mate, they might be in a premiership window right now. Like, Fogarty with this roster for another year or two? Like, I know. It's, as a Raiders fan, you're saying, fucking hell, can't be like, it's shit to hear this, but it's more a compliment with how much further ahead the plan you are.
Yeah. And I mean, to the Raiders' credit, knowing Ricky Stewart, he wouldn't have looked at this year and gone, it's a write-off, we'll be shit, we'll just start to prepare for next year. Like, I'm sure this is where Ricky saw them be.
Mate, again, some of these other clubs that are struggling, look at the Raiders. They were favourites for the spoon. They just show you that hard work and ticker can literally get you in the top 2 right now. It's amazing what they're doing. Actually
Not to mention,
amazing.
the only thing that's, it's only two teams above them on the ladder, and one of them they gave a win to last week when they were up 20-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So really, really good stuff from the Raiders. Gold Coast Titans, there's not much to talk about. They are in dire straits. Now, look, to be fair to the Titans, it is against the Raiders. They are a top 4 side right now. Did anyone expect the Titans to beat them? No. I would have hoped, I guess, that it kept it close at least. But, I just think the Titans are in a tough spot right now.
We were a fan of the reshuffle pre-game.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not. I just think...
Well, Brimo did look way better at fullback.
Oh, he did for sure,
yeah.
but he's not going to be your fullback next year. I just think if you're going to now, for this back half of the year, like for me, this season's a write-off for the Titans. I know they won't look at it that way. It's a write-off this year, in my opinion. If you're going to run with these 2 fullbacks in your halves, let them play out the year. Like, do any of us see Foran playing next year?
Well, that's the thing. Like, they do look better with Foran in the halves. Yep. But I understand your point. It's like, are we building towards a future or not? I think it's evidence of Desi under massive pressure.
Yeah.
And I think that he's probably going, look, if I've got these clauses in my contract and I've got, stuff getting leaked, I'm just trying to win games right now. Because I agree with you, mate. Like, if that was the plan, go all in with it. Just go all in with it. Because what's going to happen is if Brimo stays there throughout the whole season, you've just missed, 15 rounds of rugby league. He could be learning his trade at number 6.
Yeah, and that's where I think Haslett needs to sit down with the board and say, okay,
Get some clarity.
what's going on here? Because at the end of this weekend, we're going to be the first team to have 2 buys. We're going to be sitting in last place. Do you want me to try and win games of football this year so we can finish 13th and have Foz in there?
Yeah.
Or do you want to give these 2 fullbacks another 20 weeks to actually work out what it's going to look like next year when Foz isn't going to be an option?
Yeah.
Or is Tom Weaver, is he going to be a guy? What are we doing here? Because they just need some clarity to work out what direction they're going. Because if they keep going the way they are, mate, if I'm a new franchise, I'm giving Tino a blank check and go, mate, get yourself out of there.
Yeah.
Come be the face of something you can build, and we'll build around you.
Yeah. Yeah, mate. It's a good point. It's a really good point. And I think the key for the Titans is they need some clarity on who the coach is going to be next year.
Yeah.
Because they just need to know, because that selections will all base on that. Are you going to back me in? Are you going to give me a year where we win the spoon, potentially win the spoon, but we get the plan in place and we go all the way in? Or, if you're going to move me on, get Josh Hannay down there, or Kevy Walters or whatever. As I said, the funny thing with Kevy is it's just so crazy it might actually work, because he is such an attacking coach. But anyway, we'll wait and see what happens with that. I'm with you, mate. I think it's a really good point. They need some clarity and direction.
And I personally, if I am the Titans and I'm the board, it sucks, but I'm going, pick the 2 fullbacks in the halves. Let's see if we can work something out. We've got Des Hasler as our head coach of the Gold Coast Titans. Is it going to get much better than that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I agree with you. Kevy might be perfect. Kevy could be a nightmare, though.
Yeah. Oh,
that
man.
could be best or
But
worst.
that's what I mean, though. It could be so crazy that it works. Like, he just goes in there and lets the boys just enjoy their life, have fun. Because you look at, the Broncos, clearly that's what that Broncos roster, they needed Kevy to be like, boys, do whatever you want, just have fun. They went out and got to a fucking grand final. They didn't win, but I'm just saying, again, guys, I'm being a bit facetious here. It's just a bit, if the fact that Desi hasn't worked, it's just like, what will work there? If your name's not Bennett or Bellamy, what will work on the Gold Coast?
That's the thing as well. I think guys with the last name of Bennett and Bellamy are too smart to go there. Realistically.
Yeah, sucks. All right, got to move on, guys. Last game of the round. And just quickly, guys, the Wellness Warriors Gathering. I'll be there doing a speech. Gold Coast, the 7th of June. Go to Warriors, give us an email, admin@warriorsgathering.com.au. Also, great news, great announcement. The tickets will be free. So it'll be totally free to come down, guys. A really good opportunity. To put things in place in your life to help you out, whether you're struggling mentally or whether you just want to be the best version of yourself. Go to warriorsgathering.com.au. I think it's Warriors Gathering. warriorsgathering.com.au to get your ticket. It is completely free. So make sure to get down. I'll be speaking. We'll have some other professionals speaking, and it'll be doctors in their field, guys. Not this rah-rah nonsense you see on social media of all these unqualified people telling you what to do. These are qualified in their field. That is June 7th on the Gold Coast. Tickets are free.
Just you're going to fit in with your blonde goatee.
Okay, that's a good one. And I'll tell them, okay, here's a speech of bad decisions, guys. This is what you don't do. This is what you don't do.
You'll be zooming in from the India Pacific train for that?
Yeah. Okay, Souths defeat the Tigers 22-12. I tell you what, another team that, you look at some of these other rosters and where they're sitting on the ladder, the South Sydney Rabbitohs, they are just all effort. That's all they are. It's a simple game. And Wayne Bennett is such proof of that. Get a bunch of players that are happy, that are willing to work their backsides off for each other and just put in the hard yards, and you'll win more games than you lose. And the South Sydney Rabbitohs had every reason to have a Barry Crocker, an off-your-rocker season. But they haven't. They've dug in. They've found a way. And I tell you what, the culture they're building now, when they do get their team at full strength, look out. I believe them at full strength is a top 4 side. Like outside of the Appy Coruscant break with that incredible footwork, Latrell Mitchell has been phenomenal. And what's insane, it's not even in attacking stuff that he's been phenomenal. It's all his defense. Only Wayne could get that out of Latrell Mitchell. All the defensive stuff that he's been doing has been phenomenal. Apparently he's on a media ban now, which is great. Get your head out of that and just focus on the Rabbitohs. He's been so good at the back there, and I'm stoked for the Rabbitohs. They're building something very nice at the Rabbitohs.
They certainly are. And next year, I know this year's there's a lot more to come, but geez, next year when they've got Cam Murray back and all these guys, I feel like I'm fucking crazy when I talk about South Sydney because all the comments every week sort of are, I don't know, people just pretend like South Sydney have no players. I can't believe
As in
it.
at full strength, they're not.
They're not that good.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
And
shit.
I had this argument with people all preseason. They go, they're a middle forward short. I'm like, no, they're just playing Keon in the wrong spot.
Mate,
not a middle forward short.
We've got there Keon. Let me tell you this: if you want to get paid $1 million, play in the middle.
Yep.
I would pay him $1 million any day of the week to be a middle forward at my club. He is a version of Taumalolo. I'm not saying he's as good as him, but his style of play, his ability to get through work. And a lot of people go, oh, hold your horses against the Tigers or whatever. First of all, tell me another forward that's done that against the Tigers. Second of all, did you watch any games last year when he played 13? He was in our team of the week every single week. Yes, Keon Kamalatungi is an outstanding edge back rower. You get him into the middle, he'll be one of the best players in the competition, and he may even win a Dally in front row position. That's how good he is. He needs to stay in the middle. I know he doesn't necessarily want to play it, but, just bite that bullet, get paid $1 million, mate, because he is made for the middle of the field.
If they want to win a comp in the next few years, he has to play as a middle.
Yeah, agreed.
There's no, Matty, we spoke about it in the preseason.
Yeah.
It's I'm sorry, but the writing's on the wall. I don't know whether Keon wants to do it or not. At this point, if I'm Wayne Bennett, I don't care what he wants to do.
I've fallen on my sword. I would have loved him in the middle, but I was happy for him to play edge. But now I'm locked and loaded, especially because you and Aiken's come and been incredible on the edge for us. Tallis Duncan, he's improving. He's a work in progress. But them two on the edge, Jairo and Kalamatangi in the middle, please, look out.
In 6 weeks' time, Brandon Smith.
Mate, you got a 26-year-old that just ran for 280 metres, 150 plus, that you can move into the middle. He is a premiership level winning middle. That's how good he is. I'm with you boys, and I think me and Rue were quite bullish on him being in the middle at the start of the season when we're doing the preview. I think, could be wrong, but me personally, as soon as I saw him play quite a few games at 13, I was like, mate, he's a front row. Get him in there.
And it's not everything. Read into it what you will, but his Supercoach stats from last year, right? Over the entire season, he averaged 63 points. This was when he was playing 13. 133, 52, 78, 97, 80, 74, 80, 74. Blows it out of
The water. Yeah.
Stats aren't everything, but they're something. And when you're playing as a middle forward, your Supercoach stuff reflects how much work you get through and how much impact you have directly.
Yeah. You look at it as well. If you are building to win a premiership, what age would you want your front row to be? 26.
Yep.
It is the perfect time to get him into the middle. This is what he did when he trained a whole preseason on the edge. What is he going to do when his whole preseason is dedicated to being in the middle?
Yeah, and I would argue right now as well, this preseason, you can see he trained the house. I reckon he lost like 10 or 12 kilos. If anything, he's too light to play in the front row.
No, it's just...
If you actually give him a preseason where you train him to be a 60-minute, and at the moment he's playing huge minutes, I don't think he needs. I think he's a 60-minute guy playing through the middle. Mate, like... Daly in front row could be his floor. Like he could do anything.
Anything. He is so good in the middle. And I know people are sitting there going, guys, it's just one game. As I said earlier, go back, and Rue's already mentioned the Supercoach points, but if you go back and look at our team of the week, he may just put his picture there for the friggin' the whole time. That's how good he was in the middle. And 13 is essentially in the front row these days if you're not an out-and-out 13. Just incredible stuff. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, unbelievable. I thought he really took it to, obviously, a lot of buzz around a guy on the opposite side of the field, Terrell May, this week, but Keon was a real handful, and, they were both very impressive, but he was better.
158 post-contact.
Ridiculous. No, he was, I thought Keon was outstanding. I think I'm with you guys as well. I think he's got I don't know why he hates it so much if he's so good at it. Just get in there. He was outstanding in the middle, for sure. Campbell Graham, I thought, was really good as well.
That defence.
But he's just up in their face. There's no room at any point for anyone to move. As soon as they got the ball, he's
covered
there.
in like sticky.
Yeah.
Just stuck to him straight away.
Yeah. He was outstanding. And just so good to see him going well after, a couple of little layoffs with injury and setbacks and whatever. And a really great reward for him to be named in the extended Blues squad. But I thought he was great.
It's a great point. A guy that essentially would have debuted except for an injury. Then all of a sudden, all these centres come in and play really well, and you're going, mate, he's never going to get a chance. He's going to miss the boat. And yes, I know he's still only 18th man, and Critter is under a bit of an injury cloud, but just the fact that he's going to put on that jersey, I'm stoked for him.
Just on Keane as well, if he moves to front row 6 weeks ago, I think he's in the New South Wales side.
Absolutely.
He starts.
He starts. You bring Barnett off for just speed through the middle. Maxi King's been good, but Keon in the middle is better at this stage. Mate, absolutely. And also, you can play him anywhere in the forwards.
Yeah.
Anywhere, on any edge you want. And also, on the edge, we knew how good he played in Origin. He killed it.
And when we did that thing the other day, I didn't say Keon's name. It was the one guy I walked away and I went, fuck, I missed a trick there.
Yeah.
When that game finished last night, the Blues team hadn't come out yet. I thought he was going to be in it. I would have picked him.
Mate, put it this way. If the Blues had have called an audible late, and usually I don't like this because then it's just one game. Come on, guys. If they had have pulled an audible and just brought and gone, you know what? We cannot ignore that.
Yeah.
I would have been like, this is the one time where I go, that's good. Do it.
Not to mention, when he's played for New South Wales, he's been good.
He killed it for New South Wales on the edge there.
I think as well, except for Barnett, he's the only player in contention who can truly play both edge and middle. So he would have been great on the bench.
But not only can play edge at a Dally M level.
Yeah.
That's special. Yeah.
I think I probably would have gone him over Max King personally. Yeah. If Laurie Daly would have made a decision last night to pick him over Hudson Young, I wouldn't have loved it, but I can make sense of it.
If you wanted an extra forward. I tell you what, if I still would have gone Terrell May with all all the other stuff going on, let's say I was selected Terrell May. If he had said to me, like Laurie said, we went Keon instead of Terrell because his ability to play in the middle and on the edge at a high click, that would have made sense to me.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I go, okay, that's actually really smart. You've got Barnett and Keon. If we've got massive head knocks, Haas can play long minutes. So anyway, just incredible performance. Incredible. And also, I just want to remind everyone, he did it against the Brisbane Broncos last week. So last week, sorry guys, let me go back.
Yeah, he was enormous.
He was huge against the Broncos. And we're talking about against Payne Haas. He ran for 212 metres last week, which was more than any player on the field. So he played 73 minutes, 212 metres, 67 post-contact with no tackle breaks, which means it was all just ticker. Meanwhile, Paddy Carrigan ran for 176 and Payne Haas 153.
And he missed 2 tackles combined in those 2 weeks.
So this isn't just a one-off, and it's he did that against Paddy and Payne. I tell you what, I do think that if anyone gets injured, I know he's not even... It's surprising he's not an extended. Surely you make an audible call with that.
Yeah, extended was interesting. I wonder how much Laurie Daly had to throw out the window last night, pending Payne Haas and Stephen Crichton as well.
Yeah.
As we spoke about, usually you use those spots to give guys experience. I don't think Laurie Daly had any choice but to just pick, and I think Billy Slater was in a similar boat, pick guys that can come in if need be.
Yeah, to me, he's picked the next up centre, the next up second row, and the next up prop.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised at all. The Dolphins play on Thursday night this week. I wouldn't be surprised if Isaiah appears at camp on Friday.
Yeah.
Gets a tracksuit, does some opposed.
But like, surely you call an audible in that when you see that performance, you go, okay, and I'm going to put him in a 19 or a 20 jersey.
I would have. Yeah.
It's a bit surprising because he can cover so many positions and he's done it before as well. I know Jacob and Stefano have. Anyway, incredible performance from the Rabbitohs. And like, they're just doing it like their halves are Sullivan and Humphries. Like they're both so young in their career, at least in their games played. Campbell Graham was outstanding. Tass, what about Tass?
So there was a big moment in that game where Bud Sullivan, the ball was on the ground and there was, 3 or 4 Tigers bodies around it and he dove to get the ball. But I just thought, Bud doesn't do that.
No, you're right. It's a great point. If he's at the Tigers, he doesn't do that.
Doesn't do that. No. And you know what? I'd even argue at the Dragons, he doesn't do that either.
If I was handing out Dally M points last night, I would have given 1 to Sullivan.
Yeah.
I thought he was that good.
And also, I've never watched a game for him in a Rabbitohs jersey. I've never watched and said he looks disinterested. Whereas I've watched Tigers and Dragons and be like, he doesn't even look like he wants to be there. Yeah. Like he doesn't even. Whereas at the South Sydney Rabbitohs, like he looks, like he's just getting started too. He's only, what is he, 22, 23? So he's got so long left in his career.
Have you had him in here, by any chance?
I don't think so. I've spoken to him a few times online. He's a lovely young kid.
I met him at the airport a few weeks ago. He's such a quiet, shy
great young kid.
Yeah.
How old is he?
He's 23.
20. So like he could be another one of another one of Bennett's masterclass picks. He really could. Lockie Hubner worked his absolute. Talk about mongrel. Fuck, this guy's a dog. He loves it. Absolutely loves it. All right. Just with the Tigers. Like frustrating because the game was there. I think the score's a little bit misleading. I think Lockie, you just gotta finish that. You gotta just land it. Look, it's been a bit harsh. He's been so good for so long for the Tigers. I will say he's probably been a bit quiet since that first really good game back where he was outstanding.
Yep.
The problem is like that $1 million hype. Is it still there?
Was it ever there?
No, I know it wasn't there. I wouldn't sign him for $750.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
But the hype, I feel like it's coming back a bit where he will be taking a pay cut to go to his new club. And I want to be extremely clear. I still think Lockie Galvin is one of the best young talents in the competition, 100%. But 4 weeks ago, if you went on the open market, it was $1 million. I don't think that's the case at the moment.
Well, it'll be interesting now, though, because of what the Tigers have offered him. I assume the NRL, they won't let him sign for much less to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
I think it's more they calculate it on like games played and like if you've made reps and all that kind of stuff.
So it's got nothing to do with offers you turned down?
I don't think so. I think it's more along the lines of like I think he could still sign somewhere for like 600. I don't think because you've been offered that. Because, like, for example, usually guys that get offered that kind of stuff, they've played Origin, they've won a comp, they've got 200 games or 100 games on their belt. He's still in those early phases. What are your thoughts, mate?
Yeah. Is there some sort of market value they work out? I don't know who works it out. But
So
there's chat about Hunt years ago when he was trying to leave. And
so they look at, like, how many games of Origin you've played in the last year or so.
Okay.
How many, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, got you. Yep.
I hate that. Like, if a team is willing to offer him that much money, I think it should.
They still can take the higher offer, they just can't take the low offer. So, like, for example, if someone comes in and says, we'll give Lockie Galvin $300K next year, the NRL will be like, bro.
So the Broncos trying to re-sign Adam Reynolds for $200,000.
Yeah.
Like, they'll just be like, that's
300,
illegal.
Come on.
Well, even that, too low.
It is way too low. And the fact that Ben Hunt is on that as well. To be honest, though, like right now, it's proving to be relatively correct with where we're sitting on the table on that. But anyway.
Yeah. On the Tigers, I think for me, too many errors from outside backs. I think we had, and obviously, a couple in the halves as well. There's 4 blokes in those positions that had at least 2 errors, just too costly. I know it was a bit of a tough night. Conditions weren't great and all that sort of stuff, but didn't really give ourselves a chance from that perspective. But one bloke who did attempt to put the team on his back and very nearly did it. Appy Coruscant I thought was outstanding in a beaten team. Obviously scored a couple of great tries. I love the footwork he put on Trell. And Trell's been defending really well.
Yeah,
so,
he did it twice too.
Exactly. Yeah. I thought he's a guy who can just hold his head high every game, can't he? Even when the guys have been going busted in the last couple of years. He very nearly won it on his own yesterday, which was amazing.
I will say, it made me think, does Appy Coruscant have the best footwork in the competition? Like, I know he doesn't have the big RTS step, but think about how many defenders are standing there like that, going, where the fuck did Appy go?
Yeah.
Like, think about how many times, and I know it's mixed in, his footwork is mixed in with the ball movement with his hands, but how many times are you, even the cameraman, you can see the cameraman go, oh shit, Appy's still got the ball.
Yeah.
I just like, does he have the best footwork in the comp?
I'll tell you what, when he stepped Latrell yesterday, my life flashed before me. I thought, he's injured. He's made him look so silly. He must be injured in that moment.
Mate.
Crazy.
It's amazing. And it's, as I said, I know it's not the Benji Marshall, like, I'm not saying the best footwork ever either, but the Benji Marshall huge lead up to just fucking whacking blokes. But just the tiny little deceptive footwork that he has around the ruck. Like, again, how many times have you seen a forward standing there going, where did Appy go? Like, literally looking in the wrong direction of where Appy is.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any other player that does that. Definitely there's no other hookers that work that much magic around the ruck where the cameraman is incorrectly going, oh shit, still on him. But yeah, Appy Coruscant, geez, I'll tell you what. Is there an argument to be made he's one of the best attacking number 9s in the history of the game?
You probably
Pure attack.
You could mount that case, I reckon.
Like
attack,
the craftiness of his attack, like purely on the ruck, you're looking up, and I'm going to deceive guys around the ruck. Not the number 1, but geez, I wouldn't put that many people above him.
Yeah, and he's done it at numerous clubs too. Like, he's done it at Tigers, Penrith. He did it at Manly as well. Isn't it crazy when you go back and look in time, like when he'd signed with Canterbury? The 11th hour ends up at Penrith.
Well, yeah, and like you go back, so you got 2014 Premiership, then 21, 22.
Yep.
So like 2 different clubs. Huge reason for unlocking Cleary. You have to remember before he arrived, he probably was missing a guy like Appy to help him out. But yeah, amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
He took over Isaac Luke in 2014, who was incredibly like he had to fill those shoes, and
One
he
of them
played 40 for 8
incredible
weeks.
stories too.
Oh, it's outrageous.
On the potty.
Yeah.
Wasn't he like he was drinking or something, and then he had to go out in the park and
Yeah, because New South Wales Cup they'd been out. He hadn't played, and he'd just been getting on the piss the whole time.
Yeah.
And then Isaac Luke dumped SPW on his head, and he had to go to the park, and he said he was in terrible shape, but he held his own.
Crazy. You can actually listen to that podcast. It's an incredible story. His story is amazing. Like he had I think his parents didn't want him to play, and he had an uncle, I think that may have been Fijian, staying with them as a favour, and was just like, yeah, just come out, play a bit of footy with us, even though the parents had said, don't play footy. And he killed it. I think he killed it so much that his parents were like, oh, okay then. And it was all because his uncle was being sneaky, who was literally doing a favour by living with the parents. And he took the kid out. Like, I can only imagine if I had said about Rain, don't take him out to play footy because I don't want him playing footy, and then my brother did it anyway, I'd be like, bro, what the hell? And you're living here? Yeah. Jesus.
Well, thank you to that uncle.
Yeah, thank you to that uncle that knew. He knew before the parents did.
He did. Yeah,
he is truly the first CBA, actually. Guru took everything he knows from him. So, look, I think the good thing for the Tigers, though, is like the effort was all there. Like, I know there's errors and whatever, but, geez, there was effort. I will say as well, Buller, he's had such a good year.
Unbelievable.
Like, such a good year.
Queenslander as well.
Yeah.
Watch his space.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we do get, finally, I feel like, you mentioned before, Roo, about some of the scheduling of the buys. Finally, the Tigers are going to get their first buy of the year this weekend. And to be honest with you, I think it can't come quickly enough. We've probably needed it for 2 or 3 weeks now.
That's insane.
Yeah.
What about Taruva, 250 metres? I didn't even see that.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. Didn't you have to buy round 1 last year too?
Yeah, we did, yeah.
How does the team get a buy round 1 next year and then you don't give them a buy the next year until round
12?
Well, I don't think it's that crazy because it's only round 12, so that means 6 teams haven't had South haven't had a buy yet either. Like, you can't give everyone a buy.
You didn't win 3 fucking spoons in a row and have round 1 buy.
Yeah, it's an even comp. It's luck of the draw. I think the crazy thing is Storm getting 2 in 4 weeks.
Yeah,
well, they had a buy in round 2. They got another one this weekend.
Well, that's
Meanwhile, we had to
outrageous.
play them last week when we'd had 3 games in 13 days.
I do find it a bit suspicious that some key clubs around Origin get buys. I don't like that look. Because that's like, why? How does that work out?
I get it's luck of the draw. I think there should be a little bit of thought that goes into it personally. I think if you have a buy in the first 3 weeks of one season, you shouldn't have another buy in the first few weeks of the season for the next few years or whatever.
Yeah.
I think there has to be a little bit of thought put into it.
See, I don't mind, like Tigers getting a buy this week. It's the same as the Broncos. I think it's their first buy as well. I'm okay with that. It's more it's the Storm in like 2 weeks. And I don't think the Storm would want that either. They'd way rather than space that out. Anyway, it is what we've been going for too long, boys. We'll get caught in the buy chat.
We won't have buys in 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, anyone else? No, they lost, but it was a good in regards to the effort.
Yep. Terrell May.
Terrell May, really
63 tackles. Probably should have made 64, 65, but, we'll take 63.
Yeah, sorry, guys, I forgot. Yeah, Terrell May. So this terrible defender, 63 tackles, 0 misses. Like, it's people that go, stat pad or whatever. Bro, you can't make 63 tackles and not miss any unless you're good at defense. Now, even if you want to say, he gets into tackles he shouldn't have. Okay, let's say I minus 10 off that. Let's say I take 10 off that he shouldn't have got for a third man in. It's 53 tackles. You know what? I'll take 20. I'll give you 20 tackles I'll take off that were stat padding. It's still 43 tackles and 0 misses. Like, come on, bro. What are we talking about? And that's not even including 3 offloads, a line break assist, 6 tackles, 200 metres, 79 post contact. And also, when the game was on the line, who was the guy that offloaded to Apikorosia for him to make, come on. If you actually watch the game, he was hugely influential. If you go back and watch that Sharks game as well, there's no way you guys win that without him at the end there. Anyway, there it is. All right, let's face the music, brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet. Now, don't forget, June 9, the maroon and blue hats and sweater jumpers, they are dropping. Very limited supply, very high quality premium, very breathable, so they're warm when it's cold, but you can also wear them when it's a bit warmer and the sun's out as well. They're high quality premium material, guys. Okay, Sportsbet, face the music. Let's get into it.
All right, just a couple of games this weekend. Obviously, a lot of teams have got buys, but we have got one on Thursday night. The Dogs, $1.29 host the Dolphins, $3.62. The line in that one is 11.5 points.
Okay. I'm going to go head to head. The line is, what did you say,
11.5, yeah.
Okay. Let me just check. Sorry, mate.
Gilbert out, Hammer out for the Dolphins. Dogs, obviously Crichton and
Max
King.
These are the tough weeks.
Oh, okay.
These are the tough ones.
They are tough.
So the Dogs missing Critter and
Yep.
Max King. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go Dolphins plus 11.5.
Dolphins 13 plus.
Oh, $11.50.
Oh, okay. He's starting to play the game. He's taking the lead.
How much?
off.
$11.50.
Okay. See what's going
You got to
on.
play buy round footy.
How much is that? How much was 13 plus, Hammy?
Not much, mate. Don't worry.
$11 $50.
$11.50.
So
Jesus.
it's worth a big swing.
I'm going
It's
to take
also
that.
not worth a nudie run.
I'll go Dolphins with the start.
Dolphins with the start. Yeah, I'm going to take Dogs minus 11.5. Timmy has got the Doggies 13 plus, which will get him $1.99.
He already sent them to
Yeah,
you.
he sent him to me.
Wow.
That's
He went
unbelievable.
$1.99 Dogs 13 plus.
Look,
That's the
the
dumbest
fact that he sent him
shit
to me,
ever.
I'll take the little wins.
That's the dumbest shit.
All right, next game. Friday
Does he
night.
know what game we're playing? Like, what benefit is that?
I know, he's also $20 behind. Or $40 behind you, just about. Anyway, good luck to you, Timmy. All right, next game. Eels $2.66. Manly $1.48. The line in this one is 5.5 points.
I'm going Para 13 plus.
$6.50.
I will go Manly 13 plus.
$2.70.
I'll go Manly minus 5.5.
Manly minus 5.5 for me as well. Timmy's gone Manly 1 to 12, $2.80. On to Saturday, Panthers $1.37 host the Knights $3.09. The line is 8.5 points.
I'm going to go the Panthers 1 to 12.
280.
How much is that? 280.
280, yep.
What are they? 13 plus.
235.
Yeah, fuck it. Penrith 13 plus.
Yep.
I'll go Panthers 1 to 12.
Panthers 1 to 12 get you $2.80. Timmy's gone Knights 13 plus. Here we go. $8.50. Saved it for this one.
Here we go.
Interesting. I'll just go Panthers minus 8.5.
Knights been scoring 12 points a game. Take out Ponga and Best, and he goes Knights 13 plus.
Yeah, good luck to you, Timmy. All right, next game. Roosters $2.96 host the Sharks $1.40. Line is 7.5.
So Sharkies are like, they're sweet. They don't lose anyone.
Yep.
Roosters don't really lose anyone either, though. Sex Spencer.
Watson, Angus,
Robert Toya.
White out, Lindsay.
About 4 people. Idiot.
Robert Toya.
What an idiot.
Robert Toya.
Toya,
What
yeah.
an idiot. That's the worst call in history.
Roosters 13 plus.
I'll go. Oh man, what's the line again? Sorry, it's
It is
7.5. I'm going conservative this week. I think I might just go Shark. I'll go Sharkies 1 to 12.
Sharks
270.
minus 7.5.
Yep.
Yeah, Sharks minus 7.5.
Yeah, Sharks minus 7.5 for me as well. Timmy has gone Sharks 13 plus, 250. Warriors $1.83 host the Raiders, $2.01. Obviously over in New Zealand. The line in this one is 1.5 points. Hudson Young out for the Raiders. I think that's it for them, and then Mitch Barnett out for the Warriors.
Fuck, this is a rare good buy game.
Yeah, it's a gun buy round. Buy round game.
It's almost a shame that it's in the buy round.
I'll go. Oh man, I'll go Warriors 1 to 12.
That's
I'll go
$3.
Raiders 13 plus.
450.
Tough one, man.
Yeah, I'll go Raiders with that 1 point start.
Okay. Minus 1, plus 1.5. Timmy apparently hates his own team. He's gone Warriors 1 to 12. I'm going to go Raiders 1 to 12, I think.
Okay.
$2.95 over there.
Alrighty, that is Face the Music.
We've just been asked as well if we can, for State of Origin, obviously we'll go into a bit more detail on it next week, but just give a series correct score and also a Wally Lewis medal pick as well.
And a game 1 winner.
Okay.
Yep.
And a game 1 winner as well. I'm going Queensland game 1, series winner as well. They'll win the series 2-1.
Yep.
And
275.
And I'm going to go Wally Lewis medal. I'm going to go Kalen Ponga.
New South Wales 2-1 and
$12.
a disrespectful $17 for Mitch Moses.
Blues 3-0. Cleary.
Fuck off.
480. And you going with Cleary?
I'm going Blues 6-0.
Oh, come on.
Well, that would 3 plus 3 does equal 6.
625. I'm going to go Queensland 2-1. I reckon we lose the game at Perth. Never won at Perth. Hate playing there for some reason. Haven't been able to conquer the West yet. Then for the Wally Lewis medal, last 3 winners have been forwards. So I reckon that
So you're
brings...
coming in with data without telling
Well,
us.
no,
mate.
I've just been
Hang
thinking
on a
about it.
sec. You can't be rolling in with data and then telling us at the end.
Why not?
Oh, they've just asked us to do this. You got fucking stats on it.
Yeah, just happened to ask us 2
Well, I
seconds
spoke
ago.
about it on Matty Johns last night and on the radio this morning. So, yes, I've been data about it. Right? Sue me. I'm probably going to talk about it getting 3 hours on SEN. So, yeah, I got some data. So, I reckon it's a 2. Obviously, I've got to put 1 selection in. 2 kind of forward play here. I think Tino at $15 is worth a look. And I think Golden Boot winner Isaiah Yo at $23. Well worth a look too. But Queensland, Tino for me.
Okay, so Queensland, Tino, and series how many?
2-1.
2-1. Okay.
Yep.
So, Matty, you're going 3-0?
3-0.
2-1.
2-1. Okay, all
Any
right.
data, boys, or just going to throw them in?
Well, I just got thrown in the send. Big data guy over here. Big data guy. He's stealing your data, this guy. Hey, he's the one getting all those phone calls from those random phone calls. It's actually Hammy.
Trumpeter Patriots, that was me.
All righty, we are done and dusted. Grab some Grumpy coffee. We'll be down at Box Hill this weekend. DJ Grumpy, give us a follow. Make sure to grab a Bloke jersey as well. But as usual, we'll go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.